Hey everybody, it is me, Klaire Fluffle. This is obviously a long video. It is all of the Kirby soundtrack rankings in one video if you wanted to binge. That is absolutely not something that I would be directly opposed to if you want to re-experience the Kirby month that passed, or if you didn't catch it and you don't want to watch through the playlist, which I can understand as well, or if you just want to give me some watch time, help me out, hey, this works too. This video is just going to include the soundtrack rankings. It's not going to include the Kirby Dance video. It's not going to include my birthday video. It's just the rankings, but I feel like it's better that way. And I'm going to be saying this all throughout the video because they are completely unedited. However, if you would like to help me out, you can by all means give the video a like, subscribe to the channel. Both of those things really help me out. And I would like to give a shout out to my head-patting Fluffle fans who support me on my Patreon. They are pup trins. Just want to give a big thanks to Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says the Galacteria night is coming, everyone run. I love you guys. And with that, enjoy the show. Wow, what a big surprise! My least favorite Kirby soundtrack is the one that I've gone on record saying is my least favorite Kirby soundtrack. You all know how I am with these surprises. Huh. Well, if you don't hate me by the end of the video, you'll be very happy to know that every day of the month, I'll be uploading a video of me ranking the Kirby soundtracks for the 5th annual Kirby Month. You can check out all of the rankings in the playlist linked in the description. And hey, if you really don't hate me by the end, please consider giving the video a like and subscribing to the channel, ringing that notification bell. Maybe check out my Patreon too, so you can, I don't know, see every video 2 days early. And if you're a head-patting Fluffle fan, be thanked like Biohazard, Dips Fiora. And remember, Miss K says this is your captain speaking. By the way, thank you guys, I love you. Absolute insanity. Less insane, though, is how bad I think the soundtrack is for Nightmare in Dreamland. I hear a lot of times that a Kirby game with a bad soundtrack doesn't exist. Like it's some rumored myth that Kirby scholars have been trying to unearth for eons. And obviously, music is super subjective and depending on your tastes, but even as a kid playing this game, and I played this game a lot, I rarely paid much attention to the soundtrack. Adventure was the first game I ever played, sure, but that was for a combined playtime of like, I don't know, 15 minutes. I can't really stretch it much further than that. But even if I could, I wouldn't be able to because the GBA has screen crunch. Hey! To start off, I figured it would be nice to do a little therapy exercise and talk about what I genuinely like about this soundtrack. It isn't all bad. There is goodness in everything. And if nothing else, the green greens range of this game has charmed me. It just sounds so simple, playful, and fun. All of the things just scream Kirby to me. I think the Return to Dreamland version, including a bit of this, certainly had something to do with it. That's my favorite version of green greens out of all of them. But the rest of it charmed me all on its own. And for sure, I think the soundtrack could have been worse. Over time, I've become a big fan of GBA music, but I still think that most, if not all, of the good soundtracks for it were made for the GBA, not rearranged from something else. A game like Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga or Advance Wars has really good music since it was made for the GBA, while games like Mario Advance and Fire Red Leaf Green have not so good music since they were made for something else. This isn't absolute or anything, but compared to something like the aforementioned Fire Red or Leaf Green, Nightmare's soundtrack is anything but a nightmare. But, okay, yeah, I really don't think most of the soundtrack is, like, any good at all. I'm not gonna go into a gamer rage mode over this because it doesn't anger me, it just really bums me out. Adventure had such great music. The compositions are all really fun and lively, but the sound font here does not work out. Some tracks are serviceable on their own, like Vegetable Valley, but they crumble to pieces when put next to their adventure counterparts. Some like Orange Ocean I don't like very much at all in Nightmare, despite being some of my favorites in Adventure. Then there's stuff like the boss music where I don't even like it that much in Adventure. The opening bit rules, but the rest of it in Adventure is like, you know, fine. But even then, I still can't find much good to say for it in Nightmare at all. There are parts of tracks in Nightmare that I like. I think about the opening to Yogurt Yard a lot. That just makes me bop my head. But after that opening bit, I'm right back to those feelings that range from neutrality at best to, oh man, at worst. I wish there were more high points, but I really can't think of very much. I don't think the Fountain of Dreams range is very good. Day-to-Day's theme that gets used in the mini boss rush for some bizarre reason. Also, why is it used for the mini boss rush? The placement of the music is almost as important for me as the music itself. I oftentimes associate game music with the moments each track is used in. We're going to be hearing this a lot throughout Kirby Month, trust me. For now, think of Masked Day-to-Day and Superstar Ultra, or the Hyper Zone track for Dreamland 3. Or, I don't know, Day-to-Day's theme not being used for Day-to-Day before a mini boss rush? Why is this game like this? It's easy to look at an adventure junkie like me and just call me biased, and certainly I can't pretend I have no preference towards adventure, a game which means as much to me as it does. But like I said before, I've really grown to like GBA music. I obviously love Kirby and most Kirby soundtracks. In general, I'm a big fan of gaming music. I don't want to spoil my thoughts on Amazing Mirror soundtrack, but even ignoring that one, there are plenty of GBA soundtracks that I do enjoy. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Pokemon Pinball, Mother 3, all the Fire Emblem games. Even some of those GBA ports I was complaining about before, like Yoshi's Island, I think are generally good. I really don't think that's the problem here. Of course, if you like Nightmare's soundtrack, I'm not holding that against you or even saying that it's a bad thing. By all means, like the soundtracks that you like. When we get to my favorites, you know I would die on the hills defending those. But it's hard for me to grasp at straws when there aren't any straws to begin with. Or, at the very least, straws that I can reach. Or, I don't know, willingly reach maybe? This metaphor has completely escaped me, but I hope you get what I mean. It's not for me, that's fine, whatever. I'm not the best at talking about things I don't like because, frankly, I'd rather spend my time gushing over things that I do like. So I'm sorry if this video is a bit on the lighter side, especially as an intro to this whole ranking every Kirby soundtrack for the whole month thing. There are people far more knowledgeable than I on music who can go into a much deeper specifics. I've seen comments that have, and while I only understand them on a surface level, I very much resonate with what a lot of them have to say. I can definitely tell you how the music makes me feel. I'm no music expert, I just listen to a lot of music, it's good, I like it, but not this. But with that, I don't think there's too much left for me to say without melting into a puppy puddle of sadness, so I think we will end it there. I have been Klaire, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around.
This grass feels funny, Kirby thought. It feels like pants.
So, I'm not gonna lie here, in a cosmic sort of way, this one is kinda funny. I don't get many ha-has when thinking about the soundtrack here, but when I think about it compared to regular epic yarns, the gap in their placement is, it's noticeable. What may not be so noticeable is how important you are to the success of these videos. I am so smart with these segues, so please, if you like what you see, please consider giving this video a like, maybe even ringing that notification bell after subscribing, and please tell me your thoughts of the soundtrack to Extra Epic Yarn in the comments. If you're super generous, you can check out my Patreon and get super cool perks, including early access to videos like this one. And heck, all the videos for the Kirby Month soundtrack ranking. Super duper big thanks to my head patting Fluffle fan Pup Trends, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and remember Miss K says don't do drugs. Love you guys. Now, how about that extra epic yarn, huh? What makes this game extra epic compared to the original, which is your run-of-the-mill vanilla epic? Well, it's not the soundtrack, I can tell you that much. But similar to last time, let's start with some positives. Unlike Nightmare, which I mostly just disliked and got kinda sad about, this is a far more interesting case. In particular, a lot of this soundtrack is actually good, which, I know, I stand by this placement, keep watching, as was the case in the original. I'll get into the specifics of why I love a lot of these tracks when, inevitably, 10,000 years from now, we get to Epic Yarn, but know that the original tracks range from good enough to fantastic. Having the Epic Yarn soundtrack be portable is definitely a standout perk, is what I would say if that meant literally anything. YouTube on your phone or laptop, literally they're right there. But specifically, having the Epic Yarn experience while listening to the music is a nice plus you can, technically, only get with Extra Epic Yarn. The visuals of this game don't quite give off the wonderful vibes of the Wii version, but they can be serviceable. Emphasis on the word can, but it's another thing I'll get into later. But for now, having the game as cutesy as this, with a soundtrack this pleasant, on the go, is something I gotta give it credit for. So, I mean, okay, without being able to get too in-depth, since there is a game just like this down the line, it seems pretty positive so far. Good music, comfy vibes, Epic Yarn is a good game, so far so good. I feel like right now is when I'm gonna start to lose some people, and I'm gonna get a bit less jokey for a little while, so please hear me out before telling me I'm wrong in the comments. Feel free to do so after. I'll respond with up puppy upsetty or something. God, wow, I really can't go 5 seconds without making jokes, huh? But regardless, here we go. Opinion warning. Opinion warning. I briefly touched on this during the Nightmare video, and again, I'll be talking about it a lot during the entire month, but video game soundtracks for me are so much more than just the compositions. That's obviously a big part of what they are, but it's the entire moment of the experience when you hear it for the first time. Using this game as an example, when you begin the first level and hear the vibrant and cheery do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do in the background, or when you fight a boss like Day-to-Day or Meta Knight and hear a groovy arrange of their boss music, I associate those strong opening notes from Meta Knight's theme to when you start that fight, he gets possessed and challenges you, for example. And right there is where my problems are with the soundtrack for Extra Epic Yarn. I have others, and I'll be sure to get into them after the main talking point, but Extra Epic Yarn pretty infamously added stuff that does not fit with the vibe of Epic Yarn at all. In the case of the music, the brand new Devilish mode was an attempt to make the game a bit more traditionally challenging. I have my own thoughts on that, but to specifically talk about what it did to the soundtrack, every time you play through a level, you get to hear the wonderful music to lure you into thinking you're gonna have a good time before playing this annoying repetitious loop. I never timed how long it actually is, but it feels like I swear it's only 5 or 10 seconds long. It's so short. So how do you get rid of this annoyance? Just defeat that little bat on the screen and you're golden. Then the Epic Yarn music of delight comes back and you enjoy yourself for a few more seconds, and then you hear the loop again. Kill the bat, be happy, bat comes back, you're unhappy, rinse, repeat. Ugh, the bat isn't even that threatening, meaning there's virtually no point in even going after it, except to get rid of that annoying loop. And okay, yeah, I can turn the volume off, but then I'm playing the entire game without listening to the music, which to me is an integral part of any game, but especially one as artistic as Epic Yarn. It's a very weak argument to me anyway, since I want to jam to Kirby music if I can. Don't tell me to turn that off. It's good stuff. But that's just the Devilish mode, right? They give you the ability to play the game regularly with no annoying bat to go after, right? The answer to that is yes, but for me, there is a huge caveat. Regular Epic Yarn is not that fun of a game to play. I love it, but when I play it, I'm looking for more of an experience than a game. The visuals, the music, the overall aesthetics of yarn and crafts coming together to make me feel like I can touch the screen and feel that yarn, you know? The game itself is fine, it's got some nifty ideas, but I wouldn't call it the most interesting either. Extra Epic Yarn, being on the 3DS, has none of that going for it, so what you're left with is a game that, well, not bad, I guess, I would not call good at all. And this is now what I'm associating the good music with, a game that doesn't have very many high points. Now I just want to go back to the original and re-experience the delightful music there again, making this version worthless. What I'm trying to say is, when I think of the good music in Extra Epic Yarn, I'm either associating it with boring gameplay or a frustrating 5 air quotes second loop. And there are Kirby soundtracks that I love that I tie with games I'm really not that crazy about, but not only are those soundtracks not tied to another game whose music strictly makes me feel way better than this one does, I'm also not primarily thinking of an obnoxious 5-second loop the whole time. Seriously, I can't tell you just how much this one thing kills this whole soundtrack for me. So why do I rank it above Nightmare in Dreamland? One main reason, and as harsh as this is going to sound, at least I like the music here for the few seconds that it actually plays. Can Nightmare pull that off? Oh my god, no, that wasn't an invitation to start playing Nightmare music. No. Otherwise, these have a lot of the same problems, and while I think Nightmare is a bit less interesting of a start than Extra Epic Yarn was, I'm at least glad I held it off because, I mean, yeah, I do prefer Extra Epic Yarn music to Nightmare. And hey, you know what? If you can believe it, I'm already done with the soundtracks that I don't like. Everything from here on ranges from alright and onward, leaving these two in a very awkward spot. Fine with me, so hopefully it's fine with you too. And if it isn't, I'm sorry, I don't want to make you sad. If that said, I do see you in another video. I have been Claire. Thank you all so much for watching, and the positivity will start soon. You're reading that title right. Today we're making Klaire Fluffle Kirby Month history by talking about burgers. 4 burgers specifically, so if you like burgers of the nothing variety, please make sure to ring that like button and press that notification bell after subscribing. Also, check out my Patreon, or Puptreon if you will, for neat rewards, including seeing every Kirby Month burger ranking video a full 2 days early. Special super duper thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan Pup Trends, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and Miss K says. Hey you guys, I love you. Alright, so obviously, we're ranking Kirby soundtracks here, not burgers. But I also only have 31 days to rank 39 heckin' soundtracks, so compromises had to be made somewhere. And if I'm being honest, I don't very much care for any of the soundtracks we're talking about today, at least under the perspective of new tracks only, so I'm lumping them all into one video. I'm calling them Nothing Burgers because, I'll be honest, I just think it's really funny, but it gets the point across just fine. I don't dislike any of these soundtracks, but I can't say I really like any of them either. With one exception, kinda, but we'll get into that later. For now, let's start with number 38. Echo. Kirby's Toy Box. Most of this soundtrack is just reused from Kirby's Dream Course, and while I'm a big fan of that game's soundtrack, it doesn't leave Toy Box with much in terms of original music. The Block Ball-esque game is the only one that actually has new compositions, and they're fine. I initially liked the level music a lot, but actually having played Toy Box made me like it a lot less. It's just so mind-bogglingly repetitive. But the final boss music is a certified bop, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of it, despite the fact that it very randomly came from Toy Box. And it's not like it made me love the whole soundtrack or anything. It only made me not dislike it as a whole. So obviously, Kirby's Toy Box, third from the bottom, pretty low. I don't dislike it. Number 37. Kirby's Avalanche. This may be the worst performing Kirby game overall in my ranking videos, but the soundtrack isn't at the very bottom. Nothing here has the highs of Toy Box's final boss theme, but it's much more consistent overall. Tracks like the title screen and boss preludes are pretty groovy, and the actual music during gameplay, not too bad either. There's just nothing here that I love, although most soundtrack videos on YouTube include the voice clips as part of the soundtrack. I don't, but if we do, this shoots up so much further. The voice acting in this game, you guys, oh my god. It's so fun. Number 36. Kirby's Pinball Land. The bulk of my issues with the music here stems from the fact that it isn't actually unique to this game. The original tracks and remixes are genuinely nice, but the music for the Poppy Bros Land is a highlight, and the boss tracks rule. But everything else is either reused from Dreamland 1 or not great. I would have liked hearing the title theme or something remixed in Dream Buffet. I think the other tracks can be good. I just also think there's a reason the tracks that were picked for Dream Buffet were the ones that were picked for Dream Buffet. Avalanche is definitely the more consistent of the two, but Pinball Land has this very specific version of Day-to-Day's theme, so it wins out. Easy logic to understand, except it kind of isn't. Number 35. I'm not doing the echo because I have much more to say on this one. Kirby's Dream Collection. I actually love this soundtrack overall, but again, the issue is that almost everything in this game is reused music. I don't mind it at all, since this is obviously an anniversary compilation, and a lot of effort went into other areas. Reusing old music, if anything, is a good choice, and I'm happy that they went with that. But for the sake of the rankings, I do just want to focus on what's new, and what's new here exists. It's all great stuff, but I gotta keep things consistent. I'm also not counting the soundtrack CD remixes, since they technically aren't in the game itself, but all three of those are as fantastic as you'd expect. And even the new stuff that's in this game, like the KDL 1 credits theme remixes, the main menu music, and the museum where you can find fun facts about US presidents, no, I will never let that go, are really, really good. This is a soundtrack that really doesn't have low points for me, and is not only a great reminder of how many bops Kirby has had over the years, but is just a solid compilation of music in its own right. It really is just a matter of there's so little here. But you guys, I have to gush. When the amazing KDL 1 credits theme remix is over and it slowly and really effectively transitions into the original 8-bit version, I am typing this. Actually, no, forget that. I'm saying this, and I can feel the goosebumps. I can see the hair on my arm standing. It's so good. I love it so much. I just wish there was more, but I get why there isn't more. I am very sad right now. Obviously, ranking these, I go Dream Collection over Pinball Land, over Avalanche, over Toy Box, and none of these are particularly close. I am legit tempted to say outright that I dislike Toy Box's soundtrack, but I really only need one bop and I'm good. It's a short bop, and it's just as repetitive as the one from that same soundtrack that I don't like, but I don't know, it's cool enough. I may also flip-flop between Pinball Land and Avalanche, but I don't care enough about either soundtrack to, I don't know, care. Except the fact that the Pinball Land has that Day-to-Day theme, that's just real good stuff right there. Mwah, puppy chef kiss. With that being said, I have already said enough about the Dream Collection soundtrack, so I don't think I need to say much else, but just to reiterate, it's mostly directly reused stuff, but the new stuff, that's good. But that will do it for the first Klaire Fluffle burger video. Let me know in the comments what your favorite burger is, and if you thought this video was a well-done masterpiece or a rare Klaire L, be sure to give it a like. We've got plenty of grill coming up in the future videos, so be sure to Be sure to stay tuned. That's gotta be the worst joke I've ever made, but it's the best at the same time. I've been Claire. I hope you're enjoying Kirby Month so far, and please stay tuned for more musical merriment. Thank you for watching, and I will see you around. Welcome back, one and all, to the Klaire Fluffle Kirby Month Burger Bonanza. Last time we talked about 4-0 burgers, and today we're talking about something burgers. These bad boys may only be slightly better, but one bite and you'll be instantly hooked because, hey, these burgers are still burgers. If you're excited for this year's Cooked Cow Cook-Off, smash that like button and be sure you ring that notification bell after subscribing. You can also let me know what you think about burgers in the comments below. Or if you're feeling fancy, you can tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby soundtracks that we'll be talking about alongside these delicious burgers. Shoutouts to my patrons who helped me run this burger show financially on my Patreon and get crazy rewards like early access to every video this month and future months. Super duper big shoutouts to the Head Pat and Fluffle fan patrons, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and Miss K says I activate part of grade. You guys are the best burgers ever! Okay, I don't know why I slipped into anime DDD there, but seriously, I love you guys. Thank you. Okay, enough of that. I promise this is the last video for Kirby Month while I'll be lumping a bunch of soundtracks together and calling them burgers. But while I could have lumped these soundtracks in the previous video, it didn't quite feel right. These aren't soundtracks that I'd call nothing. We're definitely at the point where I'm starting to really like the OST. Original soundtrack, by the way, I want to specify. Sorry, Dream Collection, I still love you. But I'm not super enthused about any of these either. That said, how are we gonna find out what I think about them if I keep yapping on about nothing? Or burgers, moreover. I'll tell you how! Okay, well, we actually have to talk about them. I'm not some insano who can telepathically give you my thought. Number 34, Kirby Fighters Deluxe. My thoughts on this one are very similar to the Dream Collection and how this is mostly reused tracks, and those are all very good, but the few new tracks we have here are very good, just like the Dream Collections. I guess the big difference is that Kirby Fighters Deluxe has a much more fighting game soundtrack. What's here is super energetic and fun, and I really appreciate that. It is certainly not as good as what we got in Kirby Fighters 2, but that's another story for down the line. What really pushes this over the edge for me, though, is the character select music. Seriously, listen to this bop. Jokes aside, though, that is a bop, but the history of a day-to-day track that's been used in multiple games since originated here, and it is great! I vividly remember hearing the Dream Course theme put in here and losing my mind. I really like Dream Course's music, and I love that boss music. I was a happy puppy, let's just say. Number 33, Team Kirby Clash Deluxe. Again, not even close to what we got from Super Kirby Clash, but still really good in its own right. I take this over Fighters Deluxe, mostly for the town theme, or to be specific, the first town theme. It's so calm and relaxing, really gentle, and fits the theme of a cozy town really well. It may actually be one of my favorites in the entire series, at least as far as the more relaxing tracks are concerned. It's really, really good. definitely lacks an original sounding tracks, or at the very least ones that leave a memorable impression for me. Nothing bad, but this was the beginning of the Kirby fatigue that returned but about for many people. It never really hit me, but for the spin-off soundtracks, it certainly did for me with this game, hence the lower placement. Although I wonder if there's somebody out there who really likes the soundtrack to Team Kirby Clash Deluxe for the Nintendo 3DS family of systems. Play Dexys.
Hi, Claire, hi. Thanks for having me on here, Claire. Team Kirby Clash was a cute little expansion of Kirby Planet Robobot's Kirby Clash subgame that sold for $7 on the eShop. Because of the small price tag and concept as a whole, this game's soundtrack is barely even an hour long, running at less than 40 minutes of music. However, just because it's little, it doesn't mean that it's not a good time. You do two things in Team Kirby Clash. You embark on epic journeys and engage on great battles, and then you spend your free time going shopping back at home. So of course, this game's soundtrack has a great mix of both slow-paced, cozy tracks and exciting bombastic arrangements. Just like any great Kirby soundtrack, it consists of remixes from previous games alongside a fair share of great original compositions, some of which later became iconic, like the town theme for example. The first time you hear it, it's a cozy track representing your arrival to an empty town. As you progress throughout the game, it gains more and more instrumentation representing Kirby's and the town's growth, turning the town not just into Kirby's new home, but a safe haven for everyone. However, the very same track gets an epic rendition for the Ordeal battle theme, representing just what you're fighting for. Speaking of battle themes, the final boss tracks for this game are something else, man. In Kirby Triple Deluxe, we don't get much of Tyrance's theme, but here we finally do in the form of Dark Tyrance's theme, and it's as great as I hoped. And then we get an even better music track for the game's through final battle. Coming from another universe's mirror world, the dark copy of the Dream Kingdom's king emerged from a dark mirror. And upon revealing that he has fallen as the host of the dangerous Dark Mind, we get one of my favorite official Kirby mashup remixes ever. Like, oh my god, it's so good. Dark Mind's theme is admittedly not that good on its own in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. However, when you mix it up with one of the most legendary, iconic tracks in Kirby's history, the masterpiece that is Mask DDD's theme, woo! Boy, does it go hard! This is such a great track that I'm now going to make a quick breakthrough of it. Claire, since you're such a good girl, yes you are, I hope you don't mind me taking over so I can gush about this modern musical masterpiece for like, I don't know, maybe around 30-ish minutes. That's not a lot, right? I know you don't mind. The track slowly begins with the introduction to Mask DDD's
Number 32, Kirby Star Stacker. I don't think I've ever talked about Star Stacker in a video and not mentioned its Super Nintendo sequel, Super Star Stacker, and that's not about to change. The music for Star Stacker is very good, you could call me a fan of it, but the Super Nintendo version definitely has the better tracks. I'm gonna cut myself off there though, because that's only a small part of why I ranked Star Stacker so low. I'm a fan of the Game Boy version's music for sure, but I'm not super into it. The beginner music is really good especially. That simplicity and charm of 8-bit really comes into full force here. There are some other standout tracks, I like the title screen and some of the other in-level music, but it doesn't really stand out to me very much. Most of it is fine, nothing bad, I still like it, but I'll have much more to say when we get to the Super Nintendo version. Because of course I will. Number 31, Day-to-Day's Drum Dash Deluxe. This being a rhythm game, you'd hope that the music is good, and it is. It's all really good, actually. The old unchanged tracks are all really good for playing a rhythm game, almost like Kirby music is insanely good or something. What an insane thought I had there. But we're just looking at the new stuff here. There's plenty of great tracks to pick from. Both the Crown remixes are very good, and I am a big fan of the City Trial remix they have here. Feels right out of Free Run, and as a kid, I was a big fan of that mode for some reason, so it gets brownie points for me. The Arrange of Floral Fields from Triple Deluxe, though, that's my favorite. It's adorable! This captures the spirit and essence of the original track so well. Like, I would play this during a relaxing picnic and change to the TDX version when I get up from the eating just to be in a field of flowers under a blue sky with poofy white clouds. Fantastic! But there's only like 5 new tracks here. Floral Field, City Trial, The Two Crowns, the title screen. Oh, is there anything else? TDX's Boss Music got remixed. That's also a really good pop. Yeah, that's it. I've talked about this a few times over the years, but when I play a rhythm game, I'm not making do with this few tracks. I can handle a Kirby game with a small quantity of music, like the Dream Collection, but when a rhythm game specifically does that, I get kind of upset. Granted, the new tracks are so good that I can't help but place it higher than something like, again, the Dream Collection, sorry. But a rhythm game with this little to offer just really rubs me the wrong way. I really, really want an expanded version of this here. If we get that, I'll rank it higher, but for now, sorry, Drum Dash Deluxe fans. Half-hearted apologies out of the way, I think that covers it for this video. Fighters Deluxe under Kirby Clash Deluxe, both less than Star Stacker, and all 3 fall to Floral Fields and Drum Dash Deluxe. And the rest of the soundtrack, I guess. I don't have much to add, unlike yesterday's video. Check that out, by the way. Other than that, I definitely like Drum Dash Deluxe's music much more than everything below it. I would have given it its own video, but again, I need to fit all of these soundtracks into 1 month. It's kind of hard, you know? But if you enjoyed the video or are very upset about the disrespect given to the highly esteemed Kirby Fighters Deluxe, let me know in the comments. I love hearing what you guys have to think about these soundtracks, at least now that we're into the ones that I genuinely like. For now though, I've been Claire, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around in another video. What's up, burger beholders? We just had 4 tasty burgers, and you can eat even better by going to my Patreon. Oh, I don't feel like doing this bit anymore. No more burgers. Check out my Patreon, please. Hi everyone, Klaire Fluffle here, and surprise, surprise, I am not here to talk about burgers. Do you know how many of those things I had to go through in the last 2 days? I'm not made out of money, you know. But if you want to help make that a reality, please give this video a like, ring that notification bell after subscribing, and at least leave the video running from start to finish. Watch time, very crucial. If you really want to go that extra mile, you can consider donating to my Patreon and becoming a patron to get neato perks, including early access to videos like these. Special thanks go out to my head-patting Fluffle fan patrons, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and Miss K says, "Do your homework, Steve." I love you guys. Thank you so much. But with all of that said, I don't quite know what the common consensus is on the soundtrack for Kirby's Dream Land 2. It's got a couple of iconic tracks, but most of it I don't really hear talked about very much. There are 3 good reasons for that, don't get me wrong, but I'm still interested to know what the community's overall thoughts are. Obviously, it doesn't rank very highly for me, but this is still a soundtrack I find myself coming back to regularly for its high points. And while those high points are high, and the low points not that low, a bulk of this soundtrack to me does admittedly feel fodder-ish. Not bad, but not great, and this is felt most with the world and map themes. These were lovely in Adventure, and made running through the hub world so much more enjoyable than it really had any right to be. In Dreamland 2, though, they're all so basic and short, and not really memorable. I'll admit to loving the map music to Grassland. I don't know why, to be honest, it's just kind of soothing for me. And Red Canyons is memorable, if only because it's Star Allies, but overall they feel pretty nothing to me. The soundtrack for the stages themselves, though, really good. It easily meets the standard for what the series usually sets. I like how World 1 Grassland isn't as in-your-face energetic as Kirby opening music normally is. It's pleasant and upbeat, sure, but it takes its time and actually eases you into the playing experience. Then you get to Big Forest and BAM! Fast-paced, energetic, and fun, just the way we like our Kirby games. A couple of the tracks in the future worlds do also wind up being remixes from previous games. Yeah, they got on that trend fast. But unlike, say, Dream Collection, they're actually newer remixes. They're not just directly carried over, so I can enjoy them on their own. I do prefer the original versions for, I think, all of them, but that's not to say that these are bad at all. I quite like them. I think Dark Castle has to be my favorite music of the regular stages, though. And that's funny to say out loud, given how much I hate Dark Castle, but the music, I gotta admit, goes in hard. It's just so climactic. It really gives off the vibes that the journey you're embarking on is almost over, but you're at the most perilous part. Don't give up, Kirby. Brave the Dark Castle and defeat Day-to-Day at the top. Ah, so good. And while I really wish it was given to a better part of the game, it at least helps mitigate the nonsense that is actually playing through Dark Castle. In particular, this really sings in the final level. Again, just so climactic. But even that pales in comparison to my favorite track of the entire game, the especially climactic final fight against Dark Matter. I don't think that I would call this scary, but it definitely gives off intimidating vibes as you fight off this creature who's been taking control of the dreamland that you know and love, being a creature you know nothing about. And with a name like Dark Matter, you know you're fighting the essence of evil. Or not, according to some instruction manuals, but we can just put that to the side for now. Pretend it doesn't exist. I've got something good going here. The track itself is a bit on the short side, but that's okay. In a way, it really helps sell the mystery further. This short, frightening loop plays as this mysterious swordsman and the eventual true manifestation of darkness appear to take you down for good. This is another one where I think the fight itself sucks, but the music, as always, absolutely kills it. A real highlight of the soundtrack and one of seemingly infinite bangers for Kirby final bosses. So overall, great soundtrack, right? Yeah, it is a great soundtrack, actually. We're at that point already to where I don't need to pull a sudden twist. I do really like this one. But there is a reason why it's so far down, and to explain that, I'm gonna bring up a point that I made during the Extra Epic Yarn video. You can watch that video if you want to. Please watch it from start to finish to help my analytics. Thank you! Thank you! But the long and short of my point was that the soundtrack didn't work from a gameplay point of view. A 5-second loop or whatever would constantly play and ruin the good vibes of that soundtrack, and if you played the mode that didn't have that loop, it just felt like a constant reminder that you were playing a not very good game when a better game was right there. Dreamland 2's soundtrack doesn't have this problem nearly to that extent, trust me, but it still has a variation of that problem, and to me, it has a noticeable effect on my enjoyment of the soundtrack as well as the game itself. In particular, those fun level themes that I was praising earlier, Big Forest, Dark Castle, all that jazz, you're barely gonna hear those because realistically, you'll only be hearing the Animal Friend themes throughout the game. This is an idea I'd love for the series to bring back in heavy moderation, but every animal buddy, Rick, Kine, and Koo, have a specific theme that plays while you're using them. And in a vacuum, I like these a lot. Of the three of them, if I had to pick a favorite, I'd definitely go with Rick's theme. So fun and upbeat, which doesn't describe Rick very well at all, but whatever. Koo and Kine's theme are also excellent. If I had to rank these, I'd go Rick number 1, Kine number 2, Koo number 3, but I enjoy all three of them. When I'm not playing the game. Yeah, if you thought that it would be like the bike from post RBY Pokemon, where the bike music doesn't play literally all the time while you're riding the bike, you'd be wrong. The only areas the Animal Buddy music doesn't play is versus bosses, does for mini bosses though, and their bonus rooms, the goal game, and the world map. Everywhere else it plays, which basically means you only hear 3 tracks throughout your playthrough. I guess 5 if you count the goal game and the boss music, but I don't, so there. I want to love these themes because, I mean, they're really, really good, but when it's all you hear when you play, at least 90% of the game, they get really grating really fast. Koo's theme in particular will have this effect, and no, this isn't the speedrunner in me talking. This has been a meme with the casual side of the Kirby community for decades. Literal decades! This game is almost 30 years old. The easy solution is to not play with the Animal Buddies then, right? You can do that, but you're playing a much lesser game. You not only lose out on the Animal Buddies, but all of the ability combinations therein. Sure, you get more music variety, but you lose out so much in the game itself. Again, it's a lot like Extra Epic Yarn in that regard. Still not nearly as bad, thankfully, but still. Aside from that and the aforementioned fodder, I don't have too many complaints, but those are really big complaints that drag the experience of the soundtrack as a whole down for me. But does that mean I think it's bad? No, I just said I thought it was great. The bar is just really, really high for me with these soundtracks. I think I've gotten everything I wanted to say about Dreamland 2 out of the way though, so we'll call it here. We're only 5 days in and over 10 soundtracks down, so I think we're making pretty good progress so far. Do you think you know what tomorrow's soundtrack is gonna be? Let me know that in the comments too. I'm very curious to see if you'll be right. But until I see you all again, I have been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hi everyone, Klaire Fluffle here, and, excuse me, Hi everyone, Klaire Fluffle here with another installment of the Kirby soundtrack rankings. We're getting the next game lined up, and just look at these wonderful weather condition. A nicely pressed like button, notification bells ringing to be notified whenever I upload. We could use some comments with your thoughts on the music for Dream Course as well as the game that you think I'm going to be ranking next, but that aside, this is the best you could ask for. When we're done here, I could even suggest going to my Patreon if you want cool perks such as seeing videos like this one 2 full days early, and if you're a head-patting Fluffle fan like Biohazard, Dips Fiora, or Miss K says eat your veggies, you get a special message in each video. That message being, thank you guys so much for your support, I love you! Alright, Klaire golf full mode aside, let's talk about the music for Kirby's Dream Course, which, to nobody's surprise, I think is really good. The double-edged sword of Dream Course is that, compared to Dreamland 2, I don't have as many issues. And that's only a double-edged sword because I'm gonna need to think about how I'm gonna draw this video out. Well, we'll figure that out as we go. For starters, just like the game itself, I love the title screen music. What a groove, so upbeat and fun. Dream Course is one of the trickier Kirby games out there, but like any other Kirby game, it still finds ways to put you in a great mood. Me personally though, I am a big fan of the icon creation music. It's a little weird, but I don't know, I can't help myself but bounce when this plays. It's so simple, but so bouncy, like literal bouncy, not the style of music. I can't think of another way to describe it, but I like it a lot. You know what, actually, I think bouncy is a great way to describe the highs of this soundtrack. And again, I quite literally mean I can't help but bounce up and down when I hear it. This remix of Yogurt Yard, for example, always gets me like this, if only because when playing the actual game, Kirby jumps off the Warp Star and lands on the ground in sync with the music. Really watch. So much fun. Despite its bounciness though, this isn't quite what I would call a high energy soundtrack. I think one of the nicest things about it is that, given this is a golf game, the music is much more subdued. You got a lot more tracks like Iceberg Ocean that, while still sound like they came from a Kirby game, aren't nearly as in your face with the high energy. It's a breath of fresh air compared to most of the other soundtracks. Now, I'm not saying that Kirby music being high energy is a bad thing. Far from it. If anything, I feel the opposite, but variety is the spice of life, and if you can still pinpoint that Kirby feeling, I think you're in a good place. And it's not like Dream Course is devoid of fun or anything. The music in the very first course of the game is some of the most jovial golf music I've ever heard. That Yogurt Yard remix, again, literally makes me bounce, and the music that plays during the final hole of any given course builds and builds with energy as it goes on. It being the final hole and all, this makes sense. I talked last time about how Dark Castle felt climactic, and this feels kinda similar, but with much more excitement, energy, and positivity especially, compared to the intimidation from Dreamland 2. I like it a lot. But if we're talking high energy bops, you know there's that one character never gonna let you down. That's our favorite king, Da-Day-Day, Da-Day-Day, whatever you want to call him. He's actually kind of got two tracks in this game, the pre-fight music and the actual boss fight itself. And while the pre-fight rules, I like it more than I probably should, the actual boss fight theme is definitely my favorite track in the entire game. It sounds nothing like the day-to-day theme we're used to, and if anything, it sounds catastrophic almost. Like if the end of the world was coming, but it was being treated as something much less serious than it actually was. This is the kind of music that I'd expect. And it's all for a boss fight in a random Kirby spin-off? Yeah, you're right, that actually tracks. Fair point. But having talked about my favorite thing about the soundtrack, I suppose now would be when we get into the negatives. Really, I don't have very many. Again, this isn't quite as interesting, quote-unquote, as Dreamland 2, but if I had to give a big negative, it's, again, relating to the music not being quite as energetic as other games. I think it really works in the context of this game, works in its favor, but it also leaves the soundtrack sounding a bit dry sometimes. If the music isn't super good, for example, it winds up sounding a bit more on the slow, teetering on boring side. And when comparing this to other soundtracks, I think it makes Dream Course stand out a bit. I wouldn't call the music fodder or anything. These tracks have enough of a melody to just kind of be forgettable at worst, like this one. again, not bad, but these don't really stick out, at least to me. I've said this a few times so far, but to reiterate, you really don't get more subjective than music, so if you disagree, I get it, but this being more of a golf-sounding soundtrack than a Kirby soundtrack is in full effect here. Despite its highs, I oftentimes don't remember what the music in this game sounds like, or, again, the forgettable ones. I'm not that short-term memory. What were we talking about? It took a couple of re-listens to the entire thing, as well as having to play Toy Box, good lord, which finally got me to get a concrete ranking for this one. And that's pretty bad. Everything else I had decided in 1 or 2 listens, aside from the top 10-ish, but that's just because, oh my god, that was so hard, they're all so good! But this one, so many of the tracks just didn't stick, and that's kind of an issue. It's made up for by the ones that do. They're fantastic, and again, Day-to-Day's theme in this game, despite being so different, honestly one of my favorite themes of his, no lie. If this ranking was just talking about the highs, well, I mean, I guess all of the soundtracks would have crazy high highs, so there wouldn't be much of a difference, but I wouldn't be giving any of these complaints, that's my point. Overall, Dream Chorus is kind of a mixed bag. Not the game itself, the game I adore, but the music ranges from forgettable at worst to amazing at best. It's a soundtrack I really like overall, but I think I dig its vibes more than I actually like it. I can imagine actually listening to this while watching golf. I play a pretty chaotic game of mini golf myself, as I'm assuming you'd all expect, so it wouldn't quite fit that. And golf itself, while still a sport, is one of the more lax ones, so this really fits. And it fits because it's relaxing while still having that Kirby energy that we know and love. Too much of it is forgettable for me personally, and even if I do kinda like some of the tracks I struggle to remember, I shouldn't have to listen to this soundtrack 3 to 5 times more than every other soundtrack that I had to listen to recollect enough of it to form an opinion on it. But that's another game down. We're already 12 deep, and there's still 27 to go. Well, we'll get there eventually. If you have any predictions for what the next game we'll be talking about for Kirby Month, again, please let me know in the comments. I love reading predictions, right or wrong, and I am just so curious to see which of the ones that you think are going to be super low, but it turns out I rank them super high, or vice versa. Also, please tell me what you think about Dream Course's soundtrack in general. Just because one puppy girl thinks it ranks 28th in the echelons of Kirby music doesn't mean that's where everyone should rank it after all. With that, I've got like 8 million more videos to make, so I've been Claire, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle, the mouse VTuber here, and wait a minute, I'm a puppy, not a mouse. That Squeak Squad must have stolen, that makes no sense. That Squeak Squad must be looking for free advertising to get new members, so they made me a mouse. Just a sec. Boop. There we go, all puppied up again. Before we begin, if you love me as a puppy and not a mouse, please give this video a like and ring that notification bell after subscribing. Both help me out an absolute ton, as does checking out my Patreon in the description for cool perks, including 2-day early access to nifty videos like these, and all other videos for the Kirby Month soundtrack ranking. Special shoutouts to my head-patting Fluffle fan Pup Trins, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and Miss K says, "The Galactarian night is coming! Everyone run!" Now, let's get squeaking! Not like that, darn it! Squeak Squad is an interesting case to talk about since it's a Nintendo DS game, but it uses a lot of assets from the GBA Kirby games. Makes sense, the same developers worked on it and all, but compared to the other DS Kirbys, this definitely feels way more GBA. And that's not a bad thing. I obviously think much less of it in comparison to those, but again, Kirby sets a very high bar for music, and Squeak Squad only placing at 27th is actually pretty good considering. Besides, I think at least compared to Nightmare, this sounds way better. And even compared to Amazing Mirror, I would at least say that the sound quality is better. I like Amazing Mirror's music a lot, but hearing DS quality is kind of too nice to pass up. music itself goes, I really appreciate that Squeak Squad borrowed tracks from Nightmare and Amazing Mirror, but actually remixed them, took them in a different direction. Some I like a little less, like Radish Ruins from Amazing Mirror. Some I like more, including Butter Building from Nightmare. And some sound practically indistinguishable without really good headphones. I'm looking at you, Green Greens. But there's a good variety to these remixes, and even ignoring stuff that was taken from games other than those two, I appreciate the effort that was put into the music. Squeak Squad often gets called a lazy game, and while I don't fully disagree with that statement, I wouldn't say that about the music. The original compositions are also very good. I don't think it's too unpopular of an opinion to say that my favorite track in the entire game is the Squeak Squad theme, playing during the Squeak Squad chases at the end of most levels. The opening notes alone feel so iconic to Kirby as a franchise, despite how little involvement the Squeaks have in the few games that they're in. It's far and away the most recognizable thing about this game, at least, and for good reason. It's high energy and fast, much like the chases themselves. These are a highlight of the game for me as it is, and by process of association, I told you we'd be talking about this a lot, this makes the Squeak Squad theme even better. In the late game especially, catching up to these sneaky mice can get really tense, which this also reflects. It's not just a race for treasure, it's keeping you on your toes and encourages you not to mess up. This, of course, makes it more likely that you're gonna mess up, but that's what makes it fun, right? There are a good chunk of highlights in this soundtrack, even if none of them can compare to the Squeak Squad theme. The boss themes are both great, one that plays for Squeak Squad fights, Shock and Droach basically, although I definitely prefer the not Squeak version in this case. It just goes in, and it never lets up. Nice about Squeak Squad's soundtrack is that I remember the areas that the music plays in, which inherently makes the game itself more memorable to me. That eerie volcano music, for example, I'll remember not only for how bizarrely out of place it is, but for the track itself being very good. I'm not sure how much of this is DS bias or DS sound font bias or whatever DS bias, but my point is, I like it a lot. If I had to narrow down some issues with the music, I think the big one is that, aside from the Squeak Squad theme, nothing here really strikes me as iconic. Never forget it. Kirby. The soundtrack is good, yeah, but nearly all of the Kirby soundtracks are good. Nothing here really jumps out at me, and even though I can properly associate levels and music, which, trust me, really nice, it's not the kind of soundtrack I can easily talk about. I mean, yeah, it's upbeat, there's some randomly spooky stuff thrown in there, appropriate, it all fits the setting, all good stuff, but these come off more as keywords that corporations use to sound smart. I'm fired, aren't I?
Oh, yes.
Not so much someone gushing over a Kirby soundtrack that they really like. Because of this, it isn't a soundtrack that I come back to very often. It has nothing to do with corporations, it's just that when I think about it or talk about it or listen to it, I don't know, I can't have much to talk about it. Someone gushing over a Kirby soundtrack that they really like. It has nothing to do with corporations.
Hey, I'm Light Meta S, and I've chosen to talk about some of my favorite tracks from Kirby Squeak Squad. This is a pretty overlooked OST, and that's probably because a lot of the tracks are recycled from Nightmare in Dreamland and Amazing Mirror. It's a shame because the original themes on the soundtrack are probably some of the strongest between the three games. One of my favorite moments is the second half of Cushy Cloud. The opening of this track starts with a catchy verse and a pretty repetitious lead. The melody itself is really simple, but the chords lend it to a few different personalities before it graduates into the second half, which has a really gorgeous descending chord progression and a really nostalgic 16-bit style lead. A lot of the most powerful stage themes in the Kirby series are memorable because they're used frequently and they have a pretty timeless melody. This track, along with a few others from Squeak Squad, does not have the advantage of all that exposure. Instead, it's just a brilliant song, and it's found its way into my head ever since the release. Everyone already knows that the final boss of Kirby Squeak Squad was really disappointing, especially considering the preceding DeRoach battle, but the final themes themselves are actually really solid. In my opinion, what ultimately drives the power of the final battle theme is the intro that plays on the stage right before the showdown. It's haunting, incredibly melodic, and the percussion is brilliant. One thing that's worth noting is that both of these themes make a really strong use of fading instruments in that they gradually increase to audible volumes, and it adds sort of like a creeping feeling, and that's definitely more noticeable with headphones. Due to the limitations of the samples, each of the composers had to focus primarily on the melodies themselves rather than the production quality. So the minor details like that really make or break an OST like this. I would encourage you to rediscover some of the more primitive Kirby soundtracks with headphones and see if you can appreciate all the separate instrument tracks in any given song. There's a lot of attention to detail, and that's just one of the many things that makes the Kirby series such a powerful force in the music department.
Although, again, that Squeak Squad theme does some heavy, heavy carrying. It's so good. That said, I'm sorry the video today has to be on the much shorter side compared to how long they've been, but again, it's kind of hard to come up with stuff to say for a soundtrack like this. I'll have more to say for the other DS Kirbys as well as Amazing Mirror, but for Squeak Squad, it gets the I really like it. I thought this was a Squeak Squad track, but no, it's actually an Amazing Mirror. Oh, and by the way, Squeak Squad theme based, stamp of approval. Or, disapproval. No, approval is a good selection of tunes to groove to on any given day. I've got a lot more grooving to do for this Kirby soundtrack ranking though, so I'm gonna get back to doing that. For now, I have been Claire, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Hi, hello everyone, Klaire Fluffle here, and today we have a big one. The game itself is far from what I'd call big, but the soundtrack, holy moly, have you seen the official CD release? It's 6 CDs! If physical media was still a thing people cared about, these would be everywhere. It'd be a Kirby Star Allies soundtrack CD apocalypse! Anyway, we're talking about the music for Kirby Star Allies today, a ranking that I have no idea if people are going to think is too high or too low. Let me know how wrong this placement is in the comments, I guess. Although if you want to tell me I'm right, I wouldn't object to that. I guess you can also ring that notification bell after subscribing and hit the like button if you want to do that too. Let that be a gauge for how many people like the soundtrack, why not? And if you're feeling extra generous, you can check out my Patreon in the description. You get early access to videos such as this, as well as every video for the Kirby soundtrack ranking, and you get to be called a Puptrin. Super big thanks to my head-patting full-level fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and remember Miss K says, Oogada Boogada. I love you guys. So, here we are. Oh, wait, wrong game. Kirby Star Allies, a behemoth of a soundtrack. Now, if you've been watching previous ranking videos, I recommend that you do. Of course, you may see this coming, but when I am looking at these soundtracks, I am exclusively looking for original tracks. I don't mean to knock remixes, I count them just fine, but if Magical Video Game A has music directly ripped from Wowza It's Game B, I'm not counting Game B's music for Game A. Star Allies. Alright, look, a ton of this soundtrack falls into that category, so some may disagree with this choice, but I'm sticking to it, dang it. No, I am excluding such intensely good classics as Red Canyon from Dreamland 2. Okay, I actually kind of like that one, but still. Alright, enough distractions. Let's talk about the music of Star Allies. Like the rest of the game, as I alluded to earlier, a lot of people really like this one. And a lot of people really don't. As you can probably tell, I fall somewhere almost in the middle. I really like parts of it, I am lukewarm on other parts, and others I really don't like. The sheer amount of music in this game definitely elevates it for me, but it's still not one of my favorites. Of course, if you couldn't tell, I think the bar for Kirby music is crazy high, so I still walk away from the soundtrack really liking it. I'm just more mixed on it than all of the others. And by all, I actually do mean all. Star Allies is a soundtrack of high highs and low lows. Similar to the game itself, a lot of the highs come from the free updates, but even at launch, there are some really good standouts here. Chop Champs, Popstars World Map, Friendly Field, Macho of Dedede, the Mennonite Fight, whatever that's called, the final boss theme variation, with the third happening to be my favorite of that bunch. There's a lot here that's great. If I had to pick a single favorite from these, I'd probably have to go with Friendly Field. It's just such a jovial and fun track. There actually is a track from the base game that I like even more than Friendly Field, but I'll get to that one a little later. It'll be a hoot and a toot, trust me. Point is, the base game had some solid stuff. This being Star Allies though, the few post-game tracks are where things get exciting. I don't think I like any of them more than Friendly Field, but things like the Guest Star Allies title screen and the Ultimate Choice title screen are really good. Guess I just like title screen music, I don't know. On the whole, though, the base game left a lot to be desired in terms of music. I vividly remember on my first playthrough, when I finished the first level, my only thoughts were about how forgettable the music was. I had to play the level again just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. There is a good chance that I was, but let me tell you, it was unrelated to the music. Very forgettable, and things didn't get much better from there. So much of this soundtrack feels generic, which is a shame because when the music is good, it's really good. Every level having its own theme is also very nice, but only about a third of them, I guess, I don't know, stick. A track like Sacred Square should be super fun, what with the whistling and the banjo and those yeehaw vibes, burgers and stuff, but it just feels very... there. It isn't fast or fun, but it isn't boring or slow either, it just exists, kinda. Any of the music in Jambastia I can tell you nothing about, which is especially frustrating. I listened to the soundtrack for this video and I still seriously can't tell you anything. It's so forgetful. I guess the Mage Sister boss fight music is pretty good, although Zan's is actually really good. I love the build-up, especially into that fast and frantic boss music right after. It hits real good. Unfortunately, the bulk of the soundtrack is like this. Either not bad, but forgettable, or generic and uninspired. While the first level music is absolutely the worst offender of being bland, I really struggle to see the good tracks as the exception, rather than the rule. There isn't much in terms of bad music per se, but memorability is not something the soundtrack really has for me. And it's a shame, because for the first year or so, I really liked the music in the base game. Maybe I was just focusing on that really good stuff, which mind you is really good, but stuff like this early game cave music, or the textbook ice level, or this late game remix of Green Greens that they love playing as a kind of motif for the villains of this game, Oh my god, it gets so old so fast. I don't care. I guess I appreciate the tone being different, but like Canvas Curse's World of Drawsia or something. That was great. World of Drawsia, this ain't. Then the updates started rolling out and things got better. Not right away, we only got one remix per Dream Friend at first, but once Wave 2 and especially 3 came out, things jumped up dramatically. We started getting more remixes in the actual guest star mode, like the really cute pop star level select remix from Kirby 64. Or the Squeak Squad remix that plays during DeRoach's fight against the final boss. This also doubles as really funny, since every other Dream Friend has the final boss track included in their remix at some point. Just not DeRoach, because who cares about Dark Mind, right? Not me, by the way. Disassociate me and Dark Mind, please. Anyway, as far as Wave 2 went, I have no complaints. There's nothing here that I love, but I liked everything. Then Wave 3 came out and things, changed. Suddenly, we got a bunch of new tracks, new Dream Friend stuff, especially as everyone got a new painting instead of just getting one or two. I particularly adore Shape of a Heart, the somber remix of the title screen of Return to Dreamland. Anyway, we also got a brand new mode, Heroes in Another Dimension, which doesn't have music that I generally love. It has fantastic remix of the boss fight music. Take the very boring and uninteresting and original, and replace it with this hard rock, crazy intense headbanger, and you get nothing but praise from this puppy. The credits music at the end is also wonderful. It always puts a smile on my face, but I'll keep that one unspoiled just in case. It's nothing mind-blowing, but Star Allies is still new enough, so I'll keep that a secret. On that note, the nearly 6-minute long track that plays even later in the update, that messes with my mind. It's so good. But would you believe me if I said that my favorites actually come from the base game? My two favorites specifically, and they both come from this weirdo. His name is Highness, see, and while he may look intimidating, he's actually... Okay, I can't avoid spoilers at this point, so this is your final warning. Timestamps on the screen to skip ahead if you're concerned. Anyway, Highness is a total nutcase gone completely mad in becoming a cultist. Hashtag relatable, anybody? But you wouldn't be able to tell that going by his cloaked appearance. Even after having a breakdown, he's still as mysterious as he ever was, which leads us into this eerie and unsettling Phase 1 music. It's effective. The fight itself is very slow-paced, Highness himself isn't very threatening, it all just happens. You just know something much worse is on the way, and all you can do is keep pressing on. Of course, you beat him, and as he hits his last sliver of health, you probably know what happens already, but I'll play it out for dramatic effect. Since the very beginning, this has been my favorite theme in the entire game, and while I don't say this often, it's never going to change. That build-up and suspense, the intensity of the fight itself, and of course, you can hear this, right? You can hear how much of an absolute insane bop this is. Hold on, just in case, I'm gonna turn it up for you. It's so good, and one of my go-to examples of why the power of association is so important for video game soundtracks. Stuff like this is why Star Allies isn't ranked lower on this list. Depending on my mood, sure, I may think Star Allies' soundtrack is more comparable to where I'd put something like Drum Dash Deluxe, maybe even Fighters Deluxe, but you're only going to get stuff like this from a game with a soundtrack like this, and I live for it. One last thing before we get to final thoughts. While plenty of composers had made music for Kirby games prior to this, the main series games are mostly handled exclusively by Hirokazu Ando and Jun Ishikawa. Both excellent, the latter especially, but Star Allies marked a pretty big turning point as they brought on board a new composer, Yuta Ogasawara. Bringing new blood into the series was a great call, and his tracks are, generally speaking, very good. I mentioned Chop Champs and the Ultimate Choice's title screen music earlier, for example, and he did them both. He also did the Kirby Dance arrange in this game, which is one of the best in the whole series, Don't At Me. It's so fun! That said, I'm mostly bringing him up since, well, it's exciting, new composer, but also because they kept him on board. Basically, I'm building up excitement for Forgotten Land. His tracks in Forgotten Land... Okay, so funny story. I bought all of this up, and the guest that I invited on to talk for this episode brings up many of the same points, still in their own unique way. I just thought it was really funny. Anyway, if you want to hear somebody bard on about the soundtrack, Ometer.
Hey there, Bardometer here to talk about the soundtrack of Kirby Star Allies. Now, the first thing I'd really like to bring up about the Kirby Star Allies soundtrack is that it makes a lot of use of the fact that it's a big anniversary celebration of Kirby. And it does that by rearranging a lot of old Kirby music, but it also does that by just straight up reusing old Kirby music. And to be honest, that's actually my biggest problem with the soundtrack, is just that there's not really as much new stuff as other Kirby games would get. When there is new stuff, it really, really shines and stands out. The greatest example I can think of is Void Termina's final boss theme, the Star Conquering Traveler. It's not my favorite final boss theme, probably not even my favorite track in Star Allies, but it is probably the single most impressive piece that has ever come out of the entire Kirby soundtrack. It has to be split into 4 distinct tracks. It's so immense and grandiose. It truly is the perfect score for Kirby's ultimate challenge. Now, something else that I do really, really like about the original music is actually one of the new composers that they had, Yuta Ogasawara. And an anniversary title is just such a strange place to introduce a new composer. Adding a new composer was definitely something I was not expecting at all, especially because I think a lot of Kirby fans had gotten really used to Hirokazu Ando and Jun Ishikawa doing the soundtrack in their very distinct styles, so it's neat to add a third new one to that mix. In Star Allies already, he made some of the best original tracks, like Wind Blowing on Earthfall, Heroes in Another Dimension, Another World to Win, and of course, Let Them Know We're Happy. And I love that the composers clearly saw how much of a vision he had for the Kirby series, and they gave him way more room to breathe and mess around in Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And as much as I'd love to talk about the incredible new original stuff that he made for Forgotten Land, I think that's someone else's job.
So overall, Star Allies music is really hard to gauge. I do really like it, and when talking about the highlights, it's so easy to get lost in the excitement, but there really is just too much here that's uninteresting. I'd say I can vividly remember about a third of the soundtrack, and the rest ranges from good enough to really boring. It's too inconsistent for me, which is why it ranks so low. I'd never say it has bad music, and stuff like the highness fights and the huge scope of this soundtrack really shows that there is a lot of effort and care put into it, but still far from my favorite. Solid music overall, just not the sum of its parts. Oh, by the way, I've been Klaire Fluffle. Thank you so much for watching, and let me know what game you think is going to be next for the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, back with another Ballin' Kirby Month soundtrack ranking. And that's all I've got. I don't know how to fit a block or a Kirby pun into this intro at all, so like the video and ring that notification bell after subscribing, please. Let me know your thoughts on the soundtrack and future predictions in the comments. Check out my Patreon in the description for cool and nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all future videos, including the soundtrack ranking for Kirby. Super duper shoutouts to my head patting Fluffle fans, Biohazard, Furiel, and Miss K says. Thank you guys, I love you. But yeah, I know I normally have some big grand opening to these, and I don't really have anything in mind, so join my 24-hour subathon on my birthday, August 12th on my Twitch channel? I don't know. Okay, but what I do know is that the music of Kirby's Block Ball is so much better than it has any right to be. If we exclude the Game Boy Color, we've already covered the Kirby Game Boy spin-offs, and my impressions for all of them are that they range from okay to kinda good. But Block Ball? This game's got great music, and it doesn't waste any time holding back. It's wonderful stuff. This title screen theme? Like, why is it so good? And then the file theme select and the world map music. Why are they so good? But the greatness doesn't stop there, as every single world has its own theme that plays throughout, and they're all super different with great variety and vibes for each. Stage 5 easily is the most popular, mostly since it got remixed in Dream Buffet, but even in this original game, it's an absolute banger. I love the beginning. Build-up usually isn't this exciting, but this one is, ultimately exploding into a fantastic main melody. Again, why is this in a Game Boy Kirby spin-off? I have no idea, but I'm not gonna complain. The game doesn't lay off the goods for the other stages either. If anything, I have to give Block Ball insane credit for mastering the build-up to its main melodies. Stage 2, for example, begins really fast, frantic, and fun before transitioning into that main melody, while that insane intro stays quietly playing in the background. You can hear it until the climax, and when that triumphant ending starts, it's like music to your ears. Well, it's literally music to your ears, but shush, it's really good, okay? Stage 3 probably has my favorite intro of any track. I can't quite explain why, but while the others are very high energy, this one's regular high energy just makes me really happy. Every time I hear it, I just get a big smile on my face. It's so good. There's also Stage 6, where the intro is the main melody, although I mostly want to talk about how great that ending is, because, man, listen to this. Da-na, da-na, da-da, da-na. Oh geez, the music in this game's so catchy. Da-da. But my favorite will always, always, always be Stage 1. Such an upbeat, uplifting track that just makes me feel all giddy inside. Kirby music is so much more than just this, I'm aware, but the ones that are like this are still the core of what makes this series so approachable and fun. I know, again, this is just a random track that plays in the background of a random Game Boy Kirby spinoff, but it encompasses so much of what I love about this series. I don't even like Block Ball all that much, but I listen to this one all the time. It's so good. like I don't get a chance to hear the full thing because even though it's only stage 1, it's Block Ball we're talking about here, so there's a good chance things are gonna take a while. Yeah, if I've gotta get an obvious negative out of the way, the power of association is strong. Block Ball's a fine game. Easily one of my least favorite Kirby games, though. While I adore the soundtrack, I can't tell you anything about the stages that they play in. I remember the abilities, I guess, but that's got nothing to do with the music. For an example of how important I find association, I highly recommend checking out my video from yesterday about Star Allies, or tomorrow's video on Kirby. Whoops, almost spoiled you on that one. Nuh-uh. But aside from the boss music, which for the record rules, I've got nothing. It's for that reason that I kind of wish the soundtrack wasn't given to a random Game Boy spin-off, but if it can rank this high without any association at all, I'd say that's pretty good. My other big issue with the soundtrack, though, is that it's definitely front-loaded. Stages 1 through 6, they're all bangers. Some I like more than others, but they all rule. Enough. Once you hit stage 7, though, it's fine. Nice upbeat track, I guess. It's cute. Nothing to write home about, at least for me. Stage 8 is fine, it's a bit too simple. Stage 9 is a fun one, and is admittedly a definite highlight. Stage 10, I could really care less about, and the hidden stage 11 is fine. I don't know. Look, if you disagree, cool. I'm still bad at talking about things I don't like. Point is, the early soundtrack, fantastic. Mid to late game ranges from great to alright. Most of the extra tracks, like for the bonus game selection, are kind of whatever for me too, although the actual bonus game music, probably my second favorite in the whole game. Could maybe even be my favorite if the intense part kicked in sooner. Seriously, listen to this. Bonus game music shouldn't tense me up like this. It's awesome. Said, we're definitely at a point where the music is getting genuinely great. Block Ball, at its best, is a soundtrack I really want to love, and I'm already a huge fan of it. It just doesn't stick the landing, so to speak, as well as I would have hoped it would. But it's still great. The highlights are way too good to ignore, and as I've said numerous times already, Kirby music, for me anyway, is a very high bar you gotta cross. We're not at the top half yet, and I'd already consider this one of my favorite soundtracks to come from the Game Boy. The game itself could be a lot better, yeah, but what can you do? That said, I've got more videos to work on, so I've been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Bye! Wait, hold on. No, nope, we're not done. I love this credits music. It is so fun all around. Definitely satisfying to hear after beating Day-to-Day, but at the same time, it's just so cute. This is a soundtrack I'd hardly describe as cute, but the few tracks that are stick out so much, and I love them so. And just in case you're thinking, Klaire, these credits totally weren't made for you. I agree, I was only like a year or two when this game came out, but they included a brief medley from stage 1, and it's so cute, and I love it so much. Listen to it. Okay, I think we're done now. No more fake outs. I've got too many soundtracks to torture myself with ranking over. So, I'm still Klaire Fluffle. Thank you again, and... Hello, everybody! Klaire Fluffle here, and... Oh, don't worry, I won't be doing that audio for long. But it's Tilt and Tumble! Oh my goodness! I've gone on and on in the past about how big of a fan I am of Tilt and Tumble, but I never really talked about the music. If this is your first Kirby soundtrack ranking video, you may think that I don't like it that much since it isn't even close to being in the top half, but you'd be mistaken. Also, please watch the other ranking videos before this one. Maybe like the video and ring the notification bell after subscribing too. If you really like these videos, you can get them 2 days early, as well as all my other future videos on my Patreon. Maybe even get thanked like my head-patting Fluffle fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Dips Fiora, and remember, Miss K says go Pokeball. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Tilt and Tumble is a very interesting game to look at in many different ways. It's the only Game Boy Color Kirby. It has those gyro controls. Kirby goes when dying. Just fascinating stuff. That first point is very relevant to what we're talking about though, since it impacts the music. I'm not the biggest fan of 8-bit music, but somehow, someway, the Game Boy Color really does it for me. I wish there were more Game Boy Color games so I could appreciate more of the music. My personal favorite soundtrack on the GBC goes to Pokemon Crystal. There's nothing wrong with Gold or Silver, I just want to pick one game, work with me here, but Tilt and Tumble really isn't very far behind. And if you've been watching these videos, you can start putting pieces together, I'm sure, but the delight is in the details. This soundtrack is just so much fun. Minus the cave levels, which go for something a bit more somber, this is a soundtrack full of energy. Something that I find interesting, though, is the way the music uses that energy. Typically, Kirby music goes all out. Think something along the lines of Big Forest from Dreamland 2, the Floral Fields from Triple Deluxe. They don't really build. They keep a steady flow of energy throughout, which is great for, being background music. And not to diss those games, they both have great soundtracks, but I also very much like when the energy builds up. Think something along the lines of Running Through the New World in Forgotten Land, or, well, a lot of the tracks in Tilt and Tumble. The opening level is a great example of this. Starts out very slow, but still upbeat. Sounds like Kirby, all is right in the world. A little while in though, things start to speed up, and it leads into this addictively catchy ending that loops perfectly back to the start. The soundtrack is loaded with this. Start simple, get you accustomed to what you're playing, escalate, loop and labor the point. Or rinse repeat if you're normal. Point is, it does this a lot, and I love it. It does the reverse sometimes to a fun effect too, like with the opening, which... oh, it's so cute, I love that opening. A soundtrack that builds and builds even something random like the minigame explanation of all things though, has to at least be somewhat fun, right? Winds up standing out like a sore thumb because of that, but I don't know, I kind of like it. This high energy soundtrack that works to excite you and give you a good time calms down a bit during the slower sections of the game. It fits in the effect of, whoa, listen to this crazy, cute, and high energy music! When you exit a cave, hits even harder because of that. Good stuff. Was a major exception to what I've been talking about though, it'd be the tracks that were carried over from Dreamland. And see, I can actually talk about these because these were actually remixed. Tilt and Tumble specifically is a big factor in why I don't talk about the music that wasn't remixed at all. There's a little bit of extra effort goes such a long way, especially in a game with music as high energy as Tilt and Tumble, borrowing tracks from a game with music as, I don't know, low-key as Dreamland. I don't know actual music terms, but low-key sounds like one, so if it is, don't get this stuff confused, okay? Anyways, Bubbly Clouds is a fantastic example of what I mean here. This dreamy track from the original, slow-paced and soothing to lull you into a feeling of calm as you journey through poofy clouds in the sky, made super different and injected with the addicting drug we call speed! tracks like the boss theme and Green Greens get this treatment too. And you can certainly hear it. It's not the craziest Green Greens ever, but certainly higher energy than Dreamland's. But Bubbly Clouds got it the most, in my opinion, and it got it the best. What's really neat about Tilt and Tumble, though, is specifically when the soundtrack isn't high energy, or at least not as high energy. I talked about the cave music already, which is great, but to complement the tracks are the oddly comforting ones. If you play Dream Buffet, then this one should sound familiar to you, but the air balloon music... listening to it, I feel like I'm melting into my seat. It's so comforting, like, I can just wash away everything around me. It does play for the first time above an ocean, so I guess that part technically makes sense, but still, very calming, while still being the upbeat Kirby music we all know and love. Honestly, while it's slower than most other Tilt and Tumble tracks, for something so soothing, it is very fast. That's unique, and I like it a lot. But what if there was a track that combined everything I talked about into a nice and neat little bow? Fast-paced and fun, while having a calming edge to it that helps separate it from the rest of the soundtrack, building to something at the end. It exists, and while it's going to sound anticlimactic, since Tilt and Tumble tracks don't actually have names from what I could find, it's the water stage. There's something indescribable about the way this one makes me feel, but I'll try to talk about it. That's why you're here, right? Well, it makes me feel good, I can say that much, but I think it's that slow start. Still having that distinct Tilt and Tumble feeling to it, transitioning into a slightly more energetic melody that's equally calming. It's not the fastest, it's not the calmest, but it strikes such a perfect balance and never fails to lighten my mood. I was listening to the rest of the soundtrack for the script, and when it got to this track specifically, I already knew this was going to be my favorite one. Hearing it again was bliss. Unfortunately, this is the part where I need to talk about what I don't like about Tilt and Tumble music, and while ending on calming tracks isn't what I'd call an easy segue into Gamer Rage mode, if you've been listening to the music as it plays in the background, you probably have a good idea already of what my major issue is. The tracks in Tilt and Tumble, on average, don't go past the half-minute mark. They're so short. This makes things get repetitive really, really fast. The soundtrack has solid variety, and there's a decent amount of tracks, but Block Ball, this ain't. You get about half a dozen unique tracks for stages, power-ups, and boss fight music, nifty minigame tracks, and that's about it. Repetition sets in really quick here, and while it doesn't bother me when playing the game, it doesn't give the soundtrack much staying power outside of the game itself. It also suffers from, say it with me now everyone, a lack of strong association. I love Tilt and Tumble, but it isn't for any particular moments in the game. I just love moving around and actually engaging with it. If you were to ask me what my favorite moments are, I really don't know what I'd tell you outside of funky speedrun strats and stuff. It's not a game that has many individual moments, and because of that, the soundtrack suffers just enough. I know it sounds weird when I say it like that, but if you're this far in to the series, you've either heard this ramble before, or you like the video enough to watch the others where I explain it in more detail about what the heck I'm talking about. Please watch those other videos I beg of you, please, please, please. Tilt and Tumble is also a lot like Block Ball, where the music itself is really, really good, but has one big flaw and a lack of good association holding it back. I give the edge to Tilt and Tumble because, well, I mean, I like the soundtrack more, who'd have thought I ranked it higher, but it sounds so disingenuous because we're only 10 days into the month. This is a great selection of tunes, and I listen to them regularly, despite my issues. This is another thing that I'll say a million times if I have to, but Kirby music, at least for me, sets a really high bar. I like the other soundtracks more, but I still love the Tilt and Tumble music. Speaking of the other soundtracks, though, you know what time it is. I've got work to do. So, until I see you all again, I have been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hi everyone, Klaire Fluffle here, and look, I'm not talking about burgers, okay? I'm not talking about burgers, okay? I promise I won't group a couple of Kirby games together for the rest of the month again. That said, I paired these two together for good reason. If you think you know, let your predictions be heard in the comments. Also, please like and ring the notification bell after subscribing. Both really help me out. You can also check out my Patreon in the description for early access to all of the Kirby soundtrack ranking videos, as well as all future videos. Super thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Fiorial, and remember, Miss K says oogada boogada. I love you guys! But do I love them more than the soundtrack to these two Kirby games? Yes, I do, but hey, at least on paper, that was a funny sounding question, alright? In every regard, Blowout Blast and Dreamland have a lot in common. The way I see it, both are firsts of their kind. Kirby's Dreamland is the first 2D Kirby, and Blowout Blast is the first 3D Kirby. There are obviously faults in the latter point, games like Air Ride came out prior, but for a proper Kirby 3D platformer that played and felt like a Kirby game, Blowout Blast was the first. And the devs certainly knew this and tried to model the Blowout Blast experience as closely to Dreamland as they could. In particular, the music is carbon copied from Game A to Game B. Of course, all of these tracks are remixed, so Blowout Blast has a style of its own and all that jazz, even having an original track here and there. But by and large, these two games set out to do the same thing with the same soundtrack. So I lumped them together too, since I feel largely the same way about both. This is probably the smallest gap between any game on this entire list, except the top 5 or so. That being said, I'll get this point out of the way early. I definitely prefer the music to Dreamland over Blowout Blast. I think both soundtracks rule, and Blowout Blast definitely has advancements in gaming composition going for it. Wow, look at those big words. Dreamland's music, start to finish, is iconic. I wasn't even alive when Dreamland came out, so I wasn't around for Kirby's humble beginnings, but I always find myself floored by how much Dreamland, a game so simple, managed to pull off in every regard. This definitely applies to the music as well. Adventure amped up the energy of the music for sure, which every game since followed, but the music for Dreamland feels so relaxing, so mellow. It still has that upbeat energy, but listen to the beginning of Green Greens, for example, and experience how humble it sounds compared to everything that came after. Blowout Blast's credit, and this is why these two are so close together, what it lacks in originality is completely made up for in style. All of these remixes are fantastic, even if we were robbed of an original Green Greens one. I love the return version dearly, but I wanted a new version, darn it. But going from the Float Island in Dreamland 1, which is very good, to Blowout Blast's version, which actually uses instruments that you would associate with the beach and the ocean, it's just something that Dreamland could never do as an 8-bit game. Blowout Blast over here. That's the good stuff. Oh, stop with the burgers, please! While the soundtrack is, for the most part, more standard in terms of its energy and vibes, that doesn't make it any less good. And while it's not as effective as the Dream Collection, using the original credits unremixed as, well, the credits was a great call. I thought it was a cute touch. So is it as simple as one is iconic, one has style? That old innovation versus quality argument? That's a big part of it, but I don't think that entirely covers it. In fact, if that was the case, I'd be picking Blowout Blast in a heartbeat. I think innovation is important, but I love me some actual good quality even more. No, what gives Dreamland the slight edge for me is something that I kind of already talked about. Compared to everything that's come after, it just feels so humble. And by humble, I mean everything seems so much calmer and simpler. Even compared to Pinball Land, the very next Game Boy Kirby game, I'm ignoring the tracks that were left unchanged anyway, it's night and day. Castle Lololo, which is probably the most intense of the regular level themes, still feels so much simpler compared to what came in the future games. a game like Dreamland that's so simple, I love this. I played a bit of Green Greens earlier, and I think that proves my point perfectly. But my favorite track is actually Bubbly Clouds for this exact reason. This is a piece that actually has kept a more serene tone to it as the series went on, but that's less on the actual composition and more on the style, the instruments, the pacing. This is an 8-bit track that feels soothing, like you're taking a cozy stroll through the clouds, and it's really impressive, even after 30 years, that such basic technology was able to pull that off. I also love the credits music, but I've talked about this credit music like 20 times already throughout the month, or we can move on. Again though, in Blow Up Blast's defense, it does something similar. This is a far more puzzle-solving, action-based game than a simple platformer like Dreamland, and the music accommodates for that. Things like the boss fight track keep the same intense style, while something more thinky like the regular level music fits that vibe too. I mentioned Float Islands already, but something like Bubbly Clouds is slower to complement the slower pace of the levels, while something like Castle Lololo focuses in more on the action side. A multi-layered soundtrack because of this, and while it may not scratch that first game itch that Dreamland does, it certainly scratches other spots. Speaking of that classic Dreamland itch though, a Day-to-Day's theme in this game is the first remix in ages to use a higher key, like in Dreamland, as well as not have the Superstar extension. It's very noticeable and appreciated. There's even a version that does have that Superstar extension at the end, which is really cool. Blow Up Blast also goes a bit further and has some tracks that aren't from Dreamland, giving it a slight edge over that game. The mini boss rush from Kirby's Adventure was remixed for the combat clashes at the end of every level, and it's a real fun remix, me likey. The real juicy bits though come from the secret area, easily the hardest in the entire game, and the furthest deviation from the original Dreamland in terms of music. If you couldn't tell, this is when they added the Superstar bit to Day-to-Day's theme for that version of the fight. Before he goes giant at least, the music changes entirely after that. Given that the secret area is the one thing that Blow Up Blast does differently from Dreamland, I'm glad they went with an entirely different route with the music. It helps that all of these new tracks are really good too. Still, despite everything that Blow Up Blast does, I just can't help but prefer the music in Dreamland, even if the two are super close. If you've been around the channel long enough, you're probably surprised that I ranked Dreamland specifically as low as I did. And if you're not, you're probably thinking, wait, what, low? Is she serious? Look, for the unfamiliar, I am a staunch defender of KDL1. I've made so many videos on this game because I love it so much. And I love every aspect about it, including the music. It's just so effortless in its simplicity, you know? Another nice thing about including it with Blow Up Blast for this video is that it helped me get less rambly about KDL1 specifically. This video could seriously just be an hour long just talking about Dreamland's music. It's so good. I love it so much. My only real issue with it is quantity. For the kind of game that Dreamland is, I'm fine with that. You could say I like how small it is, mostly since I already said that silly, but compared to a lot of the other soundtracks, it can feel a little bit thin. I've said my issue with Blow Up Blast's music already too, but just to repeat, it effectively being nothing but remixes and unoriginal tracks, yeah, that's kind of a bummer. With remixes this good, I could really care less, but putting it next to the pioneer of Kirby music itself, yeah, some new stuff could have been nice. We're getting to the point where my problems with the soundtracks overall are pretty small, even though we nearly have 3 weeks of these videos to go. Trust me, these negatives are only gonna get shorter. But that's that. Both Dreamland and Blow Up Blast have been ranked. We're only 1 game away from the top half, technically 2, but work with me here, which will be very exciting. It could be one of the biggest games in the series, it could be a totally random one. We're not gonna know, you're just gonna have to keep watching to find out, right? Until then, this is your reminder that tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm hosting a 24-hour birthday stream on my Twitch channel, which is very exciting. So don't expect a video tomorrow, but the day after, oh yeah. Look, I don't like having to skip a day either, but I want to make sure the stream gets focused, I want to make sure the stream gets attention, and, you know, keeps the suspense up, all that good stuff. But for now, please tell me your thoughts on these two soundtracks and future predictions in the comments. I've been Klaire, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, and with my birthday over, it was seriously so much fun. Thanks again to everybody who stopped by that birthday stream. We are back to ranking the soundtracks, and we've got a great one today. One that, as I'm sure you've heard before, I honestly expected to place a lot higher. I've been looking at the placement for this one thinking, no way is it that low, and then seeing future soundtracks and thinking, man, this series was really hard. If you want to congratulate me on one of life's hardest trials, please consider giving this video a like and ringing that notification bell after subscribing, as those things really help me out. Also, maybe check out my Patreon for neat perks, including 2-day early access to all videos, including the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Special big thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, and remember, Miss K says 12354, I once ate a fish alive. I love you guys! Kirby Fighters 2 hasn't made the biggest waves in the community with its soundtrack. Frankly, I blame this entirely on the UI being so good, it overshadowed everything else. Seriously, look at how gorgeous these menus are. How do you do this? But for those who have played it, oh, you know. But Klaire, you may be wondering, and if you're not wondering, you sure are wondering now, how could the soundtrack be so good if it's just a sequel to Fighters Deluxe? For starters, this isn't just a sequel. While the basics are the same and accounted for, the scope of the game is so much larger. This can be seen with the inclusion of online, a new story mode, this UI, it's so good! And of course, the music. The Triple Deluxe sounding tracks from Deluxe are nice, and as you can logistically tell, I prefer Triple Deluxe's soundtrack to this one. Kirby Fighters 2 just goes ham. Oh, what a cute remix of Koo's theme in the original Kirby Fighters. That's so adorable. Oh, this is insane! Kirby Fighters Deluxe's music had more of a fighting game feel to it. Kirby Fighters 2's, wow, that's really awful to say, goes all out with that approach. The music for this game just gets you excited and ready to fight. Not only that though, but compared to every other Kirby game, it's super stylistic. The instruments used are like nothing you've heard in any Kirby game prior. I'm sure you can tell just by that sample of Springy Handland earlier, but even something with more traditional sounds like the character select tracks, yes, tracks, there are multiple depending on which game mode you pick, seriously, this game's nuts! Have a sound all their own. It helps the soundtrack stand out, which is always good. Association, all that. Of course, that wouldn't mean anything if the music wasn't good, and you can tell by the placement that I do think pretty highly of it. While it was short-lived, I did play competitive Kirby Fighters 2, and put some solid time into practicing. And practicing for the speedrun, what can I say, I'm predictable, and I got very familiar with the music for the tourney legal stages. As a Parasol main, I became very familiar with Factory Tour, a perfect stage for an offensive rush-down ability. The track itself is thankfully really good, because if it wasn't, I'd be in pretty big trouble. Outside of the tourney legal stages, the music just kills it when it comes to keeping the mood energetic yet intense for the undergoing fight. Waddle Dee train tracks, Gourmet Go-Go, Fountain of Dreams, even Green Gardens, one of the most boring tracks in Star Allies, gets a great arrangement here. It's not fantastic, but That's Star Allies' fault. Literally, not at all Kirby Fighters 2 is. I'd never imagined that Great Gardens could sound this height, but here we are. Wrong game again. Of the stages and menus, though, there isn't much to talk about, which is fine. That's all a fighting game really needs to be excellent, but there is a story mode that has good music. There are boss fights to be had in this, and those tracks, excellent. But the menus for the story mode are the one area I do find the soundtrack a little lacking in. And this may not fully be the soundtrack's fault, but the way the story mode is structured, you'll be hearing these a lot, and I don't think they're very catchy or addictive or fun enough to not be kind of annoying. Again, they're not bad, but is the opening of this track really something you'd want to hear at least like 10 times in the span of a half hour? Those boss battle tracks, though, bangers. The boss theme, which expertly melds the Kirby Fighters 2 with the Kirby 64 theme remix that keeps said game's sound font being the worst boss theme of the bunch, really says a lot for the quality. Shadow Kirby, despite being a carryover from Deluxe and little else, has two great boss themes, one being a remix of practically what's become Terrance's theme at this point, and an equally menacing theme that remixes multiple tracks from Amazing Mirror, including the super fun and jovial Forest Nature area. It's obviously far more sinister here, given Shadow Kirby's mysterious presence, but listen, all that matters is that it's a banger remix. The main two bosses of the game, Day-to-Day and Meta Knight, also have some great themes. Their second fight is strangely ominous, given who you're fighting, but since they're being taken over by the masks, I guess that makes sense. Day-to-Day and Meta Knight soul anybody? That said, far and away, my favorite track in the entire game is the one that plays during their first real boss fight. No Waddle the Imposters among us Susibaka. The actual fight with these two has an absolute delight of a track playing in the background. So intense, so energetic, and when the main melody kicks in towards the end, top-notch stuff. I want to see more of Day-to-Day and Meta Knight for every reason that you could imagine, and if the music isn't nearly this good, that's the reason on the top of the list. Taking the anthem of Kirby Fighters 2 and combining it with both Day-to-Day and Meta Knight themes while still sounding unique, holy moly, the soundtrack is fantastic. I kind of talked about my only real gripe with it. I guess if the unique sounds aren't for you, then there isn't as much to love here, but one, that's super subjective, and you're ignoring the tracks that don't have that style. So we'll go on the opposite end and talk about one of the, shall we say, sleeper hit elements of the soundtrack. Something great about it that nobody really seems to talk about. Yeah, the soundtrack is high intensity, and yeah, it rules, I love it so much! But the game isn't afraid to mellow down with some very gentle tracks. I'm not just talking low energy either, I specifically mean gentle. The options menu, for example, is a remix of the File Select and Forest Nature area from Amazing Mirror, and unlike Shadow Kirby, which made it intense, this is what you'd expect. Gentle, serene, therapeutic even. And while that's definitely the most extreme example, I'd hardly call it the only one. This is something that fighting games don't do enough, I think. And I get why, it's a fighting game, having addictive and catchy tunes playing throughout keeps you in that fighting mood, but the fighting doesn't last forever, you know? And I can think of fighters that cool it down, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Skullgirls, Guilty Gear, there's plenty. So few of them specifically go for soothing, though. It makes Kirby Fighters 2 an even more unique soundtrack. Not only compared to other Kirby games, but other fighting games as well. If we're talking other platform fighters, there's like, what, Brawl? Any other one of those have like calming soundtracks or anything? I can't think of any others. Compare this soundtrack to anything and it really comes off as incredibly unique while still, of course, being well put together. If I do have to voice one more complaint with it though, I hate having to only rank it at 21st. I feel like with how I'm praising it, we should be in like the top 10 already, but we're not even halfway done with the list. We're still 11 away from the top 10. And like I mentioned earlier, I've absolutely thought about ranking this one higher. That's like the last 10 that I've talked about or whatever. But I can't bring myself to because I'd have to rank other soundtracks lower. Assuming that I don't fall behind and all of the videos premiere and they should, I haven't gotten a single Kirby Month without an error, so I'd be very surprised if this was the first one. We still have 18 days to go and a lot of soundtracks, so if you needed any additional confirmation that this was brutal, there you go. Speaking of future videos though, they still need to get done, so I am off to work on them. Until I see you all again, hopefully tomorrow, I've been Claire, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Hi, hello everyone, Klaire Fluffle here, back with a super video for the Kirby soundtrack rankings. What makes it super, you may ask? If you want to find out, you gotta like the video, ring that notification bell after subscribing, and keep watching! Maybe even check out my Patreon in the description for some cool perks, including 2-day early access to all of videos, including the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Super shoutouts to my head-patting Fluffle fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, and remember, Miss K says the Galacterian Night is coming. Everyone run! I love you guys! Oh, the reason this video is super is, it's because we're, talking about Super Kirby Clash. That's literally it. The name of the game starts with Super. I was trying to be cheeky. I know it's very boring, but stick around, I promise. The soundtrack is far more interesting. If you're looking at the footage and thinking about how much this game reminds you of Kirby Clash Deluxe, then you'd be right. The two are very similar in virtually every way, except the soundtrack. Between this and Fighters 2, not to mention Dream Buffet, which we haven't gotten to yet, the Switch Kirby spin-offs really went all out with the soundtracks, and I love that. You don't need a big, major release to have great music, and given how low I ranked Star Allies, these are even better in some cases. But with the high praise that I gave to Fighters 2 yesterday, what is there to be said about Super Kirby Clash that makes it even better? What happened to make this soundtrack better than both of the previous games? For me, it's the high intensity of the battles. Just like Kirby Clash Deluxe, every fight in this game is a boss battle. Music for boss fights has the potential to be the best part of any given soundtrack, something we've seen multiple times throughout these rankings, and one of the things that disappointed me with Kirby Clash Deluxe was that the soundtrack didn't feel grand enough to complement that. It felt like it leaned more into the traditional fantasy end of things for the most part, rather than the boss fight music end. Super Kirby Clash, while not ignoring its medieval roots, goes in hard on the boss music side and delivers one heck of a crazy soundtrack. Even before you fight a boss and you're just selecting what battle you want to do, and the other Kirby Clashes, just kind of like regular menu music, whatever, very standard 2010s Kirby. But put it into Super Kirby Clash, and what do you get? Then you get started with the actual boss battles, and these tracks, they're an absolute delight. The soundtrack has a reputation for being very remix heavy, and it is, but to ignore the original tracks is doing the game a disservice. I know we just had a sample on, but listen to the third quest battle track and tell me this doesn't belong as a late game boss epic or something. It's nuts! The game fully embraces the fact that it's mostly boss battles, and I can't love it enough for doing so. I can't even say there's less variety here than in Fighters 2. That game wins in terms of excitement levels, but the fact that this is a medieval game that has techno instruments in some of its tracks because, man, these tracks are super exciting, says enough. Parallel Nightmare was pushed pretty heavily in the advertising, and that track's a pretty good example of what I'm talking about here. Another neat thing about Super Kirby Clash is the entirely different style it goes for with the party quests. One of the best things about Super Kirby Clash in general is that it's a free-to-play game with 2 stamina bars. People don't talk about that enough. It heavily alleviates the need for real money. But when you're actually doing party quests, the music has a different feel to it. To me, it feels much more triumphant and hopeful than intense and cool. I quite like it, especially with the second variation. If the track I played earlier was perfect for a late game boss, this is great for the second phase, where your party members come together and defeat the true power of evil with the real super power of teamwork. Or something. But, fine, you got me. I wanted to give the original tracks as much praise as I could, even though I let a remix slide in there. But we have to talk about the remixes. These are so good, and easily stand out as some of the best remixes in the series. Remixes like this are why I don't count straight ports of tracks for these. Not only is it disingenuous, the remixes can be really, really good also. Like these. The arena music from Return to Dreamland, for example, just had a few simple tweaks made, nothing big, but BAM! Glow up. The Sphere Doomer music, which was already fast and exciting, remix it to sound more mysterious, add some spice to keep things exciting. BAM! Glow up. To give a not Return to Dreamland example, remember a few days ago when we covered Blowout Blast, and I talked about how cool the final boss track was? It was the same track that Dexys was hyping up a few days back. Go check out that video, and also go check out Dexys. Well, not only is it a regular track here, but it goes in even harder! All right, that was a couple of samples, enough samples in a short time. We gotta calm down. Deep breaths. But how can I calm down? This music is so exciting! There we go. Despite everything I've just said, my favorite tracks, generally speaking, in the entire selection are the main hub tracks, fittingly named New Happy Town. The first variation is my absolute favorite. It just feels the coziest to me, but all 4 of these are wonderful. I've used the term therapeutic a couple of times in the soundtrack series already, and while I don't know if this one fits, it's very therapeutic for me, at least the first one. It's definitely helped calm me down during some panic and anxiety attacks in the past. Until I remember this music plays while you look at Green Magalore. You owe me so much money, you didn't capital! The second does a great job of keeping the vibes of the first while adding energy and flair to signify that your efforts are bearing fruit. Get it? Fruit, bearing fruit like gem apples, because apples are fruit gem apples. I'm gonna cry. The third one is a huge step up in terms of energy, and while it's my least favorite of the bunch, I still like it a lot. The fourth is super energetic and upbeat, actually sounding like it fits in a Kirby game. The cute little intro is much appreciated here as well. If I had to pick a favorite boss track, that would pretty easily go to the remix of the regular boss fight music from Return to Dreamland, which is already one of, if not my absolute, favorite boss fight tracks in the series. The only super notable changes from the original are a much higher build-up at the beginning, which is so good, oh my god, and a bit of an echo added throughout, with a new bit added at the end for good flair. I love it, and it comes so close to being my favorite track in the game. A little goes a long way, especially with a track I love this much. It's the only regular boss track in the whole series that's legit tense, while of course, still an energetic bop. I feel like if that changed, I would like it a lot less, but the composers managed to keep that energy while making it more energetic. I love it. When it comes to complaints, while it's my only real issue with the music, I can agree that it's a bit remix heavy. Most of the tracks are remixes, and even though there's a healthy amount of originals, a lot of the ones you're likely to remember are gonna be the remixes. They're simply used more and come off as more memorable due to association with previous games. The new stuff just isn't featured prominently enough to make an impact, aside from that hub music which you hear every time you boot the game up. This doesn't bother me too much. The music is always a blast as it plays in the background while I beat up bosses, but I can't deny that a lot of my highlights are slightly modified versions of older tracks. Way back when I did my game rankings, I was praising the music very heavily, saying it was anything but lazy, and I got a comment saying, technically, as good as it is kinda lazy. It's mostly just, modified remixes and stuff. I think about that comment a lot. It's a very good point. That doesn't mean the soundtrack doesn't try any new things, though. In particular, Super Kirby Clash pioneered something very important for the series' future. It has the first vocal song! Of course, Kirby games have had actual songs in them before, but this one was actually sung and performed in-game. We get to hear these great vocals by Natsumi Iwaide, and they're really, really cute. I'd rather not play too much of it to avoid being copyright struck, but if there's one word that I would use to describe it, it's adorable. Especially because they wrote an English version, and instead of hiring another performer, they had this poor woman singing in English. It's not good English, but she's so genuine and trying her best. That's what comes across, and it's all that matters. If anything, kind of makes it more charming to me because you can tell she's trying so hard.
Let's talk about all our precious memories and in how we remember all the special days we had.
Sorry, I know that was like nothing for a sample. I just don't want to get copyright struck, okay? With all of that, I think we can finally wrap up this video on Super Kirby Clash. I'm glad that composers put their all into soundtracks, even silly little spin-offs like this one. It shows a genuine passion for the art, something sorely missing from most of the larger IPs in gaming these days. This also marks the halfway point for the soundtracks. Not quite for us, we still have a few days left before we hit August's halfway point, but the actual soundtracks themselves, so far we've had plenty of variety with these. With most of them being super good, I hope you understand how difficult of a time I've had ranking these. And yes, don't you worry, things are only gonna get more difficult from here. Wish me luck as I torture myself over the fact that I have to rank a soundtrack I thought was a lock for top 5 at 19th. And that doesn't narrow down your options at all, because all of these I've thought at some point were potential locks for top 5. Anyway, I've been Claire, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, back in action yet again to talk about Super Nintendo music. I know we've talked about a few SNES soundtracks already. Check out the earlier Kirby soundtrack rankings for Toy Box, Avalanche, and Dream Chorus. And, please give this video a like and ring that notification bell after subscribing if you enjoy, please. Those things help me out tons. Consider checking out my Patreon as well for neat perks like getting 2-day early access to all videos, including the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan Pup Trends, Biohazard, Fioriol, Tyke, Jade, and remember, Miss K says, eat your veggies. I love you guys. Speaking of things that I love, despite what the rankings are leading you to believe, I love Super Nintendo music, and I'm glad that I finally get to gush about one of those soundtracks. At 19th place. Man, ranking these soundtracks is brutal. Superstar Stacker, or Kira Kira Kizu, as it's technically called, but I like Superstar Stacker, is in a pretty unique spot for the series. It's a remake of the Game Boy original with all of the same tracks, but not only are there new ones, all of the old ones have been SNESified. Not only is there enough new here for me to not be super bothered by the lack of original tracks, there are plenty of original tracks. I'm glad that when Dream Buffet remixed music from this game, it was properly credited. It would have been so easy to simply say Star Stacker, but no, they took music from this version specifically and credited it as such. And, okay, well, part of this is me gushing about Dream Buffet. I'm equal parts happy because it's crediting this game specifically. To give an example of why I like this soundtrack so much more than the Game Boy version, I talked about how great the beginner music was in that Game Boy version. Cheery, fun, simple, all of that good stuff. It's much of the same here, but with the better sound font, it gets that point across so much better. The same goes for the other added difficulties too. I wasn't the biggest fan of all of them, or really any of them outside of easy or beginner or normal in this game, but all of these are great. The biggest jump in quality for me is definitely the, I guess, hard in this game, but normal in the original. It's all well and good in said original, the kind of track I would classify as rather silly, and it was amped up to 11 in this game. Great instruments and sound font, just all around sillier, so much more fun. You gotta love it. I know I do. None of the others were amplified quite that much, but hey, that's okay. They still keep the essence of the originals and sound better. And hey, the Kirby dance is in this game. I honestly didn't think it was in the original at all. Apparently it is. Either way, this game is one of my favorite variants of it. It's so cute. New tracks like the Meta Knight fight plain rule. We're never going to hear a Meta Knight battle theme quite like this one ever again, and honestly, that bums me out like a lot. It's still just a little bit silly, but it has a strange intensity that the other tracks in this game don't quite have. It's definitely not the fastest track in the game, we'll get to that one soon enough, but hearing this, especially after that ominous intro music that plays before you square off against a Meta Knight, there's some great contrast here compared to the rest of the game. Certainly very memorable for anybody who's played it. Various other new tracks play throughout the game, and they're all a delight, be it in the story mode, the versus mode, survival mode, Day-to-Day Wants Me Dead mode. They're all great. And I know it's not a new track, but in my book, this main menu music may as well be completely new. To me, it sounds nothing like the original, and while that version's fine, I adore this one. It is so pleasant and soothing. But come on. I think coming into this video, we all knew what my favorite track was going to be. The intro music before the Dedede fight, of course. I love any remix of Castle Dedede, and this one is no different. Alright, I kid. I do love the track and all, but there's no way it's the best. The real best is the panic music. Puzzle game panic music is crucial to the enjoyment of a puzzle game, and this one really gets my anxiety like no other one can. Puyo's is good, Panel de Pon having multiple is nice. Tetris, I don't actually think Tetris has any. If I'm wrong, then, you can let me know, absolutely. Oops! But none of them tense me up like this one does. There's actually kind of two variants if you're playing the time attack mode. Both of them fantastic. Golden. No. I kid again. I am just a silly little puppy. My real favorite track is the Nintendo and HAL logo. Video game music seriously peaked right here. And the blimp right afterwards, I am crying just typing this. It's easily the most emotional I've ever gotten out of a video game. All right. Jokes aside, I'm a huge fan of the first two tracks that actually count, Dedede's actual fight music in this game is a masterpiece. Obviously, my Superstar Ultra senses are tingling. This was remixed into Mask Dedede's theme for that game, and it's perfect. But in its original form, it's just as crazy as you'd expect. You think not having it be used for one of the most climactic fights in the series would hurt it in the, slightest, but no. Going head-to-head with Dedede in a crazy fast-paced puzzle game, the speed and intensity of this version, it's just as hard. I can't say I'd take it over the Ultra version because, come on, look at who you're talking to here. But this is still an excellent track. And when it ends in-game, Dedede just kind of goes flying like in Superstar Ultra. It's actually sillier here. I actually appreciate that. I kind of prefer this to really both Superstar versions. It's very nice. I've gone the whole video without mentioning this, but since we're directly comparing it to a track from a different Kirby game now, let's bring Dreamland 3 into the equation. I've been saying the music's been SNESified, and that's absolutely true, but if I were to be more specific, it's been Dreamland 3-ified. The same sound font, same style, etc. And you know what? I think that's a good thing. Obviously, I like Dreamland music. It ranks highly enough using basic common sense, given I haven't talked about it yet. And this game's soundtrack is so different from Dreamland 3 that I don't think the same sound font is an issue at all. For similar reasons, such as new tracks and how different the old ones feel, I also don't mind that a lot of tracks were taken from the original Star Stacker. It all just comes together really well, and it's nice. As for my negatives, or negative, singular, I'll admit it's got kind of a Squeak Squad problem in how, even though all of the music is very good, most of it doesn't have that special something that I like in Kirby soundtracks. This is a fast, upbeat, and fun soundtrack, but most of these soundtracks are. What specifically is making this one stand out? For Squeak Squad, it was the Squeak Squad theme, and here it's the Dedede theme, factoring in Mask Dedede or not. Two big differences that elevate this game compared to Squeak Squad, though. First of all, have you heard this game's music? It is so good. Holy moly! Here's another sample for no reason. Second, I can think of multiple other tracks that stand out to me compared to Squeak Squad's singular one, and unironically, that time attack panic music I talked about before is seriously one of my favorites. It's just so effective for panic. Before wrapping up, I want to echo something that I said 3 years ago when I ranked the Kirby games that's equally applicable to this one. From here on, the mood shifts from me talking about these soundtracks to me gushing about these soundtracks. We've been heading in that direction for a while now, and it'll be a gradual push to, I have no negatives to talk about at all, shut up, but don't expect the obligatory, and here are my negatives portion of the video to work quite the same way from here going out. It'll be more of a, here's a negative, but here's also why it doesn't bother me, which, You know, actually, come to think of it, that's exactly how I formatted this video. Maybe I like this soundtrack more than I thought. Well, not enough to rank it any higher. That'd be a little awkward, right? Moving on, Superstar Stacker's music is absolutely wonderful, and I recommend to anyone who hasn't listened to it yet, give it a listen now. It's worth your time, and is one of the most fun soundtracks you're going to listen to on the Super Nintendo. If you love SNES music, you will love this, I guarantee it. I puppy guarantee it. Puppy guarantees are not actually guaranteed. With that, I have to get back to the painful task of talking about how painful it is to rank these soundtracks, so I'm gonna get back to that. Until I see you again, hopefully tomorrow, I have been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all around. Ho ho! Hello everyone, Klaire Fluffle here, and I know this one's going to be a controversial pick. In fairness, I feel like you could rank this one anywhere, and I think it'd get the same responses. You could absolutely call Forgotten Land the star child of the series. Get it? Star child for Kirby. I'm a laugh riot. Please like the video and ring that notification bell after subscribing if you like my stuff. Thank you! Back on track, Forgotten Land is a serious fan favorite, but the music's a bit less universally praised. From what I can gather, people outside of the fandom like it a lot, but internally is where that political strife begins. It's overrated, it's underrated, the main theme is used too much, it's used in really clever ways. So what does this puppy think? Well, you can find everything out 2 whole days early on my Patreon, and be called a Puptrin if you check out my Patreon, linked in the description, for neat perks. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Furiol, Jade, Tyke, and remember, Miss K says, go Pokeball! I love you guys. And with that, here we are, in the right game this time. With all of the fancies out of the way, yes, Forgotten Land. Easily one of the biggest Kirby games ever in many ways. It's the first traditional game with a large 3D scope. There is plenty to do in the game itself. It's the first game to sell more than the original Dreamland and is still selling plenty of copies to this very day. The game is massive. And many agree, obviously not everyone in the entire world loves it, but this has easily become one of, if not the, most beloved Kirby games ever. So what about the music? Believe it or not, like I said before, it is kind of polarizing. Many people love it for being the fun, upbeat music that you would expect out of Kirby, while still having more down-to-earth stuff befitting of Forgotten Land, but others say the main theme is used too much and it puts a big damper on the entire thing. Those aren't the only argument for each side, mind you, but based on the fact that I'm ranking it 18th, that kinda tells you nothing about which side I'm on. If you've watched earlier rankings, you already know, please do blah blah, etc, etc. But for the bigger picture, here we are. Here we go. Dang it. To start off strong, I absolutely love the variety of tones here. Upbeat and cheery, intimidating and creepy, energetic and intense, somber and quiet, begins slow and escalates, stays upbeat and fun throughout, and you even got your this is used for something totally random, why is it so good kind of tracks. My favorite example of that last style is the music that plays when you enter the theater to watch cutscenes. The name, Please Don't Inhale the Patrons, is hilarious, and the track itself is equally adorable. Again, you only hear this in the theater. Why is it so cute? Tragic as the fact that it only plays in the theater may be, it makes discovering it that much better. There are other less popular tracks that I really enjoy. The Meta Knight Cup lobby music, the ambiance that plays in the beginning of Point of Arrival, even some cutscene tracks here and there are really good. Special mention has to go to the intense part of Lunch Rush though, if only for the Waddle Dee shouting, "Winner!" said, due to the game's popularity, a lot of the tracks people really love are also the tracks that I really love. We're not gonna get into my favorites right away, but for some of them that I very much appreciate, there's A Trip to a Lively Wall, Abandoned Beach, Waddle Dee's Weapon Shop, the Tilt and Roll tracks. I gotta love those, they're very trolly. Try Again Tomorrow. There are so many good tracks here to choose from. And I know I just listed early game stuff for the most part, and that's what happens when you're looking at the sound test and going, oh yeah, I really like that one. Anyways, what's next? Oh, I really like that one. Anyways, what's next? But unlike Block Ball, I don't think this game is front-loaded. To avoid spoilers and not go too late game, there's Burning Churning Power Plant, Forgo's Treasure, Pitch Black Valley, The Wastes Where Life Began. Jeez, there's so much here that I really like. But to talk about my favorites, I think we should start with the most contentious pick, and one that I'm definitely going to be talking about in the negatives, don't worry, Running Through the New World. I want to talk about this now because, isolated, I love it so much. It starts small, pretty cute actually, and just builds. It also has, of all things, kind of some personal humor to it, since my favorite part is the one that they didn't show in any of the trailers. I don't know, that just makes me laugh. Of course, you know, I have to bring up where it plays in the game for the first time as well, association, all that. I'll say it here, this is the best use of a singular track this series has ever had, and it's not even close. Learning the controls in Point of Arrival with that ambiance in the background, as mentioned earlier, in a fairly claustrophobic forest, then exiting that forest and seeing this enormous wide open space for you to just run around and explore in the first minutes of the game is a moment of my life that I'm never going to forget. I know, I live quite the eventful life. The crazy part is that I don't even think the game peaks here, but it makes one fantastic first impression. Some other favorites of mine that aren't my singular favorite include Fast Flowing Waterworks, Through the Tunnel, and geez, really all of the Wandaria tracks, but if I have to limit myself to one, I would go with Welcome to Wandaria. Fast Flowing Waterworks is fantastic. It starts so somber and slow as you venture through what is essentially a deserted sewer that, as you go along, builds and booms at the end. I just love how triumphant it sounds by the time it's done, and yet, despite the tonal differences, still manages to loop perfectly back to the beginning. Brings you back down to earth before going wild again. It's so good. Through the Tunnel is a bit more standard, but even more fun. I love the little intro bit, it's really cute, but after that, it's just solid Kirby music through and through. Not as much to say on it compared to the last one, or the next one really, but it's equally good. As for Welcome to Wandaria, listen to the opening. Just listen to this opening. It doesn't let up after that headbanger either. There's so much here of this whole track that I just love. You ever play through a level and you're bopping your head and you're not doing it in sync with the game, but with the music? That's me with these drums in the background. It's such a good beat. Now, of course, I'd be remiss to mention how you zoom into the first level with that incredible opening playing. It certainly helped my first impression of Wonderia be even better than it already was. And that ending bit where the whole thing culminates and loops perfectly back to the start. Puppy Chef's Kiss. Absolutely fantastic. That said, my 2 favorite tracks are probably your 2 favorite tracks. To start with the one I'm ever so slightly less keen on, Sword of the Surviving Guardian, Mennonite's battle theme. Holy moly, it is so good. So much that can be said about it, in particular how many tracks are implemented here that are iconic to Mennonite. I just can't help but gush about how fantastic it is. My first playthrough of Forgotten Land is actually archived. You can watch it over on my StreamBots channel, linked at the end of the video. And when I got to Mennonite that first time, you could practically hear the joy emanating from my body just from that music alone. The fight itself is a genuine highlight of the whole game for me, which only helps this music even more. Everything surrounding it alongside the intensity and freaking bop. I love this so much. It's fantastic. A highlight of not only Forgotten Land, but Kirby as a whole. Though, when I made the first draft of the Kirby soundtrack rankings, I had Forgotten Land really only like 1 or 2 spots above Star Allies, well below the likes of Fighters 2 and Super Kirby Clash. Maybe I was being a bit harsh, but what the heck, changed my mind to put it at 18th. And there's some little things, like I listened to the soundtrack, remembered how great things like Don't Inhale the Patrons and Fast Flowing Waterworks, stuff like that. But if you follow the channel long enough, or you've caught on to patterns throughout these rankings, there's one character I've been talking a lot about. You knew Day-to-Day was crushing everything else. Be completely real with you guys. This is my single favorite track in all of Kirby. It just got everything. The most obvious being, holy moly, it's such a banger. It feels so strong, if that makes sense. There's a clear melody here and nothing distracts from that, but some of these notes, it's just going so hard. Of course, scattered throughout the whole thing are, well, the roars of Day-to-Day. I love them so much. They're so good. If you know anything about me, you know I love Day-to-Day a lot. Right next to Kirby as my favorite character in the series, so unlike a track such as, say, Highness Phase 2 in Star Allies, which is also one of my favorites, I can tie this to a character I love with all of my heart. The fight itself is easily one of my favorite things in the game. The actual build-up to the Day-to-Day reveal, low-key, is one of the best things in the entire game, period. And the fact that this plays briefly in the rematch later on in the game adds even more to this. The Wild Mask Day-to-Day track, by the way, not quite as good as this, but it's still an easy top 10 track in Forgotten Land, so I could really care less. It's fantastic. Back to Roar of Day-to-Day, though. It feels really satisfying as a longtime fan because it not only serves as a really good reminder of what came before, Day-to-Day's base theme from Dreamland, the additions made in Superstar, a little bit added in Star Allies. I honestly even get some Day-to-Day Destroyer Z from Battle Royale vibes. And if you know me, you know I almost said chat, you know I love Battle Royale, but it stands out so much on its own in ways that I feel like are going to be impossible to replicate. How do you top those literal roars in the background? Kumazaki went ham! The hard rock infused with these bombastic trumpets, the orchestra playing towards the end to keep up the intensity, but cooling it down ever so slightly to make that ending bit before the loop go even crazier? This is the first, and at the time of this writing, only instance I've listened to a Kirby track and I've thought genuinely, wow, I don't know how they're gonna top this. I wouldn't put it past them to be able to, especially with Day-to-Day. Seriously, his themes are always close to, if not the actual best themes, in their respective games. But when this part in particular comes on, like, hello! Next game is a Dream Buffet, which obviously ranked higher, so I'm glad they didn't just, like, stop making Kirby music, I guess, but it's gonna be really hard to top this. Good luck, Kirby composers, I believe in you. Well, more to the point, I love your music. Wow, I really just talked about Roar of Day-to-Day for as long as I did, huh? I need a break. How about we get another guest on here? It's been a while. This should do nicely. Take it away, Mackle. Or Mackle. Should have figured out how to say your name before the start of this video.
If you're the first mainline Kirby game with a vocal track, clap your hands. Clap, clap. If you're the first mainline, anyway, Forgotten Land's time to shine. Yippee! A stunning soundtrack Forgotten Land provides for us, and you can tell the composers wanted this one to be special. Yuta Ogasawara, Hirokazu Ando, Jun Ishikawa, Yuki Shimuka, the four magnificent composers of HAL made another full-course feast for the ears! That's right, a full-course feast for the ears. Ears can eat. You didn't know that? Maybe that's your sixth sense. Get used to it. Anyway, the only real complaint that I'd have with Forgotten Land's soundtrack is that the Welcome to the New World motif wasn't used as creatively throughout the game as Welcome to the New World's motif. But I can excuse this because the song is just a source of raw power. You know what I'm talking about. I like that part when it goes... I am so sorry for that. Sorry, Claire, you're gonna lose subscribers for that one. I wouldn't say it's the most creatively used in other tracks, except for when it was used in Roche Limit Sweep! Seriously, when you have a final boss theme with 8 different midway transitions depending on how fast you defeat them, you know the composers had all of the fun with it. Regardless of the fact that the same 2 light motifs are practically everywhere, they still match the tone and create comfort, fun, and dramatic tension based on what's happening, and that goes for every track. Fast-flowing waterworks, anything in Winter Horns. Welcome to Wonderia, my beloved. To this day, in my personal opinion, Forgotten Land has one of the most fitting soundtracks and sound design for a Kirby game. Also, Elflin's in it, and anytime he's related to a music track, it makes me want to cry. Especially the music track titled Elflin. Did you know that Elflin was in this game? I think my time's up. Claire, take it away.
Alrighty, thanks for the tag, buddy. I'm back and ready to roll to talk about why I'm ranking the soundtrack so low. Listen, the highs are some of the best in the series, but if I don't love a track, there's a pretty good chance I don't really care for it. I would never call the music in this game generic like I would for a game like Star Allies, but it has a similar issue of very high highs and low enough lows. People give all the love to basically every track in Winter Horns, including Makel, sorry buddy, but none of the tracks here have ever done anything for me. Except for Roar of Day-to-Day, which I could talk about right now. Of course, this includes the world map theme, which leads me into issue number 2. The main theme, I gotta agree, it's used way too much. I don't hold this against running through the new world specifically. I still think that's fantastic. But sometimes it feels like a coin toss if a track is going to be new, exciting, fresh, and fun, or if it's just going to be the main theme again. And listen, I know Kirby is pretty guilty of reusing its main theme throughout many of the other games, but Forgotten Land, it's just so much. It really taints the soundtrack to a point where sometimes listening to it, I legitimately kind of get annoyed, and even for a soundtrack as generic as Star Allies, I wouldn't ever say I got annoyed. The only other soundtrack that I would say that about is Nightmare in Dreamland, maybe Extra Epic Yarn, and if I'm comparing you to those two games, there is a serious problem here. That said, I really don't like talking negatives, especially about Forgotten Land, which straight up is one of my favorite games of all time, so I'm gonna stop there. But unlike most soundtracks I find inconsistent, the highs here do more than enough to make up for the lows. Again, Roar of Day-to-Day alone, you saw me talk about that. That by itself probably shot this up a couple of rankings. I really do have to hand it to Yuta Ogasawara specifically here. Nearly all of my favorite tracks in this game are his. Jun Ishikawa, I love him. He's a close second, but for this game, no, I'd say even his tracks don't compare. There's really so much more that I could say about Forgotten Land, but these rankings aren't going to finish themselves. I really got to get back to those. So until I see you all again, I've been Klaire, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Roar of Day-to-Day is the best! Hello, one and all, Klaire Fluffle here, returning for another soundtrack ranking of the Kirby variety. Today, we have one of my favorite games in the series. I think anyway, I don't know, Kirby just has so many good games, it's hard to keep track. One that may surprise people who aren't in the know of how great GBA music can be. And, well, that's part of why I'm here. Blab on about things that I love while exposing you, maybe, to new things. And even if I don't, hey, clicking the like button and ringing the notification bell after subscribing for this video specifically is definitely what I would call something new. Maybe we could also check out my Patreon. That could be something new too. Get 2-day early access to all of my videos, including the Kirby soundtrack rankings on top of other super neat perks. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan pup trends, Biohazard, Fioriole, Tyke Jane, and Miss K says bippity bippity pop. I love you guys. So, now that everyone's all settled in, maybe you got a nice snack or two, a nice cozy blanket, let's talk about Amazing Mirror. This is a pretty polarizing game, and you can only imagine how much of that applies to the soundtrack. Sure, the game itself isn't everyone's cup of tea, but if you couldn't tell, this is a GBA game. The GBA, great console, beloved by many, does not have music that I would ever say is beloved by many. Lots of people love it, don't get me wrong, but just as many people hate it. It's certainly grown on me, but if you couldn't tell by previous rankings, I certainly wouldn't say that GBA music is an auto win button for me. It is for Amazing Mirror, granted, but let's talk about why. But to really understand why, we do have to compare it to the other soundtracks that are like it, Nightmare in Dreamland and Squeak Squad. Squeak Squad, as it stands, is actually a soundtrack that I really like, DS-based. It just doesn't stand out to me in any way beyond the amazing Squeak Squad theme, which is amazing. But Nightmare, one of only 2 or 3 Kirby soundtracks I can safely say I really dislike, and only one that I would never go out of my way to listen to when I'm not playing the game. I tried it on stream, I got stressed really fast. Follow me on Twitch, thanks! My big issue with the Nightmare music is, well, it's bad, but it was taken from a game not meant for the GBA and was force-fit to the GBA sound font. The result was sloppy, basic, hard to listen to, at least for me. There are plenty of people out there who like Nightmare music. I'm not trying to shame you, I hate it. And it's not like Amazing Mirror doesn't have music that originated from Nightmare, because it absolutely does. Listen to Cabbage Cavern, for example. This is a Nightmare music, but slightly remixed, Super Kirby Clash style. And you know what? I love it! Nightmare's version was boring, slow, and dull, but this, just by adding that reverb, adjusting the pitch, and working some dark magic to give it life, it became so much fun, super groovy, and is unironically, super genuinely, one of my favorite tracks in the entire game. The GBA sound crunch somehow makes it even better, I think. I'd take this over the DS version in Squeak Squad any day. Even that file select music, which, by the way, is totally unchanged from what it is in Nightmare, doesn't bother me as much anymore. This is as power of association as you can get, by the way. It's literally the same, but I actually like the entire soundtrack here, so I jam out to it, easy, no problem. It's so good. Speaking of that soundtrack, while this could be just a me thing, I'm always enamored with soundtracks that have these great tunes that play throughout the game, but don't skim out on the smaller stuff. You get hidden gems that way, and Amazing Mirror does not disappoint. For example, the minigame music in this game, all 3 tracks, phenomenal. Granted, Kirby's Air Grind, the game, was carried from Nightmare, so the music being carried over, that makes enough sense. Not! Oh my god, this is so much better. It's so much fun and full of so much life and energy compared to this nothing. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Speed Eaters is equally fun and adorable, like I'm at a bakery selecting which foods I want to eat. And maybe not speedy selecting, but still, it's so cute and is my favorite of the 3. Crackety hack! This goes so far in the other direction, it's just hilarious. But I do, granted, love this quiet banger rock in the background of that main melody. It goes crazy. And granted, Return Deluxe definitely amped this one up like crazy, but this original version, incredible still. But, of course, the game itself is absolutely no slouch in the musical department either, and is where I think the game truly shines brightest. Right away, I love the cutscene music. This is one of the few Kirby games I can actually say that about too. It really gives this game a much grander feeling to it. For example, when Dark Meta Knight appears for the first time and splits Kirby apart. As contradictory as this is going to sound, it's both rad and intense, while also being mysterious and atmospheric. The two usually don't mix, but to ease you into the Amazing Mirror experience, the tutorial level music has very cheery and, well, Kirby-sounding music. It's super cute, which makes the transition into the hub world stand out even more. Amazing Mirror's hub music is one of its most well-known tracks. It's short, but for the brief time you're here, thinking about what mirror door thing you want to go in, this calm and soothing music is playing in the background. It's one of the many things that gives Amazing Mirror its unique feeling, and when I hear it at least, I instantly think, yep, that's Amazing Mirror. Once you actually go in these mirror door things, let's start calling them that now, forget the canon name, the music definitely reaches its peak. Rainbow Route is such a triumphant sounding melody that motivates you to start your journey and is easily one of the best World 1 tracks in the series. Moonlight Mansion is this groovy groove that will keep your head bobbing throughout. Peppermint Palace is adorable and fits the snow theme perfectly. Snowball fight me while this is playing. It'll power me up so I can't lose. And do I even need to say anything about a track as iconic as Candy Constellation? Now, if you haven't played Amazing Mirror and you've only played Squeak Squad, I know Squeak Squad slaughtered this track, but it will never stop the original from being a masterpiece. Big, grand, genuinely epic, it's perfect for a final world, and evidently can't be recreated. Well, okay, Rainbow Curse actually did a great job of recreating it. Shush. Shoutouts to Olive Ocean, too. I never hear this one talked about, but it goes in so hard, and it's always stood out as one of my favorites in the whole game. Amazing Mirror also has really fun physics and fun water areas, and Olive Ocean is a blast to explore, so I don't mind actually playing the water level. Ayy! But my favorite track, pretty handily, is Radish Ruins. You thought that Candy Constellation was this big, grand piece? Well, it is, but this feels so much more than that one, at least to me. That one definitely fits the space theming better, but Radish Ruins just has so much going on. Those commanding drums, that intense bit at the end, that intro that grabs your attention and then never lets go. This is another one that's been remixed since, but this one's never been topped. Only the GBA can handle this one. It's incredible, and despite how short it is, I never get tired of it. Radish Ruins is also my favorite area of the game. Power of Association, all that jazz. You've heard me say it like, what, 3 times in this video alone? Although I guess that segues nicely into my main issue with the soundtrack. None of the tracks here are actually all that long. It's a GBA thing probably, but if it can hurt Tilt and Tumble, I'm gonna say it can hurt Amazing Mirror. It's flawed logic, but you get my point. Longer tracks would have been really nice, instead of, it's the same track, but with an echo added, yay! Which, by the way, is something that I adore, and I wish more GBA games specifically did. Oh jeez, I'm losing my point here. What was I talking about? Ah, jeez, I can't remember. Can a guest bail me out of this one? How about a guest who's a game dev? Take it away, Alex, developer of Kirby and the Eternal Paradise. Check out Kirby and the Eternal Paradise, by the way. Game rules.
If there was a single word I'd use to describe Amazing Mirror's soundtrack, it would probably be groovy. The punchiness of the percussion, the way that yummy, delicious bass accompanies the melody, love that thing by the way, and the weight of the compositions themselves bring something very different to the Kirby series. And what a good opportunity for it too. We really get the feeling that this is a new territory we're traveling into, with some heavier feels to represent the turmoil the mirror world is currently facing. The boss teams especially, compared to some others from the franchise, are menacing and frantic, as if you could feel Dark Mind's influence and power. Some of the battle tracks, like Dark Middle Knight's battle teams, for example, are also very strong and would go on to become fan favorites and get pretty good official remixes. I want to give a special shout out to music that plays before fighting your regular boss, like in the room before the battle with all the ability and sense essences. It gives the sense that you should be here, that the beast is aware of your presence, and every sound you make will be your undoing. It's not something commonly seen in Kirby, but the use of silence here is pretty effective. But you know, it's not all doom and gloom. Tracks like Forest and Nature Area, Central Circle, and especially Peppermint Palace show just how much joyful, peaceful, and adventurous this OST can get. Like, despite being done by different composers, they still manage to get the Kirby spirit intact and flowing into each of the songs, which is a remarkable feat. It's hard for me to choose a favorite since pretty much every piece evokes a strong sense of nostalgia and discovery. Moonlight Mansion, Mustard Mountain, Olive Ocean, Radish Ruins, and what to even say about Candy Constellation. What I do know, however, is that the music they've crafted for this game is honestly perfect for it, with a strong sense of identity, charm, and melodic greatness we've come to expect from Kirby's entire sound design team. And for the hardware the audio is playing from, we rarely see any complaints about the sound fonts, quality, and compression, unlike another game released on the same system.
Thanks, buddy. Before we wrap up, I want to dive into the final bosses. Yeah, again, Amazing Mirror showing off how climactic of a game it can be with the build-up to these fights, but let's focus on the serious bops. Dark Mennonite. Come on! How can the GBA make something this insane? Just like before, absolute bop, super fast and intense, but unlike, say, the Triple Deluxe version, I love how this one has a very sinister air of mystery to it. Like you're fighting something that you don't even know, but you can't let the unfamiliarity overwhelm you, or your opponent will. And that's absolutely what the game itself is doing. Yep. Then you get to all of the Dark Mind fights, and yeah, they can be a bit excessive, but the music absolutely rules! Especially when you fight his true form, that giant flaming eyeball. I lost a speedrun to this fight once because I was jamming out a little too hard. Nobody to blame but me, of course, but when I am speedrunning, you know, playing a game so fast, I shouldn't even be able to hear the music for more than a few seconds. I still can't help but jam out. The final shooty shoot phase is also one of my favorites. It's just so chaotic and climactic. It's super fun. And you know what? That credit music is pretty great too. It's not a medley, but it doesn't have to be. It's just really pleasant and sweet, returning home after a hard-fought journey full of masterful music. It's nice. Also, here's Klaire Fluffle trying to not show spoilers for a 20-year-old game, so instead of actually showing you the final boss that I'm playing the music for, you're getting, like, I don't know, me trying UFO mix or something, I don't know. All of everything being said, I think that'll do it for Amazing Mirror. I've gone this whole video without making this stupid joke, but I love the game too much not to, so let's just say it. Just like the name of the game, this soundtrack is amazing. It's Kirby and the Amazing soundtrack. Play this soundtrack in a mirror and you'll see a walkthrough of Amazing Mirror. That's how internet myths work, right? Anyways, I love the GBA. I love GBA music. I hate Nightmare in Dreamland music. I love Amazing Mirror music. It's so good, so energetic, and so fun. And I can almost accept Nightmare having bad music because it's evident that the composers learned from it. I don't think this music would be as experimental and layered as it is without a prior attempt. But I did say I almost can forgive it, I can't fully. Back to ranking soundtracks I go. Until I see you all again, I've been Claire, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, talking about a game I really love, with a soundtrack that I'm only ranking at 16th. Sad as this makes me, I need to press on for the sake of all of you wonderful people. If you want to cheer me up, free me from this curse, if you will, not one of the Canvas variety, please consider giving this video a like and ringing the notification bell after subscribing. Maybe even check out my Patreon to get some neat perks, including early access to all videos, including the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan pup trends, Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, Jane, and remember Miss K says, do your homework, Steve. I love you guys. Instead of a Canvas curse, you've been afflicted with a puppy curse. Which, trust me, has a much worse soundtrack than the alternative. Kirby Canvas Curse is a DS Kirby game. Already channel familiars know what the first thing I'm going to talk about is. Squeak Squad had more of a GBA feeling to its music, albeit with DS sound quality. Canvas Curse? That's some good DS sound font right there. Why would I have a burger when I could have some good old-fashioned DS music? I actually played Squeak Squad prior to Canvas Curse and the other DS Kirbys as well, and I thought it was really weird that Squeak Squad sounded the way that it did. I was only 12 at the time, I'm a different person now, as used to say, I'm puppy, and if nothing else, I think I was really onto something. It jumps in hardware mean, or rather meant, change in sound font. It was really exciting, and while don't get me wrong, I love GBA music, the DS sound font specifically would go on to become one of my favorite gaming sound fonts, really only behind the Super Nintendo. I know DS kind of has a bunch of different sound fonts, but you know what I mean. Pokemon, Mario, Fire Emblem, Sonic, Advance Wars, even weird stuff like Nintendog, Style Savvy, Cooking Mama. That's some good DS sound font right there. With how the soundtrack rankings are going so far, you may think I don't hold Kirby's DS musical adventure bonanzas in the highest regard, but to get my negative out of the way very early for Canvas Curse, it really has nothing to do with the actual DS. In fact, if this negative didn't exist, and the music was close enough to the current quality, I think we'd genuinely be looking at my favorite DS soundtrack and an easy top 10 minimum. No joke, I love this soundtrack a lot, and I revisit it just about as regularly as the soundtracks I put in the top 10, maybe even more. But, and most people will have this issue with Canvas Curse's music, the vast majority of this soundtrack is nothing but remixes. The original tracks exist, there's at least 3, but there you go, that should speak volumes. And it's not like Super Kirby Clash where there are a good amount of original tracks, they're just buried under the remixes. No, this one's remixes. Granted, I love the remixes, and since they're different from the tracks that they're based on, I absolutely count these for the sake of the rankings. But originality is not something that you're gonna get from Canvas Curse's music, which is a real shame because everything else about the game is so unique and pioneered the DS as a platform. Looking at the games ahead, I just can't rank Canvas Curse's music much higher because there's so little in terms of what's new. That being said though, the soundtrack we got, I'm not going to be doing this much gushing probably until the top 10, so think of this video as a preview for the last days of the month where I go absolutely ballistic. I love this soundtrack to pieces. If I could, I'd inject it directly into my blood. From the very beginning, that opening music is incredible and sets the mood for the game perfectly. And the menu music, while taken from Kirby 64, always sounded like Zelda's menu music to me as a kid. When I played Kirby 64 for the first time, I couldn't believe that something so Zelda-sounding had come from Kirby. I was happy, to say the very least. And on that note, well, sure, nearly this whole soundtrack is remixes. Every track is either super catchy, super different, or used in a way that's so neat, I just can't help but smile. The Castle Dedede music from Dreamland, for example, when you're in that main room selecting a boss fight before you gotta get to Dedede, it's used as shopping music. That's such a neat idea. I've never heard any Kirby game or fan remix, whatever, do anything like it since. Thinking on Magolor's shop in the Kirby Clash games or Forgotten Lands hub area, like, come on! This is the perfect shopping music. Canvas Curse came before those games and did it great. They literally don't have an excuse. Alright, so that was a whole lot for a whole lot of nothing, so let's talk about the actual levels themselves. For one of my favorite examples of Canvas Curse remixing a track and making it entirely different, Ravine Road. On its own, heck yeah, I love this. So early on into the soundtrack, already I am associating music with this game hard. I talked about the menu music earlier, but this is the track that made me realize when I first played Canvas Curse however many years ago, this soundtrack is like nothing else I've ever heard in Kirby before. Of course, we have the that's some good DS sound font right there. But already we've had atmospheric music, upbeat music, now something slower and more relaxing. I didn't even get to the first boss, and the game was already making me feel things. But then you realize that this is a remix of Grassland 1 from Dreamland 3, which is one of the most energetic and high-energy tracks in the whole series, coming from a game with plenty of high-energy music, and your mind just explodes, boom, from the sheer brilliance of it all. Oh, and in case you're wondering, there is one other Dreamland 3 remix, I know, only one, very sad, and it's a remix of 2-5, heard in Ghost Grounds. I love that underwater level music was used for a spooky dark area, and unlike Ravine Road, nothing changed. It sounds totally different because of sound fonts and remixes and stuff, but the vibes, they're exactly the same. It's very nifty, but more importantly to me, it's really funny. Stylistically similar or not, Canvas Curse's levels have so many great remixes, it's really hard to keep track. Magmount, for instance, sounds nothing like Castle Lololo, but is 100% a remix of Castle Lololo that's used for a volcano level. What? Whereas Silver Submarine, a remix of Kind's theme, sounds exactly like what you'd expect it to. Super energetic and upbeat, even fitting for a water-themed area. And unlike Dreamland 2, it only plays in one level so you won't get tired of it. But even still, you have examples that fall somewhere in the middle. Contrast Cave, for example, is a remix of Grape Gardens from Adventure. Grape Gardens is not a fast track at all. So hearing it be sped up so much may turn you to the sounds nothing alike side, but the sounds super similar side still wins out in terms of how it makes you feel. It has this dreamlike feeling to it, just at a much faster speed. Thus, I would say, falls in the middle. Cold Chorus also sounds very similar thematically to how it did in Kirby 64, but guys, I just love this remix so much. There's nowhere else in the script that I could really think to put it, and I wanted to make sure I devoted some time to it. I know this doesn't really make any sense. I could have fit it in somehow, I'm sure, but I'm doing this out of love. Speaking of love, another very common occurrence in these ranking videos is how much I adore when the tracks used for less important areas of the game are amazing. Remember a few years ago when I started the second video and I said the shop theme was super great? Which it still is, by the way. That's the kind of stuff that I mean. For example, the Gold Game music. It's nothing much, but what is blank background noise in most other Kirby games is kind of oddly hypnotic here in a way. Like, this is a short melody I can get myself lost in. It's just so soothing, at least to me. Then they go all out on the minigame music for no reason. Like, listen to how insane the identity theme is. Now, I know yesterday I just talked about Roar of Dedede. It's no Roar of Dedede. We won't be here for like 5 hours. But seriously, why does the minigame music gotta go so hard? I love it! You could say that this is actually a boss theme. That's how Canvas Curse works. But nah, it's a minigame music. It goes hard. End of story. See, this is what Canvas Curse music does. It draws you into the world of Canvas Curse, but with its super distinct art and wholly unique vibes, that the music that plays feels almost ethereal. The power of association with this game, for me, is very strong, but not for any particular moment. Well, there is one, but we'll get to that one a little later. Scoot it aside for now. But this track here... Instantly, I can tell you that's a man mechanism, but not because of anything that the level itself actually does. Well, okay, I remember these really trippy looking walls that are in the foreground and the auto-scroller at the start. I remember some stuff, but I feel like I remember being there. Or at the very least, like, I remember looking at the game and playing it like I'm looking into a painting and imagine myself being there, with the music doing most of the heavy lifting of ensuring that I could stay. Because of that, every track is distinct to me. Of course, I think they're all good, but even in cases where I technically prefer the original track, like Frozen Fantasy or Rainbow Resort from Kirby's Adventure, I still struggle to say that I prefer B to A, because B is so different and personable to me. It really is like looking at paintings. God, this game's a masterpiece. And nothing encapsulates that more than the end game, World of Dracia. I know Canvas Curse is old, but genuinely, here's a spoiler warning alongside a timestamp to skip ahead. I love this part of the game so much, I wouldn't dare spoil a thing about it without a warning. So there you go. Anyways, World of Dracia, which I guess I spoiled the name of it after I said I wouldn't spoil a thing, whatever. I wouldn't say this about a single other track in the entirety of Kirby. This one exception, though. Yeah, this track actually kinda scares me. I can just feel my anxiety settle in as that main melody starts, and all I can associate it with is those freaky paintings with those weird eyes that giggle at you, fall over, and die. It's eerie, and I'm here for all of it. How do you even follow that up, though? Well, with the best track in the game, of course. Drossia Sorceress, absolute masterpiece. One of the best boss tracks featured in any Kirby game. The beginning is so mysterious and intense, building up to... well, that's part of the magic. You don't know. The fight itself really could go either way, and then, well, you find out. I love it so fucking much when music layers itself like this. Listen to that melody, the one that slowly played all throughout the beginning. Now it's sped up, still looming in the background as a faster, more intense, entirely different melody takes over the forefront. Oh, and the fight's a total blast too, so there's that. My only gripe, I guess, is that the second phase of this fight, Drossia's Soul, doesn't quite have the same excellent music going for it. But holy moly, is this my second favorite track in the game. It's a total mess, not even recognizable as Drossia music, and not only does that reflect the current physical state of Drossia herself. Listen to this, it's so good and insane, I love this game so much, I love the game's music, it's so much. Let's just end it off here before I go even further off the rails. Oh, this game, you guys, the second game, it's so good. No other game in the series, DS or not, has a soundtrack that really hits me quite like this one does. If this was a purely personal list, I wasn't factoring in things like originality, I would rank it so much higher. I don't know if it would be my number one, but I can't say it wouldn't be either. It's just got everything that I want, and the remixes being so good only adds to it. Of course, the fact that they're remixes really doesn't bother me that much, like, at all. The fact that Nightmare and Dreamland music was thrown in as an alternative soundtrack, though, that peeves me. But hey, they're not remixed, so they wouldn't count. I love loopholes. Anyway, I can't loophole myself out of working on more videos, so let me get back to these rankings. Until I see you all again, I've been Claire, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hey, hi, hello, everyone. Klaire Fluffle here, and... oh no, not Kirby's Adventure already. Channel familiars know why this game being so low hurts, but if you're newer and thinking, wait, number 15 out of 39 is low, then you can become a channel familiar by liking the video and ringing that notification bell after subscribing. If you like what you see, you can even check out my Patreon, link in the description, for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all of my videos, including the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan puptrins, Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, Jane, and Miss K says, Happy birthday, Jason! I love you guys. As for why I love Kirby's Adventure, even though it's not a puptrin, yes, patrons are called puptrins, trust me, it's worth it, that's a long story. Well, kinda. See, me and Kirby's Adventure, we go way back. I was a very tiny puppy when I played it for the first time. 2 years old, to be exact. In human years, don't worry, I'm not lamenting like an old lady about something I did when I was like 14 or something. Anyway, me playing it for the first time is my first memory, odd as that sounds, and the game itself is very, very important to me. Not because of that memory necessarily, but just because I love it tons. And I love the soundtrack tons. It's really, really good, and seeing it rank so low makes me super sad. But I guess we have to actually talk about why it ranks where it does, so let's start with a hot take. Typically, I don't like 8-bit music very much. There's a few reasons, and I should also note that when I say that, I'm usually referring to the NES. Game Boy music for me usually fares much better, with, ironically enough, Kirby being the exception. I can think of many Game Boy soundtracks that I like well enough, and there are games that came out years later as retro throwbacks and stuff, plus, indies, that have solid 8-bit music. But the NES, for one reason or another, it just doesn't do it for me. So few NES soundtracks do. The many beloved tracks on the NES, I just really can't get into. It's like the console itself, ha 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 ha. But Kirby's Adventure has always been a big exception to that rule, considering I adore basically everything about it. The visuals, the gameplay, and of course, the music. And to explain my point, let's use the first track in the game. No, not that one. Although, oh man, every time I listen to the title screen music, I just get all giddy. Such a great little jam this is. But once you actually select a file and start the game, you're immediately greeted with something special. I don't want to bring up Nightmare in Dreamland much since I don't like being negative too much, but I get really bummed when I think about that game's Vegetable Valley. It feels so lifeless, especially compared to this. That intro right away establishes how fun this soundtrack is going to be, and extends wonderfully to the game itself. While later games put more of a focus on the adventure is beginning with their opening tracks, something I love, classic Kirby mostly puts the focus on the adventure is fun, which I love equally. I wouldn't say one is better than the other, but one certainly makes me want to get up and dance more. And while, okay, yeah, Vegetable Valley, one of my favorite tracks in the entire game, it certainly isn't the only one that I would call fun. Even before the first boss fight, you get more tracks to keep that high energy going. Adventure also does this great thing where, in between levels, you can take some time to cool down in the world map. These tracks are especially soothing and work perfectly as little breathers before you jump into another level and allow the music to pump you up yet again. With the fun music, breathers in between, and large levels to explore and hum along to, this game really does feel like an adventure. You go to so many different places and see so many different things, come across unique enemies, puzzles, set pieces, abilities, the works. It feels lived in, and the music absolutely helps. You know I associate Vegetable Valley 4's music with the forest. Even beyond Vegetable Valley, though, you have things like Butter Building being the super tall building that you scale, shooting up on the Warp Star and running so fast you can literally see the buildings behind you spinning. Or Grape Garden, which comes right after, being a level about being high in the sky, running through clouds and castle tops, and being super soothing as a companion piece. The music of adventure really complements that feeling, on top of being really great. As you can tell from Grape Garden, not all of the music is super upbeat and cheery. It can be calm and serene as well. The best mix of these two styles, and my favorite track in the game, is Orange Ocean. We'll come back to this one later, but to get the most surface level compliment out of the way now, holy moly, this is so good, just listen to it! In fact, that's another one of my favorite things about this soundtrack. There's so much variety. Just between Vegetable Valley, that forest music, Butter Building, Grape Gardens, and Orange Ocean, there's so much variety. It's crazy. I realize I didn't play a sample of Butter Building earlier, so here, I have a Butter sample. Did you like that sample of Butter? Good, me too. Anyway, this doesn't even cover all of the musical styles that the game has to offer. The boss theme, which is randomly like a real bop. Now, granted, this isn't one of my favorite tracks in the game. It's not really one that I super care for, but that intro getting you pumped up before going ham with fun boss music, it's always a delight. Oddly enough, though, I think I kind of prefer the mini-boss music for Rainbow Resort 2. I don't know, it just feels kind of that there are higher stakes to this one, if that makes any sense. And no, this is not the speedrunner in me subconsciously saying, well, you use ball, so of course it's gotta be good. You only use ball in Nightmare, not Adventure, and I'm not a fan of that version. So, there. Although with that being said, yes, I do love ball. Stand ball! Speaking of not being a fan, of course, no soundtrack is perfect, and Adventure is no different. As much as I hate to say it, my big issue with this soundtrack, and I hate to say it, is that it's 8-bit and NES. Yeah, I love it overall, true, but it's just an impossible hill to climb for me. I don't know enough about music to really describe why I never resonate with NES music specifically, but even Kirby's Adventure doesn't fully escape. Granted, I still adore the soundtrack, and there's no competition. This is my favorite NES soundtrack ever. It's not even close. But I find myself preferring the simplicity of the Game Boy, or the finely tuned, I'll be here all week, compositions of the Game Boy Color as 8-bit tracks compared to what the NES offers. Now, granted, if you're going to talk good about the NES, it's usually because of how much of a pioneer it was for, well, everything in gaming. Adventure is no different, being just as influential and important for the series as Dreamland, and the soundtrack is no different. One detail that I adore about Adventure is how the game tracks the time of day. Vegetable Valley takes place during the day, and Rainbow Resort at night. The music absolutely reflects this, and for a game like Adventure, you still barely ever see this in any video game, or at the very least, told this way. I absolutely see Ice Cream Island taking place in the early afternoon, like solely based on the music, for example. If you want my take here, based solely on the music, I would say Vegetable Valley is late in the morning when you're ready to start the day and go wild. Ice Cream Island, as I said, is early afternoon. Butter Building goes into the busy afternoon, while Grape Gardens is the calm after the storm. Yogurt Yard is late afternoon, Orange Ocean is the evening. I mean, you got that sky right there, but we're just talking about the music, still fits. And Rainbow Resort is at night. Rainbow Resort in general has such a dream-like sound to it. Like, come on, it's gotta be nighttime. And that's the last thing about this soundtrack that I adore that I'm going to mention today. See, classic Kirby and, I don't know, post-classic Kirby differ in a lot of ways, but musically, the series made a huge departure even after Just Adventure. This game, and Dreamland 1 to a very slightly lesser extent, sound to me like a dream. That's super abstract, I know, but to explain it as best as I can, I'll use Orange Ocean as an example, since that's my favorite track in the game. See, I told you we'd get back to this. You're sweeping it back over here now. Orange Ocean, with the fun intro and upbeat melody, give it a very specific sense of joy to being at the ocean. Maybe it's because the music is paired with Orange Ocean, where you swim and board ships and run along an icy night, but it's always had an ethereal, dream-like feeling to it. Like anything can happen, but you can make sense of it, and the music complements that perfectly, and I feel the rest of Adventure does this as well. Is it the fact that the music is brilliant, or simply the power of association? Maybe both? Doesn't matter to me. Either way, I prove my point, and this soundtrack is amazing. With that, though, I think that about covers it. Another game that I love dearly is out of the picture. For the record, this is one of my top 10 favorite games in the whole series, and we've now eliminated 4 of those top 10 favorite games in the whole series. Yay! We haven't even reached the top 10 yet. That's what makes this hurt. This ranking, it hurts. But for the sake of my artistic integrity and the hopes of getting some dollar bills, can't forget that, we press on. Let me know your predictions for future rankings in the comments. We're really getting close to the nitty-gritty now, and I'd love to see how many correct guesses we have prior to the top 10. Speaking of, though, I've got more work to do, so I'm off to, well, do more work. Until I see you wonderful people again, I've been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hi there, everybody! Klaire Fluffle here with the next installment of the Kirby Soundtrack Rankings. I don't want to waste too much time, given my, storied history with today's game in question, so let's get the spiel done early. If you triple love this deluxe video, give it a like. Just once, although clicking the like button 3 times gets the same thing done, I guess. And ring that notification bell after subscribing to be notified whenever I upload. Just once, although ringing the bell 3 times. Also, special shout outs to my pup-trins on Patreon, link in the description. Please check it out for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all of videos, with especially special shout outs to my head-patting Fluffle fan pup-trins Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says, yeah! I love you guys. Alrighty, now with everything said, hi again, I'm Klaire, and here's some things you may want to know about me. I play a lot of Kirby, I speedrun, I love outdoor walks in cool weather with a light breeze and blue sky with some white poopy clouds. And wait a minute, I thought I hated Triple Deluxe! It's so low on my ranking list, all I ever do is complain about Hypernova. I even rag on it whenever I bring it up on my stream. Follow me on Twitch, by the way, I love you. Why is it so high on the list? See, my darling viewer, I have never once actually said that I dislike Triple Deluxe, at least as a whole. There's things about it I don't like, and even for the soundtrack, I'll be getting into that bit shortly, but on the whole, I think Triple Deluxe is actually a pretty great game. I've said so in the past, it's just the things I don't like about it really frustrate me, but on the whole, it is such a beloved game, it kind of got morphed into I hate Triple Deluxe. It's also kind of fun to joke about it, so I may have kind of sort of fed into that a little bit, but trust me, it's a great game that I think most people would enjoy a whole lot, especially when it comes to the music. But since I'm the TDX hater or whatever, let's get my issue out of the way first. Yes, issue, singular. It may not sound big, but it certainly is a big issue to me. That being said, what would Klaire Fluffle hate about Triple Deluxe? Alright, listen everybody, try not to be surprised, alright? The Hypernova music, it's so bad. No contest, this is the single lamest track in the whole series, and completely goes against the entire point of what Hypernova is trying to do. It's trying to be this big, extravagant mechanic that's used for solving puzzles and comically destroying enemies. Why is the music so tame and so boring? Honestly, to me, it comes off as kind of generic. It's like, why is it this? Why is the Hypernova music this? Super abilities got the music right, and while the Robobot Armor also did, it didn't even play the Robobot Armor music most of the time. When it did, whoa, you were in for a treat, but the Robobot Armor as a mechanic is just so well tuned to Robobot as a game, it just let the regular soundtrack play for the most part. For Triple Deluxe though, what is this? What is this? I'll also admit that I used to make the claim that this game is what started the 2010s Kirby fatigue, even in terms of the music. Its style definitely feels a lot more quote-unquote modern to Kirby than the Superstar-inspired Return to Dreamland. But I don't think this started the fatigue, at least anymore, and for one main reason. Triple Deluxe is the ultimate manifestation of the word good vibes. If you want to vibe, relax, and just have a good time, Triple Deluxe has got your back. Well, I can't say this for certain. If I had to take a guess, if there is one soundtrack in the whole series that the most amount of people listen to outside of the game, I'd put money on it being Triple Deluxe. You can't tell me the game with the Peanut Plains remix like this isn't the perfect example of chilling out, vibing, having a pleasant time. Of course, it isn't just that one. The first track in Lollipop Land, while a bit more upbeat than vibey, still has that effect. Maybe it's because it isn't quite as fast-paced as the other upbeat tracks. Maybe it's some Triple Deluxe magic, I'm not sure, but boy howdy is it very nice. So many examples. The Koo's Forest remix, the Drum Dash tracks, the hidden credits theme, basically everything that comes out of Old Odyssey. If we're talking trippier vibes, both of the boss tracks, prior to the endgame, I would argue count too. The regular boss theme is simply fantastic, but I gotta mention the mini-boss music specifically. It's super groovy, and the sound makes me think of vibrant colors. I can't quite explain it, probably because I've never been high, but still, that's what my gut says, and I'm gonna go with it. Whether or not it's as exciting as the main boss theme, or as calm as the Peanut Plains remix, I feel Triple Deluxe has one of the most therapeutic soundtracks in the series. In general, it's a forerunner for the series in terms of resonance, as I mentioned before, but something about this one hits you in the I feel better now feels. This is the only main game to give us a proper remix of the KSS versions of the arena, which for old heads, that'll make them very happy. On the opposite end, which is probably more so what we're talking about, more subtle story-related beats like Taranza moving on from Sictonia, well, definitely Bittersweet has resonated a lot with fans and solidified Triple Deluxe as an instant classic for a lot of newcomers, and yeah, the music that plays during these cutscenes through power of association, here she goes again, is definitely a big part of that. As for me, I know when the game came out and I got to one of those final bonus stages and that remix of Cookie Country 1 from Return to Dreamland started playing, howdy, did that feel good. I can't quite explain it, probably because I've never been to therapy, so I don't know what therapeutic feels like, but in that moment, I felt happy. And that is absolutely something that I feel Triple Deluxe, Kirby in general, but Triple Deluxe specifically, is fantastic at. Making you happy. While Return to Dreamland focused big time on recreating that SNES-era platformer feel, and Robobot focused on the grim reality of nature becoming mechanized, and I don't know, Star Allies has a dude making pig noises or something, Triple Deluxe thoroughly, really understands that core Kirby appeal of being really nice. The opening level, Floral Fields, I feel like understands this the most. I'd argue it's number 1 on the list of Kirby tracks that goes for that feeling of joy. Could also be that the level itself does a lot of really cute things and I'm associating really hard, but I stand by that statement. Triple Deluxe's number 1 goal is basically to give off feelings of joy until around World 5, where it shifts over to a more intense feeling. And it makes sense, that's a volcano level, and then after that is the end game, but sprinkled throughout, even those are much cuter tracks than what you would expect. And the less cute tracks that go for that feel-good energy are still bangers, so I'm not gonna complain. For some reason, the main game makes you feel too good, you want to wallow in your misery and self-pity, or at the very least, you want to get hyped in ways that, bizarrely, only Kirby can do, the rest of the game has you covered. Well, I mean, not really Drum Dash, these remakes are very nice and calm, generally speaking, but Kirby Fighters has got some good action, not much in terms of remixes, but got you covered still. But for the real excitement, look no further than the arena modes. These are fantastic remixes of the KSS, or KSSU, arena tracks, and despite ranking lower than both of those games, I take Triple Deluxe's arena remixes over either of them any day, especially the True Arena. Nothing against KSSU's version, or anything against KSSU at all, but this version goes in hard. Of course, the regular arena is also very exciting too, and is still one of my favorite tracks in the entire game. Helps that it plays while you're fighting bosses, which takes forever, so you get to hear a lot of it every single time. Sorry! I know, we're talking about the music, not talking about the game's pacing, I just gotta stop ragging on it. It's great music, I love it dearly, but like... Alright, no, we're done. The variety of Triple Deluxe is truly impressive, especially given how calm and positive the vibes of its music generally are. That being said, it definitely made picking a favorite really hard. While there were plenty of contenders, the arena stuff, Moonlight Capital, a lot of Old Odyssey, I didn't talk about that one, but it's really good. At the end of the day, though, it came down between the Haunted House music, the Peanut Plains remix, and, of all things, the cave track. You first hear this one in the second level of the game. It is so easily the best second level music in this series. It's not even close. Why'd they go so hard so soon? Being honest, yeah, I prefer that one over Peanut Plains. Come on, we've all heard the Haunted House music before. I'll play it here, but we've all heard this one before. The track itself is called Reflected Laughter, and that certainly fits the bill perfectly, but everyone remembers these haunted house levels because they're so much fun. I'll admit that this isn't my favorite Kirby game by a pretty large margin. I know, big surprise, nobody knew that, but levels like these with music this fun, and it just makes me want to dance. Triple Deluxe really shines with areas like this one. It's so good. But with all of that said, what if you heard somebody who actually really likes Triple Deluxe gush about its music? And what if this person is also somebody whose birthday was the day this video was originally going to be uploaded, but I had a really bad slump and this video is super late? I'm so sorry, oopsie doops. Take it away, Ivory.
Hello fellas, I'm Ivory. So I'm gonna go and provide my thoughts on the soundtrack for Kirby Triple Deluxe. It's one of my favorites in the Kirby series. I like how atmospheric some of the tracks kind of feel. Like, for example, Sky at Sunset really feels like a Sky at Sunset. That's one of my favorite tracks in the game, by the way. Cold Odyssey really feels like you're in a blizzard. Mustache really feels like you're just taking a stroll, just a leisurely stroll in a land of sweets. Spinning Jungle, it was good enough that Versus Star Dream even referenced it. Moonlight Capital is great. I don't even think I need to mention Fatal Blooms and Moonlight. That one's popular for a reason. Yeah, Triple Deluxe has some really good tracks. But oh yeah, Cave in the Sky. I really like that one too. I really like a lot of the stage musics in the game. It really captures the vibe of the area it's made for perfectly. Yeah, those were my thoughts on the Kirby Triple Deluxe soundtrack. I wasn't able to be all too specific, I guess, but you know, they're real good.
One last thing that I wanted to mention about this game, something that made me very happy right from the start as an old head, is how this game's soundtrack has a very dream-like quality to it. I talked about this during Kirby's Adventure, but the first two games specifically had this quality to their music that no game afterwards was quite able to recreate. And while Triple Deluxe doesn't fully manage to recreate this, there are a few too many intense tracks, something I can hardly blame it for having, especially when they're as good as they are. When playing through the levels and experiencing the locales as you play the game, it invokes so many memories of the way that Dreamland, and again, especially Adventure, handled things. Even hearing that volcano music be all cool and dubstep invokes feelings of being in a dream that's more intense. Waking up in that cold sweat, but it isn't quite a nightmare. So instead of being all nervous, you just kind of feel like you're ready to go back to bed, and it feels kind of nice. In this dream-like state, Old Odyssey, once again, has to be the absolute best in this regard. Although I'm not super crazy about Old Odyssey as a whole, if you would believe it. I adore the music, but the levels are fine. Wild World, that's my jam. well, the levels, the gameplay is my... Anyway, the entire game does an excellent job of drawing you into its wonders and just allowing you to feel like you're in a dream. It's so hard to explain properly. I don't even know if I'm getting the point across right, but whatever. On the note of not being able to fully explain something in a video meant to be about fully explaining things, I'll end it off there. I'm sure this is still way too low of a ranking for many people, and that's fair, but given how I usually talk about this game, I'm just gonna count it as a victory. Plus, it feels nice to be able to talk so positively about Triple Deluxe. I don't like being negative in general, and I've definitely ragged on this game a bit too much in the past. I'll never love it, but it's still a great time. I've got work to be done with other great times though, so back to work I go. Until I see you all again, I've been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and... Oh, yeah, right, oh boy, I'm, gonna have some explaining to do tomorrow, huh? How am I not gonna make people upset when I talk about Triple Deluxe, and immediately afterwards say I prefer a different 3DS soundtrack, and that 3DS soundtrack isn't Robobot, but it's the game we're talking about tomorrow. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here. I am excited. I love this game so much, and that goes for the whole package. Well, almost the whole package. The online is pretty terrible, but everything else is incredible, including the music. I will defend it to the very end, just as I would my puptrons who support me on Patreon. Big thank yous to them. Consider becoming a puptron on your own for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all of my videos. A special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fans, Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says ya. I love you guys. Oh, I sure did mention my Patreon before saying like the video and ring the notification bell after subscribing, huh? Well, that's a first. Anyway, let me paint a picture of how I imagine many reactions are going to be. Wait, what? I will stand Battle Royale from now until the end of time. This game came out well over 5 years ago, and I'm still finding new ways to find joy in it, as I did 5 years ago. But I'm certainly in the minority here. The game didn't sell very well, it didn't get reviewed very well by critics or by the average gamer, and you don't hear many people talk about it anymore. And much of the same critique was put towards the music. Yeah, it's not very good, it's not all that memorable, sounds like generic 2010s Kirby stuff, all that jazz. Despite that, it's remained one of my favorites for a while now. I heavily disagree with everything, especially that last point. It sounds nothing like Kirby music from that era. And the soundtrack obviously sits very high at number 13. And even the game itself is in my top 20. It was in my top 15 until a little while ago when Fighters 2 and Forgotten Land kicked it out. There's a power creep discussion in here, but we're talking about music, mostly because I could talk about why those games I prefer, but I don't like being negative, especially in this case when I'm one of the few defenders of a game that I really like. I wonder if I could get someone else to say not so great things about it that I'm inevitably going to completely disagree with later on.
Masterpiece that is King D-Mine's musical track. Alrighty, Klaire. Once again, thank you so much for having me on. I'm sorry that took a few days longer than I thought it would to finish. I just really love the Team Kirby Clash soundtrack, and I hope that it's pretty high on your list. Anyways, are there any delicious burgers for me to eat? Oh my god! Are you talking about Kirby Battle Royale? I love Kirby Battle Royale! You don't mind me taking over for this one, right? I know you don't mind. Kirby Battle Royale was a Kirby spin-off released for the Nintendo 3DS. Unlike the other spin-offs for the console, this one sold at full price. But weirdly enough, just like the other Kirby spin-offs in the console, its soundtrack is rather small. And it's also a little bit lacking. Especially compared to today's standard for Kirby spin-offs, which sell for less than half of the asking price for Battle Royale. The game mostly consists of battles, so of course the soundtrack is energetic and exciting. Since each different battle mode has different themes, the music for each one of them keeps that speedy energetic feel fitting for a brawl, while also throwing in the vibe of each mode. Coin Clash has a cartoonishly spooky tune to it. Robo Bonkers is all grand and epic. Flakball has that relaxing tropical tone, or Express makes you want to get some good old burgers, and so on. Other than those, the rest of the soundtrack sounds just like your run-of-the-mill Kirby soundtrack. We get some remixes that go in the most boring and predictable ways you could expect them to go, alongside some admittedly mediocre original tracks that at worst are just plain and boring, and at best make you go, "Yep, that is Kirby music alright." Just like the game itself, Kirby Battle Royale's soundtrack is, I'm sorry to say this, but a little bit forgettable, repetitive, and just should have been better. Especially for that asking price. But just like Battle Royale, it is still Kirby quality, fun, and also just still a little bit enjoyable. For a soundtrack that's roughly 40 minutes long, the battle themes are cute and charming and all, but 2 original story mode tracks slightly stand out for me. And in this whole game, only one song stands next to the other series greats. That one song being, well, you already know which one it is. After throwing a royal tantrum, His Majesty shows the card of his sleeve and challenges Kirby to one final fight to prove that he is the only true winner. Building a mech with the Kirby printer, we have the DDD Destroyer C. Woo! Boy, is this track epic! This is such a good track that I'm not going to make a quick breakthrough of it. Klaire, you already know where this is going, and I already know you don't mind me taking over, so I can once again gush about this modern musical masterpiece. The track—
Now we're not doing that. So obviously, I love the game and I love the soundtrack. We're at the top third at this point. 13th out of 39, that's nothing to sneeze at. And where better to start than where the game itself does, the opening level. I wanted to highlight this because in many ways, this opening segment does a lot. It's a nice tutorial with little interruptions, aside from fun dialogue from Bandanity, and it gets you familiarized with the controls as well as the feel of the game. It's randomly a 3D platformer pre-Forgotten Land, albeit it's very basic. All in all, I like it, it's cute. And the music reflects that perfectly. It's a nice little tune that gets stuck in my head. You are going to get very familiar with it though, because Battle Royale does very much enjoy remixing its main theme. It's very good, I actually kind of like it here, mostly because there's good variety to the soundtrack and it's not overused all that much. It comes off less as Forgotten Land overuse, and more so as a regular, actual main theme, heard in sprinkles throughout the game to keep music associated with the game. It's good. Of course, the battle tracks are where the real hype is at. I enjoy all of these, albeit to varying degrees. For example, the Battle Coliseum. That's just good. Not great, still good. It's kind of a shame that this is the default mode for many people. It's definitely, in my opinion, the least memorable of the battle mode musics, and unlike the others, there's only one variation to it. You don't even start with all 10, you only start with 5, but the other 4 that you start with, they're all excellent. Attack Riders, for example. Straight Up did not need to go that hard, but it did. Same goes for Crazy Theater, albeit those tracks are all pretty short. It fits Crazy Theater as a game, of course, and each variation is a heckin' groove, so I don't mind. I also really like Queen Clash for its spooky and energetic vibe. I'd imagine a really good Scooby-Doo series using this. Like Mystery Incorporated, come on! Apple Scramble, but we'll get to that one a little later. Then you unlock the other 5 battle modes, and frankly, as a whole, things get even better. Mecha Bonkers, Rocket Launcher, Slam Hockey, Flag Ball, or Express? That's some high quality burgers right there. I love all of these, but my favorite of the latter half, obviously, is Ora Express. No contest. It's genuinely adorable, and I can never stop myself from grooving out whenever it comes on. The music for Slam Hockey has also very quickly become one of my favorites, not only fitting the intensity of the game perfectly, but also leaving a really fun techno style that doesn't get old for me. Kinda reminds me of Canvas Curse if it wasn't on the DS. Of course, Flag Ball. Love Flag Ball. Super chill, laid back, relaxing, and fun. Mecha Bonkers and Rocket Launcher I think are very good too. Not quite as good, but they're better than Battle Coliseum, which is good enough. But the battle themes aren't all this game has to offer. There's a full story mode here on display, and there's one thing I really want to highlight here. Well, there's two things, but we'll get to the second one a little later. Again. For now, during cutscenes where Day-to-Day is stealing the spotlight, which should be whenever he's on screen, he's so good in this game, I really miss this pettier side of him, his theme obviously plays. But what I love about it, and tragically this hasn't stuck around since, is that the instrumentation and style is specifically calling back to Drum Dash Deluxe's version of his theme. I love this! Actually having the game tie into his character in a different one through music, fantastic. And while the story mode music generally rules otherwise, this has always stood out to me the most. But the story mode music isn't all there is to talk about either. The menus have some terrific music as well. I'm kind of tuned out from the main menu theme because I played the heckin' game so much. But to highlight two tracks specifically, the training mode theme and the gallery theme. The training mode, that one just rules. Listen to how cool this is. But the gallery, to me, is a true highlight. An unapologetically soothing track that makes me just melt into my seat. In a good way. I'm sure you can tell by this point in the rankings, but I am very weak to tracks like this. Ones that are so pleasant, welcoming, and warm. If a game like this can have music this pleasant sprinkled throughout here and there, I'm not hearing excuses from other games. I know Battle Royale is a fantastic soundtrack, but come on, other games can do better too. Now, listening to these tunes and jamming out and realizing, wow, Klaire loves this game more than I thought anybody ever could, you may be thinking of a criticism in your mind. If you are, then hopefully I've got the right one. Aren't there too many remixes of the main theme here? Didn't I give Forgotten Land a lot of flack for that? And I know I talked about this before, but to kind of go in a little more detail, the answer is kinda yes. They go a little far with remixing the main theme, but I don't think it's an issue. First, like I said earlier, crazy variety. Compare the two versions of the main theme that I just played to the opening track. And the main menu music. None of these basically have anything in common aside from, well, I mean, they're the same thing, but aside from that, they're completely different. So much was done to make them sound and, more importantly, feel different. To add to that, while there's a healthy dose of the main theme in the game, there are so many other tracks that aren't said main theme that, I don't know, I think it's fine. Variety is the spice of life, and there's healthy variety here. Like this track that plays before the final boss. Seriously, why is this so, creepy? It's like Puppy's gonna jump scare you at any moment or something. So our wonderful guest had already talked about this a little bit, but Puppy jump scare. I would never actually jump scare you. The final boss of this game, especially the music, it's kinda nuts. The build-up definitely doesn't get enough credit. That spooky track I just played is actually from that build-up, but the real delight is the final boss track itself. In usual Kirby fashion, not only is the Day-to-Day theme one of the best tracks in the game, but it being a final boss track, it's a extra level of bop. By far, this is the most popular track in the game, and it's so easy to understand why. It just has everything you'd want a final boss Day-to-Day fight to have. And as an old head, just the fact that in 2018, we got another one of these, the Day-to-Day final boss with no bonus fight after or whatever, was enough to just make me gush. Spin-offs used to deliver these all the time, but around Canvas Curse's release, they just stopped. Masked Day-to-Day in Superstar Ultra is essentially the closest that we've gotten to one of these since Tilt and Tumble, I think, and that theme rules. But still, I want more, and what we got here is nothing short of a masterpiece. But my favorite theme in the game is Apple Scramble. I know, kind of a hot take on top of many other layers of hot takes, but I'm gonna stand by all of them. Apple Scramble is addictive, fun, and a track I never get tired of. It's even got that good old association going for it, since not only is Apple Scramble the first game that you play in the story mode, kinda, but Apple Scramble itself is also my favorite of all the battle modes in Battle Royale. It's the most strategic, so I spent a lot of time theory crafting strategies and, well, jamming out to the music. It's so good! It gets even better when you're running low on time, and it speeds up. It gets a lot more frantic and fast-paced. Most of the games in Battle Royale do this, but I like Apple Scrambles the most. It just fits the bill of super frantic, super fast, and super fun the best, at least to me. I guess it isn't as climactic or grand as Data Destroyer Z. That one's got some stuff going for it too over Apple Scramble, namely the memory of Bandanity saying, "Use this to beat Day-to-Day," and then hurling a cannon at you. But Apple Scramble has just the right amount of everything I'm looking for it to be my favorite. Now, the soundtrack, it's not perfect or anything. I am only ranking it at number 13 after all. But to be honest, outside of really small things, not much bothers me here personally. If you were to ask me what my biggest issue with Battle Royale's music was, I'd say that not enough people bought the game when it came out for the music to be heard. I really love this soundtrack, but I could still acknowledge its faults. Texas mentioned its runtime, and that's absolutely, I think, its biggest weakness. 40 minutes of music was acceptable back in the Game Boy days, but by the time this game came out, the Switch was already a thing. A full-priced game with this little, in terms of music, is just unacceptable. You could also argue that there's a bit too much variety. I know how that sounds, but for such a short soundtrack, you could consider it to be a little too ambitious for its own good, resulting in poor cohesion of music. you could also argue that the tracks just don't do it for you, but that one I'm not going to accept. You got to give me a real reason why this game that everybody ignores, when music is this good, has problems. I hate it when I just hear, it's boring. No, it isn't! I guess we should just wrap things up before... Guys, I don't know, I'm running out of segue ideas, but those are my thoughts on Kirby Battle Royale. If you agree with me, or more likely if you disagree with me, let me know in the comments. I've heard so many things relating to everything about the game really, but the soundtrack specifically that I don't agree with. But I'm always open to hear what other people think. Tomorrow's soundtrack should be much less of a hot take, or it'll be even more of a hot take because it is going to be a beloved game outside of the top 10. I don't know which is going to be more contentious, honestly, but we will have to wait and see. Speaking of, I'm going to go finish up that video, so until I see you all again, I've been Claire. Thank you all so much for watching, and hop online for Battle Royale sometime. I want people to play with. Hello, everybody. Klaire Fluffle here with a game that we've talked about already? Oh, no, we haven't. Second from the bottom, over 20 full days ago, you may remember me tearing apart Kirby's extra epic yarn for having one of the few soundtracks in the series that I don't like. And if you don't remember that, well, consider checking the previous soundtrack rankings in the Kirby Month 5 playlist, liking each video, and subscribing to the channel. Thank you. Please also consider checking out my Patreon for neat perks, including 2-day early access to all of videos, soundtrack rankings included. Special thanksies to my head-patting Fluffle fan pup trends, Biohazard, Fioriole, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says my favorite character is the snail. I love you guys! So, okay, before we talk about Epic Yarn proper, I guess we should address the, elephant in the room first, that being extra epic yarn. 38th out of 39 to 13th out of 39 is a huge leap. Was the devilish mode really that bad, or is there more to this story that I'm holding out on? No, that's literally the whole story. Extra epic yarn has some nifty tracks that vanilla epic yarn doesn't, but it doesn't matter. There's no devilish mode, which means I can appreciate the soundtrack in its full splendor. Plus, this is the original game, so I can fully immerse myself into it, but we'll talk about that later. For now, I'll say this. When I booted up Extra Epic Yarn and just really saw and heard that title screen, it did nothing. But seeing the not extra title screen and hearing that music, immediate bliss. In mere seconds, I was taken right back to the last time I played this game, fully won over by its charm. When I talked about Triple Deluxe's music, I said that game was #1 in the series for calming, happier vibes. And I stand by that, but Epic Yarn, and I don't think anyone would really argue this point, is the best in the series in terms of the more charming vibes. And unlike Extra Epic, everything about the experience complements that fact perfectly. Because the game looks as charming as it does, because I'm not stuck looking at a small 3DS, and because it all feels right, the music can win me over effortlessly. Something like Big Bean Vine, a fun enough level with gorgeous music, just hits even better because of this. Epic Yarn is definitely at its most in tune with its own charm with the calmer tracks, and this game has plenty of them. Splash Beach at Night, Melody Town, Cool Cave, Pyramid Sands, Deep Dive, Snowland, Cozy Cabin, Frosty Wheel, Kirby's Pad. There are so many examples. Flower Fields is probably the most iconic since it's all of the title screen music, cutscene music, and level music. It deserves that iconic status too. It never fails to put a smile on my face. Of course, that begs the question, is the soundtrack too calm? Not quite, as there's plenty of energetic and cheery tunes to complement those. Dino Jungle, Evergreen Lift, Stellar Way, Outer Rocket. But that begs a different question. There's variety in energy, but both of these styles can be classified as cute. Given the reputation that the rest of the game has, as well as the actual visual style, you have to ask, is the soundtrack too cute? I still say no, since you'd be ignoring the straight-up bangers if you did so. The calm and energetic styles, both great, I love them dearly, but Fangora, the Off-Roader, Tankbot, really any of the boss tracks, but the aforementioned Fangora and Mennonite fights being my favorite. There's nearly all of World 7 too, but we'll get into that later. Point is, no, the soundtrack isn't too calm or cute or whatever. The variety here is excellent, whole back and forth, despite me having this back and forth in the past. It just screams of desperation. Epic Yarn's music doesn't have this problem. See, I don't even think it's a perfect soundtrack or anything either. If you watched my video on Kirby Battle Royale yesterday, you may actually be surprised to hear me bring up a complaint. I said outright I had no issues with Battle Royale soundtrack. And I do stand by that, but my problem with Epic Yarn's music is a bit, I don't know, counterproductive to what I just talked about. It is actually involving the calmer tracks. Most of them I love, but when I'm playing the game, there are some that are a bit too effective. Epic Yarn, at least to me, isn't a particularly interesting game mechanically. It's all about immersing yourself in what the game is giving you. So when you have a really calm, quiet track that's not exciting in the absolute slightest, well, let's just say I haven't fallen asleep more often while playing a game more so than Epic Yarn. Cozy Cabin especially, that level isn't exciting at all, and the track is really calm. It's gonna sound weird, and so good it's bad is very hard to come by. I'd never call the music itself bad, quite contrary, it's obviously fantastic. That part of the game, yeah, I would go as far as to say that. Yes, my big problem with Epic Yarn music is that it's too good. See why I ranked it higher than Battle Royale? Wow, I'm the only person you're gonna hear say see why I ranked it higher than Battle Royale, and expect a surprise out of it. Am I weird? Epic Yarn only has that problem to begin with, though, because it's so heckin' good at what it does. I can talk about every aspect of the game being masterclass in terms of charming the player, but to stick to the music, they really couldn't have picked a better style and instruments. Listen to the theme for the first level of Treatland, Toy Tracks. These are seriously some of the most pleasant sounds I've ever heard from a piano, with plenty of background instruments helping it throughout. The whole thing just comes together to become so charming, like you can feel the music bringing you into a toy playground. It's safe, it's fun, it's cute, it works so well. You'd think this is the one area where the more intense tracks would wind up suffering, but I would disagree. And to go a step further, saying those tracks have an advantage. To use Fangora as an example, again, you hear this during a boss fight. The tracks start simple and silly, but still with that bit of intensity to it that makes you sure that you know you're in a boss fight. As it progresses, things like the commanding drums and "that sucks, I love it!" are introduced to keep you on edge, and the track gets faster. You know, things that most of the other Kirby games, or, games in general, do to keep you engaged during higher energy moments. These tracks are practically freebies, even if it's for an entirely different reason. If I had to summarize Epic Yarn's strengths, at least when playing it, you really live in every individual moment. Part of that is simple to understand. I've been playing the music enough in this video, you can just hear how fantastic it is, but it's because the rest of the game does such a wonderful job of making the world feel so alive that the music can grab your attention, pull you in, and make you feel safe enough that you get absorbed into the reality of Epic Yarn. And no track does that better than my favorite of the original tracks, Mushroom Run. This is a level where Kirby bounces on mushrooms, makes huge leaps into the air to slam on the ground, and discover all kinds of goodies hiding on the ground, in the trees, the works. Many other games would make the bouncy mushrooms feel like obstacles of some kind, or put something threatening in the way, do literally anything to make it feel, even in the most slightly, dangerous. Epic Yarn looks at that bounciness and says, hey, let's have fun with that. But don't be scared, this is fun. And that music is perfect for having some good, safe fun. You know you're safe, even with the mushrooms bouncing you as high as they do, and there is no way the game could convey that point without the music. To add on top of all of that, come on, listen to this, it's so cute! I've literally teared up twice already typing this script. Not reading it out though, believe it or not, just listening to it, it's so adorable! That said, and I hate to be the obnoxious big fan here, oh, but come on, have you heard the remixes? The second you enter Dreamland World 7, you're hit with that Ripple Star remix from Kirby 64. Oh, it's perfect! So calm and endearing, but with a hint of there clearly being something wrong with the more ominous notes. Being not only a perfect fit for where you are in the game, but an effortless callback to how Ripple Star is in Kirby 64. Green Greens has that iconic woodwind piano thing, and it's so cute! Butter Building is fun and exciting. Ice Cream Island was actually arranged to be Groovy Island music. Gourmet Race is one of the fastest and most fun tracks in the game. Yin Yarn's 2 phases are both remixes of the Kirby 64 boss music, but one is normal and one is completely insane. That Meta Knight fight, oh my god, that's my favorite track in the whole game, hands down. Build up into what is by far the most sinister Meta Knight battle theme in the series stands out so well, not only compared to other Meta Knight fights, but even other Epic Yarn tracks. It's so good. These remixes, oh my god, they're so good. But I do have to ask myself, do these two styles clash? The Kirby Remix Heavy World 7 and the original wonders of Patchland in Worlds 1 through 6. Honestly, kind of. And I won't lie and say that this helps the game's case or anything, but I think it evens itself out. See, the music, style, instruments, all that stuff stays the same throughout the game. When you listen to the Yin Yarn boss fight tracks, either phase by the way, it still sounds, feels, and, well, is Epic Yarn. I picked Phase 2 for a few reasons here. One, holy moly, this is insanely good. Gives me Draw Sea of Soul vibes from Canvas Grace. Second, it's so insanely fast and wild, which is a perfect contrast to the calm interior of Epic Yarn that came before it, or at the very least prior to World 7. I think that still fits and works from what came before it. Third, I picked this because it proved another point. These are the same instruments from earlier as well. It not only feels like Epic Yarn, it sounds like Epic Yarn too. And finally, the last reason I picked it was... You guys, oh my god, it's so good. How did I not get a guest for Epic Yarn when the music is so good? Alright, I better end it here before I go off the rails. Seriously, I know we're only at number 12 only, but I love the music in Epic Yarn so much. It's got the insanely cool tracks that I love hearing from Kirby, it's got the more fun and simple stuff to help calm me down, but most of all, this soundtrack makes me smile. It brings me back to all of those times I've played the game and felt like I could touch the screen and feel that yarn and fabric. All the time just spent goofing around, interacting with the yarn-laden world, and seeing what happened. This isn't my favorite game in the series. Outside of the presentation, I actually have a fair few amount of issues with it, but boy howdy do I understand why so many people cherish this game. It's a work of art and deserves to be valued as such. And yet, I still have 11 other soundtracks to go. So, until I see you all again, I have been Claire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here with another round of the Kirby soundtrack rankings. This is the last game before the top 10. Oh my. I can't believe we're almost done. We've gone through nearly 30 soundtracks in under a month. If you're as excited as I am as we're nearing the end, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel, as both of those things help me out in more ways than you could ever imagine. Thank you. If you're feeling super generous, you can also check out my Patreon, link in the description, for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all of my videos, including the soundtrack rankings. Special thanks to my ever-wonderful head-patting Fluffle fan patrons, Biohazard, Furiol, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says, Happy birthday, Jason! I love you guys! Alrighty, so what game are we doing to round out the not top 10? Oh god, not this game again. To be clear on this one, I don't dislike the game or the soundtrack. If we're at number 11 and I didn't like the music, I'd kind of be in trouble. I just tend to get a lot of disagreements with my thoughts on this one. And that's fine. I don't want to force everybody to think the same thing. Don't pair it. But it's just a bit more hectic than usual when I talk about this game. And once again, as you can tell, I'm ranking it below the original. I got some splaining to do, but I really do want to preface before anything that I love the music here. We'll get into specifics as we go along, but Return's music is so naturally good that simply having most of these tracks, and they actually count, virtually nothing was unchanged from the original, so I'm including them all, is gonna rank it at a higher spot. But what changed about these tracks compared to We Turn? Ooh, I like that one. I'm gonna call it that from now on. Unlike Nightmare and Superstar Ultra, there isn't an entirely different quote-unquote sound font to these. Wii Music and Switch Music are capable of largely similar things, so the music can sound very similar sometimes. And in fact, if I were to show you an average Return Deluxe track, you may not even be able to tell the difference between it and the original. This is because the music of this game was made different by adding this nifty echo reverb to it. Tracks sound a bit more loose and out of body because of this. Alright, it seriously makes like 0 sense, but sounds right to me, so I'm gonna stick with it. This works insanely well for the more ethereal tracks like the Sphere Doomers. sounds like you're in space or something, battling an unknown enemy in an unknown territory. And don't get me wrong, that's definitely what the original was going for as well, but the echo changes everything. It just makes the track so much neater. This is, however, a minority example, as most tracks wind up sounding pretty much the same. To have a little fun, we're going to give an example of each of the 3 different quote-unquote grading scales. Better, worse, and nothing. We'll do another good example first, and talk about Exotic Pyramid, some good old-fashioned Raisin Ruins music. Sure if I'd say this is better than the original, but it's certainly unique. While the original is just a groovy groove throughout, this one has a bit more of a focus on the main melody due to that echo. It all blended together really nicely in the original, and while it doesn't blend here, it still sounds great, and in my opinion even better, because that main melody is now the focus, and said main melody is fantastic. I'd say it's up to personal preference for which is better, but that's obviously the way we want to go. For something strictly worse than the original, Vestige of the Ancients. Another Raisin Ruins track. This one just sounds poorly recorded. I feel like if I close my eyes, I could literally envision how poorly the recording environment around it is. Like they were recording music in a bathroom or something like that. This kind of echo just sounds amateurish, and I'm really not a fan. As for one that sounds basically the same, boy, I've really got my pick of the lot here, but to keep it consistent, we'll go with Sandy Wilds from Raisin Ruins. Of course, Return Deluxe has new tracks too, even some getting carried over from older games. As always, I don't include these because they're unchanged. However, I do need to mention Whir of Day-to-Day is included. I'm popping off over that and you all know it. Although, I will also add they could have also used Day-to-Day Destroyer Z, and that would have given Battle Royale a chance to shine a little bit. And I want to see Battle Royale shine because I love that game. Back to Return Deluxe, though, the real new excitement comes from Magolor Epilogue, which is filled to the absolute brim with new tracks. Some fantastic remixes, too. I am a particular big fan of the boss remix that plays when you fight the Burning Fish. I don't actually remember his name off the top of my head, so I'm going to be calling him the Burning Fish from now on. You're welcome. Magolor Epilogue definitely has a different style to it compared to the rest of the game. It's much less focused on creating that Return to Dreamland style and going for something all its own. Listen to any of the base game's hub tracks and then listen to Magolor Epilogues, and you'll see what I mean. Said, these tracks aren't bad. I quite like this style and wouldn't be opposed to seeing it come back. I feel like they can kind of blend together. I remember all of the tracks individually, but I have kind of a hard time associating them, but this is an instance where I don't mind so much because the music itself is just so darn good. This style is great. That being said, this ties into my main issue with the soundtrack. We haven't talked about Merry Magoland yet, but that has its own style. Magolor Epilogue has its own style. And of course, the base game has its own style, alongside those older tracks that were carried over from other games and not remixed. And granted, that fourth one I don't really count for the rankings, but there's still 3 other completely different styles that kind of tonally clash with each other. And I don't mean their style is different. Of course, the environments that these are playing towards are very different, and that can definitely go to prove how good a track is, given it fits in so many different scenarios. But I mean everything else. One of them sounds like it came from Return to Dreamland because it did, and the other two don't because they didn't. And that's my issue, one that so many remakes that don't go for a completely different style altogether suffer from. This isn't an issue with Nightmare and Superstar Ultra, because everything was changed from the ground up. Stuff like Masked Day and Galactonite in Ultra may not fit with the classics from the Super Nintendo version like Gourmet Race and Great Cave, but the DS versions of Gourmet Race and Great Cave? Perfect, they fit great together. This feels like a bunch of time passed and the composer's style changed, and they stick out like a sore thumb. It isn't terrible, I still love basically all of these tracks, but it's really noticeable. There is one major part of the game left to talk about though, something I've been fairly vocal about in the past. It's not gonna be pretty, and that is they changed 1 microsecond of one of the tracks if you listen to it in 3/4 reverse speed. This game is horrendous. It is the worst game in the series. Outside of the excellent speedrun, I've been very, very harsh on Merry Magoland in the past. We all know why, so I won't blabber on about it, but I've never talked about the music. So what are my thoughts on it? To be honest, despite everything, basically all of my favorite new tracks and remixes in Return Deluxe all come from here. Seriously, it just frustrates me even more now that the potential of this mode was completely wasted. Not only can it honestly be fun, but the music, oh, it's so good. For starters, this may actually be my favorite hub track in the entire game. But the goods don't stop there, though. Obviously, you know what I'm going to start with because it's the best game ever, but Superstar Ultra got a remix here, and it is amazing. Is my favorite Kirby minigame from Superstar Ultra, a game with some of the best minigames in the series as is. Kirby on the Draw is insanely fun, and as bummed as I am that we didn't get Snack Tracks, because obviously that's my favorite, I've always adored Kirby on the Draw's music, and this version, frankly, is just even better. It's so much cuter, it feels so much more alive, you know? Other cases, like Checkerboard Chase, sound better, even if they rank a little bit lower on the Merry Magoland scale specifically. And I already talked about this, but Crackety Hack? Blow Up It got is just so funny. It went from being a regular banger on the GBA to this insanely intense why this isn't a minigame attraction headbanger, and it cracks me up every single time. Also, this is small and super random, but I love the Ninja Dojo Results music a lot. It's probably just the style, but still, I'm a big fan either way. But my favorite track in Merry Magoland and all of Return Deluxe is Magalur's Tone Trackers. It's so cute. And that's really all I have to say. It's not deep, it isn't soul-searchy, it's not me complaining about how blinking 3 times while staring at the sun may make the music sound that plays at number 74 of the sound test sound different. It's just really cute. And the 8-bit version is adorable too, a very part-time UFO, which of course, that makes sense, HAL Labs, part-time UFO. I love that game soundtrack, so I am ecstatic that we got something that sounds like it came from that game. If I had to comment something, I'd say that this track actually does a very good job of actually sounding like it came from Return to Dreamland. I can picture this playing somewhere in the original game, unlike most of the soundtrack, which is very nice. If we just look at the base game, I also wouldn't say the whole game deviates that much from the original, which is something at least. The added echo and reverb definitely changed the way they sound, which is good, and they still come together to form something cohesive. It's great, and classic return to Dreamland goodness. Oh, I'm amazing for that one. But yeah, that's Return Deluxe. Just like Nightmare, it ranked under the original version, but unlike Nightmare, it's not only much closer in terms of overall quality to the original. Come on, comparing these two is an insult to Return Deluxe. This soundtrack rules, and I didn't even get into the more spoilery stuff. They changed something about one of the endgame tracks, and mwah, Chef Puppy's Kiss. It's wonderful. I love it. I love it. I love it. But to talk business, top 10 time. Starting tomorrow starts the top 10, and that's very exciting. I seriously can't wait to get into these. They're all some of my favorite soundtracks ever. So to go over the soundtracks that we have left in chronological order as not to spoil anything: Kirby Superstar, Kirby's Dream Land 3, Kirby 64, Kirby Air Ride, Kirby Superstar Ultra, Kirby Mass Attack, Kirby's Return to Dreamland, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, Kirby Planet Robobot, and Kirby's Dream Buffet. Some of these are pretty odd picks, I will acknowledge, but others aren't. Either way, they are all amazing, and I can't wait to gush about them to all of you. So, until I see you all again, I've been Claire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hi, hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, and this is Big! We're starting the top 10 Kirby soundtracks today, and what better way to start it than the clearest oddball of the bunch. Every other soundtrack on here has been celebrated for their soundtracks in one way or another since launch, but this one, not so much. Not to say everyone hates it or anything, but still, you don't hear people celebrate the Mass Attack soundtrack like you do, say, Air Ride or Robobot, stuff like that. But I'm about to because I love it a lot. And if you love this video a lot, you know what to do. Give it a like, subscribe, comment below, anything that can help me out. If you want an idea for a comment, you can tell me predictions for what the future rankings are going to be for the soundtrack stuff. This is very exciting. We're in the top 10. Your odds of getting it correct are better and better. If you're feeling super generous, I have a Patreon in the description, and you can get 2-day early access to all of my videos, including these rankings. Fun stuff! Huge thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan puptrins, Biohazard, Furiel, Tyke Jane, and remember, Miss K says, BAM, you're gay now, less than 3. I love you guys! So, to get the obvious point out of the way, did you guys know that I love the Nintendo DS? I've talked about this a little bit when going over Squeak Squad, and really gushed over it when we talked about Canvas Curse, but I love basically everything about the DS, and to keep it relevant, something about the way this little contraption made music sound just does wonders for my ears. Mass Attack is no different, of course. If anything, I'd argue this is the clearest sounding out of all of Kirby's DS outings. Every other game has some pretty heavy DS crunch, and don't get me wrong, I adore DS crunch, but hearing something so clear and crunch-free, like I'm advertising cereal or something, it sounds fantastic. And don't get me wrong, it's still distinctly DS, which is very important to me, but comparing, say, this game's Squeak Squad theme to Squeak Squad theme, Squeak Squad, Squeak Squad, the difference is very noticeable. To dive into specifics with the music, we're going to do something that anybody who's ever played this game would easily agree with, and talk about the sub-games first because they're the best part. The tracks for these are absolute bangers, as is everything about these sub-games. It's not my favorite track in the game, but I've played so many hours of Brawl Ball that the tracks heard here have been engraved in my mind. They're really good, and of course, association is real. I hear anything that sounds vaguely close to do-do-do-do-do-do, you know I'm thinking about Brawl Ball. Kirby Quest has a pretty simple theme, but it's super addictive, which fits perfectly for its RPG grindy-mindy set. Strato Patrol EOS has a fun and adventurous feel to it, as you travel throughout the galaxy, and even the simpler stuff like Not Whack-A-Mole has a fun spin to it. Literally everything here is a winner, although if I had to pick a favorite of the sub-game tracks, it would be the music for Survival Rush. It's just such a headbanger. Man, I love this one. Maybe it just helps that it plays after fighting bosses, something that's already on the intense side. I don't know, I mean, it doesn't really matter though, as long as it sounds good and I like it, right? This is already apparent between those two tracks, as well as the stuff I've been playing in the background, but one of Mass Attack's biggest strengths definitely lies in its variety. When you hear first level Kirby music like this, you've heard it all. And I'm not trying to say that this is bad. On the flip side, this is one of my favorite themes in the entire game, one of my favorite first level Kirby music tracks in the series, and I don't want to sell it short. Quite contraire, it's super fun and sells Mass Attack as a concept better than any other track in the game. It's fast, fun, frantic, and wild in a way that Kirby pulls off fantastically. That being said, you hear something like this in a 2011 Nintendo DS Kirby spin-off game, and you don't expect much else beyond this point. And by the time you get to World 4, you're gunning down enemies in a mobile cannon, and this is playing. Heard such an insane amount of variety in terms of the music, not to mention you've been playing the game for hours because there's a lot packed into this one that, well, I don't know what you do, but the variety of the music is wild. But how did we get here? From fun level 1 music to da na 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 na. Something that Mass Attack does that I always like in games is that it uses its music to gradually evolve in feeling throughout the game. What starts as a fun adventure grows in so many different directions, but it never loses sight of where it started. But if the music calls for any kind of feeling throughout the game, Mass Attack delivers. As early as the first world, you find yourself treading through dark, dangerous forests with little wispy trees and spiders and enemy ambushes awaiting you. Many Kirby games would hold back on the atmosphere to provide something more approachable, but Mass Attack doesn't. It's refreshing, not to mention super duper good. Of course, locales like Day-to-Day Resort have a super chill vibe before you play minigames, then going more atmospheric again when traveling underwater. More intense tracks find their way into the game too. I'm a particularly big fan of all of the air ride mixes. They sound great and fit their level themes perfectly. We recently talked about Epic Yarn with its more relaxing music, and hey, you know what, Mass Attack, why not? Let's take some vibes from that here and there. Lovely Oasis is about as lovely as you'd expect music with that name to be. I really want to highlight Day-to-Day Resort here, as I feel like that's the best example of what I'm trying to talk about. At this point, you just finished traveling through a scorching hot desert, which also had some rad tunes of its own. After a boss battle, a lone Kirby makes it to Day-to-Day Resort, an exotic beach filled with fun activities like surfing, card games, and... oh, pachinko, huh. Well, at least the music's good. After you enjoy your time playing these games, get back to a full 10 Kirbys to continue your streak of unabashed mayhem, the fun stops as you travel deep into the ocean, be ambushed by moles, and travel through swampy swamps and get closer to the end. Things get colder at this point, however, as things freeze and you end up in an icy area filled with chillier sounding music, including an excellent remix of Frozen Hillside from Air Eye. I told you these remixes were good. After braving the cold, you find one of Day-to-Day's mini castles, although this one is obviously funded by the crazy money he makes from those addictive games from earlier on. Like Pachinko, yeah. This castle has all kinds of fun obstacles blocking your path, so it's fitting that this track is not only called Fun Castle, but it's, well, fun. After you're done managing your way through another castle of Day-to-Day, you fight the big lug yourself as an incredible range of Day-to-Day's theme plays, one that's become iconic with Mass Attack itself. My point is, Mass Attack's music evolves as the game needs it to. What starts simple and fun grows into something diverse, never afraid to tackle a new style and come out with the memorable track after memorable track. In a way, it's telling its own story, which parallels the actual story of Mass Attack perfectly. What starts as one little Kirby grows into 10 little Kirbys that are equal in size but also equal in potential of mass destruction. Scary. This ultimately culminates when you reach the final world, Necro Nebula. Level-wise, it isn't much, aside from a basic bunch of boss rematches, but I want to highlight the cutscene music that plays as you enter. It's a triumphant arrange of green greens, one that leaves you hopeful that you'll be able to take down the final boss, the mean dude who turned you into 10 different Kirbys to begin with, Necrodius. The actual music that plays on the world map of Necro Nebula is eerie and lifeless, complementary to that triumphant theme you just heard. The boss rematches go down like normal. You've seen enough to know that splitting Kirby into 10 wasn't the brightest idea. But then, the final boss theme. Which I didn't record footage for, so you'll watch me do something else as I pretend it wasn't me trying to avoid spoilers. What? This is my favorite track in the game. To be frank, this is one of my favorite final boss tracks in the series. Easily in the top 5. I can really only think of 1 or 2 that compare, depending on if we count Masked Day-to-Day or not. And the weird part is, this doesn't sound much like Kirby music at all. Now, don't get me wrong, this is from Mass Attack, and it's very easy for that part to click, but I think we all know what Kirby final boss tracks usually sound like. Your Drawsias, your Yin Yarns, your Day-to-Day Destroyer Z's. I gotta bring that one up because Battle Royale is amazing. But this is joyless. It isn't intense and doesn't give you the motivation to fight on. It's just crushing, defeating, but through the rough thickness of it all, at the very end, the hope shines through. A glimmering light of triumph shines through the power of Necrodius. Don't get me wrong, the DS sound font is like my everything, and I love it from now until the end. but stuff like this, a final boss track that fully reflects everything about the journey you went through up to this point, and crushes you while offering that small bit of energy at the end. And when you beat Necrodius and it's all over, I'll say it straight up, this is another battle royale where I have no issues with the soundtrack. No track sounds bad to me. I love the sound font. The music tells a story that ends in a super satisfying way. The variety is insane. Let's not forget that Mass Attack went absolutely wild on the minigames, and they're amazing, and the music is amazing. I mentioned at the beginning that while the other 9 games in the top 10 are, at least in the Kirby community, all really well liked. Respected, praised for what they did and their general high points, all that good stuff. Mass Attack is the odd one out, the hot take that I'm gonna stand by, gosh darn it. To be frank, there will never be another Kirby Mass Attack, ever. This marked the end of so many things. To date, it's the last Kirby game to predominantly use sprites instead of 3D models. It was the last Kirby game for the DS. Shogo Sakai, the main composer of this game this year, retired from HAL and is now freelance. The game itself didn't sell very well, so we're likely not going to get another game in its style. And while future soundtracks were mostly excellent, with some ranking even higher than Mass Attack, meaning, yes, I do like some of the future soundtracks more than this one, just to be as clear as I can, there will never be another soundtrack like this one. It's huge, it's ambitious, it's immediately identifiable, and while I love a lot of Kirby soundtracks in their own unique ways, I love this soundtrack for everything it manages to accomplish. I guess it isn't unique in the I love it regard, but hush. With that, we leave Mass Attack behind. It made top 10, which is crazy given the competition, but there are 9 other soundtracks I just like even more. This is getting exhausting. Not talking about the soundtracks, I love the heck out of these soundtracks, but having to deal with the fact that I'm putting another one of my favorites down so early. At least we don't have very many left, so I won't have to put up with this for much longer. As always, I want to rank it higher, but I see the game we're talking about tomorrow, and yeah, no. But speaking of that game, I need to get to work on that one. So until I see you all again, I've been Claire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I shall see you around. Hey there, everyone! Klaire Fluffle here with a very installment of the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Literally just saying that since we were talking about Dreamland 3, though. But hey, it's Dreamland 3. I love the soundtrack to pieces, but did you think it would rank this high? What are your predictions for the next game that's going to appear? We've only got 8 left, so let me know what you think, or want, to see. Consider liking the video and subscribing if you enjoy, those really help me out, and maybe become a puptrin on my Patreon, in the description, for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to videos like these. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan puptrins, Biohazard, Furiel, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says, yeah, I love you guys. So hey, have you heard I love the Super Nintendo? We talked about this yesterday, just swap SNES with DS, but the Super Nintendo was legendary. In terms of music, I struggle to think of hardware that produced better music, for gaming anyway. I've talked about a few of the Super Nintendo soundtracks already, my favorite up to this point being the Japanese-only Superstar Stacker, but Dreamland 3 is truly in a league of its own compared to those, including Superstar Stacker, which, funnily enough, used the same sound font. If you heard the music from that game and loved how it sounded, well, good news! Dreamland 3 sounds like it, but better. Seriously, listen. I didn't even pick a top-tier Dreamland 3 track. That one is pretty middle of the pack. We've got such a good soundtrack today, for real. Looking at Dreamland 3, the art style is obviously the first thing that stands out. I've been hearing more than 0 people say that they don't like it, and, to each their own, but the quality of the art isn't what we're concerned with here. For a style that looks like this, I think it stands to reason that you'd expect a simpler soundtrack, to reflect that crayon, hand-drawn style. The direction it goes isn't that at all. These tracks go in the next best direction. They're atmospheric. Even just looking at World 1 Grassland, if you're calling for something more somber, yeah, Dreamland 3 has you covered. Then, going further for Ripple Field, a beach level, oh, it so has you covered. Cloudy Park is in the clouds, Iceberg in the cold, it doesn't matter. This is a game filled to the brim with incredible atmosphere. And as great as the visuals are, you can't sell on atmosphere fully with looks alone, at least for a game. The music has to do some of the heavy lifting, and Dreamland 3 definitely delivers on that front. That said, I also think this visual style evokes some memories from childhood. Being a kid, drawing whatever with a sketchy style and filling it in with bright, pleasant colors, drawing outside the lines, or at least that's how I was, not that Dreamland 3 is like that. Dreamland 3 obviously looks much better than what you draw as a child, unless you were an insane kid, in which case you better be arting for a living. But having such a vividly, unmistakably child-esque art style, I would expect that high energy to complement that. And, well... Dreamland 3 has the most high-energy bops in series history. Seriously, I adore the energy here. It fits the sound font great, the compositions are all top-notch, and it all comes together to make for a soundtrack you will never forget. The first level being the way that it is tells you everything you need to know. This game that looks like this will have music that you'll never forget. And what's interesting about that is not only is most of the music that plays prior much calmer, but Grassland 2's music is anything but high energy. Don't get me wrong, it is fantastic. It's just a great complementary piece to that first level, and is great for cooling down after an unforgettable first level track. Of course, this is Dreamland 3 we're talking about, so that should all be expected. Like I said before, the game knows exactly when to be high energy and fun, as well as when to be low energy and calm. It has a great sense of how to be atmospheric in both sides, not just one. This lands Dreamland 3 some very impressive variety, and is one of the reasons why it ranks so high for me. I love good variety in my soundtracks, and Dreamland 3 doesn't disappoint. Even in just looking at faster, more exciting stuff. Sand Canyon 1 is an iconic masterpiece, and you never see me comparing it to something super upbeat like Grassland 1. Then right after that, Gourmet Race plays in Sand Canyon 2, which is more comparable to Grassland 1, but still has an entirely different feeling because the compositions themselves are so different. It rules. Then of course Sand Canyon 3 mellows it down comparatively and gives us something you'd expect out of Ripple Field, but it still manages to sound completely distinct despite sharing comparable instruments, and it's so good. So I've been complimenting Dreamland 3's atmosphere a lot throughout this video, but what exactly is the tone that Dreamland 3 sets? And, more specifically, how does the music complement that feeling? Well, it is a Kirby game, so it's going to be approachable, but I think Dreamland 3 does a really good job of what I complimented Mass Attack on yesterday. It tells a story of how things can go from super happy and fun to be more sobering and, for lack of a better term, normal. There are ups and downs to excitement to any adventure, whether that be a video game or real life. Dreamland 3 sure has lots of upbeat tracks and fun levels, but it isn't afraid to take things slower and calm down with it, like with Cloudy Park. I don't think it's better than Mass Attack in that specific regard, mostly since that game actually told a story through its music, but what Dreamland 3 does a lot better than Mass Attack is show, or the audio equivalent of showing anyway, the sugar highs and sobering lows, and how there's nothing wrong with either. Grassland 3, Ripplefield 3, Sand Canyon 1, and Cloudy Park, they're all very different in so many ways, but regardless of whether or not they fall under the sugar high or sobering low, it doesn't matter. They're enjoyable, they're fun, and they all make this point in a game with a crayon art style that evokes childhood memories. It goes deep. Because of everything I've mentioned, there really is nothing that sounds quite like Dreamland 3. Superstar Stacker may have the same sound font, and well, literally it sounds similar, but that game just has really good music, the day-to-day theme, and that's it. Nothing that gives off all of the feelings that I talked about before. It also helps that the actual compositions of Dreamland 3 are more complex. I love KSSS's music, but it's very simple as it was on the Game Boy. Game Boy music being SNESified sounds great, but SNES music being SNESified is a league of its own. I get used to me saying this throughout the rest of the top 10, but there's really nothing like Dreamland 3 music. It just hits different, you know? Although if I had to compare it to Superstar Stacker again, the day-to-day theme in that game was my favorite. And in Dreamland 3, it's day-to-day theme again! Day-to-day sweet! And to be clear, at least personally, I'm not saying that this is a good soundtrack because it gives a sense of anemoia, or nostalgia for something that you've never experienced. I'm not big on nostalgia myself, which is the main reason why I'm making the argument I'm just trying to convince myself with, I guess. But okay, no, to actually be serious, the music simply reminds you of a simpler time. It doesn't make you necessarily yearn for it or specifically take you back to being a child or something. It just lets you bask in the simplistic fun or calm while making you happy. And I appreciate that. It's nice having a sense of childlike wonder without having my memories be obnoxiously used to try to get me to spend money in capitalist societies, you know? Anyway, listening to the music here and just getting to enjoy it for its simplicity and realize, hey, you know, this is actually kind of brilliant. It felt great. And it's not just the levels. Ripplefield's map theme is one of my favorite tracks in the whole game, just for how good it is. I guess I know how that sounds, but I hope you get my point. And if you don't, well, maybe my guest can explain things better. Take it away, Savvy!
Hello everyone, it's me, Savvy. Wait, this isn't my usual green void, it's, Oh, hi Claire. If I read the room correctly, this should be our exclusively one-time club that exclusively centers around talking about Kirby's Dream Land 3 OST for 3 minutes. Neat. And now you have to say 2, actually, because, you know, the minutes. I thought this was funny, but it's not. Gotcha. Well, Dreamland 3 is such a whimsical game that it couldn't have gotten such a better soundtrack. The sound and feel of each track perfectly couples the hand-drawn and nostalgic feeling of the game. Whether it be with peppy tracks that accompany the feels full of ripples, or the eeriness of the hyperzone when you're face to face with the matter most dark. Or even, in a personal favorite of mine, the almost Ghibli movie sounding magical atmosphere that only a track like Sand Canyon 3 could provide. I mean, the game clearly takes some inspiration from the movies with like the anime Keke that is based on Kiki, but I'm getting off track. This soundtrack really hits the spot whenever I listen to it, and that's something that no other compilation of music can achieve for me. The list of songs is full of melancholic melodies, upbeat tunes, and so much more. Dreamland 3's OST has become a mainstay of internet culture thanks to its appearance in countless memes and YTP MVs. Also, wait, isn't the minigame music Shotcat's out? Yeah, that's meant to be like kind of cut off. It's a reference to Shotcat. Thought that was funny. Thus, earning legendary status. And although it might not be as iconic, it's on par with the levels of usage of Superstar's soundtrack. Well, that's all the time I got. Or well, it's kind of the game of our one-time club, isn't it? Well, thanks again for having me, Klaire, and you'll check out The Savvy Show. I mean, the Founder of Dreams podcast. It has Klaire, me, Dexus, and Sunico VTuber. Please include this.
Similar to games like Battle Royale and Mass Attack, I don't have much in terms of issues with the soundtrack. I used to think that not every level having its own theme, like Canvas Curse or something, was a negative. I don't think that at all anymore. The music is fantastic anyway, so who cares? So instead of focusing on the negative, I'm gonna gush over the tiniest little detail about the soundtrack that I just love. So when Kirby dies, the Dreamland 3 Lost to Life music plays, and we've all heard it. It's great. What you may never have heard, though, is the GUI variation, which is a remix of the Lose a Life sound that plays in your average Kirby game. I love tiny details like that so much. It also helps GUI have more of his own identity, which not only works wonders for the game itself, but it allowed me to talk about GUI, and that makes me happy. And yeah, despite everything, we're only at number 9. The absolute gushing is getting real, which fits since the month is almost over and all. 8 games left, and there's at least one of each left in every single era of Kirby. The classic years, the GBA Wii DS years, the Return to Dreamland years, and the modern years, starting with Forgotten Land. It'll be fun to see which game goes next, but if you have any guesses as to what it's gonna be, again, please let me know. The odds are getting ever closer to being in your favor on whether or not you're gonna be right or wrong, so guess away. And until I see you again, I've been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, and what a fitting game to have right after we talked about Dreamland 3. This being a direct sequel to that game and all, it just fit together perfectly. Speaking of the perfect fit, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed the video, since both things really help me out. If you're feeling super generous, please consider becoming a puptron on my Patreon for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to videos, including the final episode of the Kirby soundtrack rankings. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan puptrons, Biohazard, Fioriole, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says bippity bippity bop. I love you guys! Kirby 64 is not only one of the most unique games in the series, but it also boasts one of the most unique soundtracks too. This is no surprise, as Kirby 64 was the only Kirby game released on the Nintendo 64. Every console in the old days had its own sound style, and the Nintendo 64 matched up with Kirby incredibly well. Identifiably game music, it had what it took to give Kirby music that extra oomph it lacked on older hardware. We not only wound up getting another dimension in Kirby 64, well, half another dimension, 2.5D, that good stuff, but to this point, this is the most dynamic a Kirby soundtrack had ever been. Instruments, scope, variety, you name it, Kirby 64 had it all. The World Select music does a great job of showcasing just how much more the Nintendo 64 was able to provide for Kirby compared to previous consoles. That track is also an excellent segue into talking about how excellent of an atmosphere Kirby 64 has. This should come as no surprise. I highlighted the atmosphere so many times in Dreamland 3. This is a direct follow-up. Even if the number after 3 is not 64, it all still adds up. For Dreamland 3, it used its creative art style to shift between happy, upbeat fun times and somber, sobering points effortlessly, and the music reflected that excellent. Dreamland 4, Kirby 64. I might keep that one, I don't know. Kirby 64 does much the same, but much larger. It starts similarly to Dreamland 3 with a very cheery, cute opening level track that also happens to be one of my favorites in the game. But the music complements the game very differently due to the more dynamic camera angles. Instead of feeling like Dreamland 3, it winds up feeling more like what Canvas Curse and Epic Yarn do. It draws you into the world and keeps you in a good, happy mood to not ruin the immersion. Until the mini-boss music comes on, then it's all intense, but still in a fun way. The music feels like a part of the world in Kirby 64, and that's something it does better than both Canvas Curse and Epic Yarn. In most Kirby games, the music feels like, well, music. Something separate from the environment that you're in, being complementary to whatever it is that you're doing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I would never say there's anything wrong with that. But the music of Kirby 64 feels so lived in with the area that you're exploring. I don't listen to, say, Down the Mountain Stream and think, wow, that's great music that goes alongside Down the Mountain Stream from Kirby 64 for the Nintendo 64. And that's for two reasons. One, I listen to it and I just think, holy moly, this is amazing. But more relevant, it feels like it's a part of this living, breathing world that is Kirby 64. The music playing in the background doesn't feel like it's just playing in the background. It feels like it's a natural part of this mountain stream that you're running down. On the whole, Kirby 64 feels so alive. And I'll admit, a part of why I think this is because of the dynamic camera angles and set pieces throughout the game. It just looks so much more alive when you can see things in 3D, something that Forgotten Land showcased fantastically. But the music is absolutely a part of that too. Running through volcanoes in Neostar is a big deal, but what makes it feel intense is this booming track that's playing in the background. Which, again, sounds less like music in the moment and just something that's a part of this volcano. This even applies to remixes, which is insanely impressive given they're not fully original tracks. I mentioned Down the Mountain Stream already, but the track that used to be my favorite in the game, Above the Clouds, arguably does this even better. Butter Building is a more iconic track, which makes it harder to stand out, but this makes better use of that cloud motif than even most versions of something like Bubbly Clouds. It just sounds so natural. 64 is a game with music, of course, and I'm not trying to say it's managed to surpass the concept of music and become something all of its own that nothing else in the world has ever been able to replicate since, or whatever. It's incredible music, but in that moment when you're playing the game, it doesn't feel like music. And to me, that's incredible. As is the case with all of the best Kirby soundtracks, what helps Kirby 64 keep this feeling alive is how much variety there is. You're never going to get a Kirby soundtrack that isn't loaded with adorable audio delight, and on this front, Kirby 64 completely delivers. Just listen to something like Aquastar. Pure Kirby goodness. But for once, I'd actually say these are in the minority. A lot of the more positive and cute tracks aren't that high energy. My favorite current track, Shiverstar, describes what I'm talking about. If this was in a game like Epic Yarn, straight up, I wouldn't be surprised, given how effortlessly it makes me smile. It's so in tune with the cold, chilly level it's playing during, but it never once gets super upbeat or happy or fast. It's always slow, always calming, always kind of warm, despite having an obviously chilly exterior. And while this is absolutely my favorite of the bunch, the game is loaded with stuff like this. Quiet Forest, the ruins, all of the world map tracks, barring Ripple Star, all of the cutscene tracks, stuff like that. But to make these stand out even more, Kirby 64 has got its fair share of more intense, sometimes even creepy tracks. My favorite of the downright creepy stuff, definitely Ripple Star Catacombs, if only because it's so in your face with how unsettling it is. But of the higher energy stuff that still keeps a less positive tone, that's the other Ripple Star theme. This is just such a groovy groove. It makes me want to dance. Moving on, I still have so many videos to finish somehow. I mentioned cutscene music earlier, which is something I don't do very often during these videos. Kirby 64 is a standout game in the series for how it presents its story. To keep things tied to the music, a lot of what the story is exploring various different areas of so many different worlds. Exploring and finding the crystal shards is the selling point of the story, justifying and more importantly, contextualizing these fantastic cutscenes. Fighting enemies and bosses to get more shards in hopes of restoring the crystal shard to its former glory. Based on what I've said in this video, you can kind of tell where this is going to be going, and while it doesn't tell its own story like, say, Mass Attack does, the music of Kirby 64 fits the goals the story sets out to tell because it doesn't even feel like music most of the time. It helps you immerse yourself and feel like you're there, traveling the world with Kirby and Day-to-Day and the others. Oh, also, I mentioned bosses, so I have to bring up the boss battle music. It is unreal how good the boss tracks are in this game. Game in general just has such a good sense of scope to it. The Neo Star music growing more and more intense as you travel further into the volcano, down the mountain stream staying fun and vibrant as you run through the river, or the boss music never letting up until you beat these extra tough... No, you're right, this is Kirby 64, let me try that again. Until you beat these extra foes. The final regular boss, Miracle Matter, even gets a unique variation of the boss music, and it's somehow even better. just fantastic all around. Now, this is the part where I bring up my issues that I don't have, because of course, I don't have issues with the soundtrack. Sometimes I wonder if I only like it so much because it's the only Kirby on the N64, as is to say, if we had another, this wouldn't be so unique. But no, it still would be. We've had so many other Kirby games feel unique and one of a kind on platforms with multiple games. I just talked about Dreamland 3 yesterday, and that absolutely falls under this category. So no, for all of the reasons that I've already gushed over, this is a one-of-a-kind soundtrack, and it's fantastic. Definitely my favorite selection of tunes on the Nintendo 64. And I'm not alone in thinking that. Listen to Pikachu gush about the music, because hey, why have one person gush about great music when you can have two? Or is it Pikachu? I really need to start figuring out how to pronounce my guests' names.
Hey everyone, Pikachu here, and today I'll be briefly joining Klaire to discuss the music of Kirby 64. If you didn't already know, it's my favorite Kirby game, one of my favorite games ever in fact, and the OST is simply incredible. Don't worry, alright OST, I still love you, it's alright. I could go on and on and on about why Kirby 64's OST is so fantastic, but I've only got so much time here, so I'll try to keep it brief, summarize a few of my major points, and hopefully I can explain why I believe Kirby 64's OST is the best in the series. Well, first things first, I think the music sounds good. Shocking, I know, but trust me, I have my reasons, and one of them is Kirby 64's wonderful sound font. So many great instruments here, it's such a pleasing thing to listen to. Some highlights that I just think are really fun to listen to include Inside the Ruins, which is just such a funky song. It sounds so nice, but it's got an air of mystery to it as well, which fits the black pyramid spaceship thing it plays inside. Shiver Star perfectly captures the feeling of a snowy winter day. It's cheerful and fun, and I love that part where the pitch rises towards the end. Above the Clouds is my favorite remix of Butter Building. It's so poppy and fun, I just love it so much. It's an incredible song, best butter building and one of the best in the whole OST, serious contender for the top spot. That regular boss theme, best regular boss theme in the Kirby series, it's so good. That breakdown and the part with the higher pitched tones near the end before it loops is just... I mentioned it a few times, but these songs really do sell atmospheres. They really do. And one that instantly comes to mind that excels at this is Factory Inspection. The ever-present sounds of the sinister machinery coupled with the gradual rise and build up to that melancholic ending, which, should the fan theories be believed, really does hammer in the fact that you might just be standing on a frozen Earth trapped in a nuclear winter. And then there's Zero 2 Battle. Don't even get me started on Zero 2 Battle. It's my favorite final boss theme in the series. It just has a feeling of finality to it. It's so intense yet sorrowful at the same time. And you know that this battle isn't gonna end until one side falls. And then when you remember that this is a battle between Kirby and Zero, two different philosophies, two different ideals, two sides of the same coin, a said coin being void, then the music hits all the harder, and the whole fight just hits all the harder when it all just comes together. You know what I'm saying? Even some of the smaller songs and things like minigames and even menus go hard. And those are some of the things and songs that make Kirby 64's OST a masterpiece. Ishikawa and Ando were cooking with this one, Ishikawa especially. That dude composed like all of the stage and boss themes himself. Like, what was he doing? He was cooking so hard. 64 is a fantastic game, and I would be lying if I said the OST didn't play a part in why I think it's so good. And so with all that said, go play Pikmin 4. And Pikachu, out!
Is it weird that I'm still thinking that we're only at number 8? Like, I'm ranking the soundtrack way too low? I guess it's gonna feel like that until we get to number 1, but there's only one way to find out. Given we're only 2 days away from the end, I am sure you know what that way is. Sticking around for the next videos. And, of course, let me know what you think the next soundtrack is going to be. Here's a hint. It's going to be very, very hard for me to talk about it. With that, I have been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Deep breaths, Klaire. Deep breaths. You can do this. Okay, let's try this again. No! I'm sorry, I need a minute. Oh god, you've got this, Klaire. You've ranked so many soundtracks lower than you've wanted to. It's okay. It's alright. One more time. Hello everybody, Klaire Fluffle here, and I can't do this! This is the single greatest game ever made. I refuse to hear otherwise, and I am only ranking it at 7th? I'm gonna have to call on my guest early while I think my life's choices and cry. Please consider liking the video and subscribing. Both of those things really help me out. Also consider becoming a puptron by checking out my Patreon, link in the description, for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all the videos, including tomorrow's final soundtrack ranking video, which isn't gonna have Superstar Ultra in it. I can't do this. Special thanks to my head-patting Fluffle fan patrons, Biohazard, Fiorial, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says, bam, you're gay now. Heart. I love you guys. Okay, take it away, Glitch. I need more time.
I love Superstar Ultra. As one of my very first games alongside Pokemon Black and Super Smash Bros. Brawl, I loved this game to pieces. Whether it was the gameplay, the visuals, the new game modes, this game really resonated with me, but I think the thing that stood out to me the most was its original soundtrack. When it came to Superstar Ultra's soundtrack, while I do think that some of its original soundtrack doesn't really live up to the expectations of some of the original game's soundtracks, such as the Marks theme, personally, I do think that it has its own merits and value. The Mass Dedede theme is super iconic to the King of Dreamland at this point, and I honestly think that it's very hard for how to beat this original take, because the narrative and the story setting itself really helps this theme work so well. Nowadays, Mass Dedede just kind of gets used whenever, wherever. He gets used a little too much, but in that original Superstar Ultra, the music really emphasized the fact that this was a final grudge-settling bout with Kirby's greatest rival, and I think that really stuck with me. It's hands down my favorite boss theme that the franchise has to offer, by far. Alongside that, there are some more themes like that that are very tone-setting. A great example being the Final Four theme for the True Arena. This theme is unsettling, and it really emphasizes the fact that Kirby is about to fight his strongest opponents in this game back-to-back, and even a new one. I have to give credit, though, to Galactic Knight as probably being the best. This cutscene theme set the tone for a truly legendary battle against a ever-so-mysterious foe, and it really, really made Galactic Knight stand out to me as one of Kirby's vaguest but coolest characters overall.
Okay, so it's come to this. 7th place, Kirby Superstar Ultra. For the unfamiliar, this game, as I said earlier, is my favorite game ever. I don't like calling anything the best or the worst thing ever. I only did that before for the bit. I mean, because I was such an emotional wreck. Yeah. But there aren't any games that I love nearly as much as I love Superstar Ultra, even including other Kirby games. It's truly one of a kind for me. And with the ranking it got, it should come as no surprise. I have a vivid memory of once, and only once, doubting the quality of the soundtrack since it was a remake of a game with an iconic soundtrack, but with DS compression. Then I booted up the game to ease my doubts, and as soon as I heard this... then went on to listen to other iconic tracks in their Superstar Ultra rendition, including the ever-iconic Green Greens. Yeah, no, this soundtrack is fantastic. Legendary on its own right, too, but we'll get into that later. Of course, the first big question to be answered before anything is, Klaire, aren't you just biased? First of all, no, and second of all, no. At best, you could argue power of association, which, yeah, that's here in spades, but that's because of how expertly well the music is used and how good the music is overall. It's not biased. There's plenty to love about this soundtrack, from the sound font, to the compositions, to those tracks that you wouldn't expect to sound great, but hey, they do. My favorite example, despite just being a minigame, Kirby on the Draw... It even stands apart from the Return Deluxe version because of how different they sound, although I do really love both. Here, there's little things like the extra jingle added to the opening of Spring Breeze, that's pretty neat. The Dynablade variation of Castle Lololo that debuted in Air Ride is also used here for that fight, and the Wham Bams. And even though Air Ride did it first, not to mention I played Air Ride before I played Ultra, I still associate that version of the track with this game before I do Air Ride. And I find that's the case with most people too, and that's insanely impressive. The goofy blooper reel that you unlock at the very end has its own music, which remixes the cutscene music from Gourmet Race and fits the goofy nature of a blooper reel, and I love the soundtrack! Now, to address another elephant in the room, or rather, two of them, why does Superstar Ultra get away nearly scot-free while Nightmare in Dreamland and, to a lesser extent, Return Deluxe feel puppies rat? Return Deluxe is easy enough, it really didn't bother me very much, but Nightmare's music was just kind of a mess overall. I've talked about it a few times, but to keep it brief, be it due to the composers being newer to music making for the Game Boy Advance, changes in energy to what was supposed to be a fun soundtrack, or lackluster remixes in general, the music was a mess. Superstar Ultra manages to sound distinct from Superstar due to how different SNES and DS music is, but unlike Nightmare, it still has similar energy to the original game. In fact, I like some tracks even more in Ultra. In particular, I actually prefer the second Gourmet Race track, Hilltop Chase, in Ultra. It sounds groovier to me, and that higher pitch adds more energy to it. Doesn't add a lot of chorus. This one was meant to be a more mellow version of one of the most iconic tracks in the series, but it adds just enough while, at least to me, even managing to sound groovier here than it does in the original game. There are other examples, but not only have I not talked about Superstar yet, but I don't want to rag on that game, you know? But while I can say that overall I do prefer the original game's music, that doesn't make Ultra's bad. In fact, I happen to think the DS was a perfect fit for Superstar and its music. Yeah, the tracks are compressed like crazy, but so what? I love DS compression. When I listen to the Orange Ocean track here, which is used for Grape Gardens, even though it's neither Orange Ocean or Grape Gardens, I'm very confused. I heckin' love what the DS did to this. Makes it more fun as you run through the level and try and catch back up to Mennonite, and there's this nifty reverb echo effect added that helps it sound cooler. And unlike a certain deluxe remake we recently talked about, the echo reverb is used very sparingly. Not to mention, it just has such an energetic pacing to it, and that intro is so good. Builds up perfectly into the fun that's about to come. The energy of a Kirby game soundtrack, to me, is one of the most important elements to it, and Ultra gets that so right. I've mostly just talked about the more upbeat stuff, which, again, fits the DS and this game style to a T, but like with the Dynablade track I mentioned earlier, it can handle more intense stuff really well. Without getting into the new stuff, just looking at the classics, the boss battle music is as frantic and crazy as ever, I would argue even more so than the original. You can hear every individual instrument so well, I think that really helps it all stand out. Tracks like Day-to-Day and Mennonite's battle themes are, surprisingly, kept excellently intact. With the higher pitch, you wouldn't think so, but, I mean, Day-to-Day's theme, that's just about as fun as always, but Mennonite's? I'll admit that the notes don't hit quite as hard as they used to, but they all sound so much less standard and familiar. Like you're in this intense situation, your thoughts are all meddled, and this would be the music that's playing. That siren sounding sound that kicks in towards the climax, used again at the very end, is perfect and adds more intensity to it. I feel this version is more atmospheric than the original, as a trade-off for sounding less strong. I love what they did with it. So, okay, regardless of whether or not these are better or worse than the originals, these new takes on classic tracks sound good. I love DS music, I love Ultra's take on old tracks. They're used well, fantastic. They aren't all comparative winners, granted, but on their own, they all range from good enough to love, 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 love. So what about the new stuff? Superstar has undeniably one of the most influential soundtracks in the series. Gourmet Race, Great Cave, Versus Marks, that extra bit they added to Day-to-Day's theme, the boss music, this specific variation of Green Greens. How is a remake gonna live up to that? Fairly easily, in fact. Believe it or not, on an influential level, I think Ultra actually stands toe-to-toe with the original. In fact, it may even surpass it. But we'll get to that in a minute, since that's the iconic stuff. Quote-unquote lesser tracks here are still great. For example, Ultra kicked off this new instrumental style for day-to-day leitmotifs with the selection track for Revenge of the King. It's super neat. I was very happy to see it come back in stuff like Drum Dash Deluxe and Battle Royale. Of course, the insane new track given for the Kabula fight cannot go unmentioned. It may not have caught on like Mintley from Dreamland, but I'm telling ya, every time I talk about Superstar Ultra music and Kabula is thought to have been mentioned, people freak about how good the Kabula fight music is. And I agree, it's great! Away from Revenge of the King now, while both of the arena modes stuck around, Helper to Hero never really did, so its variations of the arena tracks shouldn't be ignored. And even Meta Nightmare Ultra has some sleeper hits, like the intro music that plays during the opening cutscene. It's short, but at least to me, it's really neat. Of course, there's also the 100% menu music used in Dream Buffet, which made me happier than you could ever imagine. This might be my favorite of the true 100% menu themes in all of Kirby, if I'm being honest. And while, yeah, we already talked about it, figured I might as well bring it up again. That blooper reel music, very charming. Even if I don't like the laugh track, it's a little weird, but I found a version that doesn't have the laugh track, and it sounds amazing. So, yeah, those are all the lovely tracks. Let's get to the insane stuff, the stuff that is iconic to Kirby as a series, when everybody knows Kirby as a franchise would not be the same without these. For example, did you know that Heavy Lobster's theme did not actually debut in Superstar? It was made for Ultra, and... alright, sing it with me now. Heavy Lobster, Heavy Lobster, Heavy Lobster. Do you know how strongly I associate Heavy Lobster and Heavy Lobster? Yeah. I sometimes forget that this isn't in the original at all when I play it. Superstar Ultra also made the True Arena a series mainstay, and while only Triple Deluxe specifically remixed this track, all of the tracks that play during it are exclusively what kind of style future True Arenas would use. The regular arena just kind of says Greek and kind of goes with that, but True Arenas are always intense, like how Ultras are, no matter what. special mention goes to the final 4 track that plays, for not only being one of the most sinister themes in the series, but for being the first Kirby boss rush to use different music in one of its lobbies towards the end, something that every future Kirby boss rush would continue to use. I am telling you, this soundtrack is so important for the rest of the series. But come on, the 2 most iconic tracks are exactly the ones that you would expect, Mask Daddy Day and Galactonite. Galactonite is, no questions asked, the #1 of the series for absolute headbangers. At this point of Kirby, back in 2008, you never really heard something like this in a Kirby game before. We've seen it since plenty of times, but outside of something like Dark Mind and Amazing Mirror, and even then, that's really only part of it, this was really uncommon. So to see it in a Kirby game for a Meta Knight battle against the greatest warrior in the galaxy was just so cool. It's a moment of Kirby that I am never going to forget. And sure, I do prefer future remixes, in particular the Return to Dreamland one. This version is not only iconic on its own, but fantastic. Speaking of, though, I'm sure you all know what's coming next. Yeah, his theme in the regular game is great. No track in Superstar Ultra can compare to Day-Day-Day. In the opening, this nifty cutscene music. It's not bad, I kind of like it. Nah, you know I love to troll. Mask Day-to-Day's theme is perfect. That intro is fantastic, paced perfectly to get you ready and excited for the intense battle to come. And then, once it starts, it just never lets go. It's fast, it's fun, and it sells the fact that Day-to-Day is serious about winning this time so perfectly. I can't say it's better than Roar of Day-to-Day. I can't bring myself to go on for like 5 minutes about it, but this will be comparable, if nothing else. And that's because, well, Revenge of the King as a whole, but more importantly, its final moments. You've beaten everything Day-to-Day can throw at you, Bandanity fights a losing battle to protect his king, and Day-to-Day battles Kirby more seriously than he's ever had in the past. This is my favorite moment in the entire series. You know, when I hear the Ultra arranged specifically, I'm taken back to my first time playing it. And my second and third, fourth, fifth. Look, I could keep this going on forever. I've gone through Revenge of the King at least like 100 times. And Mask Day-to-Day's theme still feels just as fresh and insane as it did back in 2008. I actually had to stop playing on my first playthrough when I got to that point. It was literally too much for 14-year-old Klaire to handle. I hear around the rumor mill every now and then that there are people who prefer future remixes of this, like the Triple Deluxe or, well, the Triple Deluxe version, that's really it. And while I won't shame anyone for feeling that way, that remix is great, I can't disagree more. It feels like this was tailor-made for the DS, and the energy, pacing, and intensity of the original still goes unmatched. And when it's all over, love the storytelling here with no dialogue. Love this track that plays that parallels Revenge of Meta Knight. Love the crunchy, compressed visuals. I love Superstar Ultra the most. Nothing tops this game, and especially this moment. For legal reasons, I have to specify for me. Now, surprise, surprise, I do find myself having some very minor issues with the soundtrack. The first one shouldn't come as a surprise, but given that this game is a remake, it is kind of a bummer that there are enough tracks that I find way better in Superstar. If they were just a little better, I wouldn't mind so much, but they were talking not even close. I'm looking at the soundtrack by itself, granted, so this doesn't bother me too much for sake of the rankings. Yes, I like Nightmare even less if I more actively compared it to the original adventure, like I'm doing with these two, but still. And while this is certainly an unfair criticism, come on, you listen to me talk. We all know this is my favorite game ever made. Naturally, I'm gonna expect more out of it, so when I get a soundtrack that doesn't even clear the top 5 from it, it's gonna be a problem. In terms of actual fair critiques, I mean, I've got nothing. Maybe my guest will. Take it away, Glitch. Oh, wait, I used the guest already. Shoot. Yeah, I can't criticize. The soundtrack is so good. But that's it, everyone. The final regular video for Kirby Month, and it's for my favorite game of all time. Tomorrow, we tackle the top 6 Kirby game soundtracks all in one video. For a refresher, that's Kirby Superstar, the original, although I'm sure I'll be talking about Ultra, Air Ride, Return to Dreamland, Rainbow Curse, Planet Robobot, and Dream Buffet. The premiere should already be up by the time this video goes live, so be sure to set the notification for waiting so that you're notified, like and subscribe for when it starts. And in the comments, tell me your thoughts on this wonderful soundtrack and which of those 6 games will take the #1 spot. Until I see you all again, I've been Klaire. Thank you all so much for watching. Superstar Ultra is the best game ever. Bye! We had a nightmare. It wasn't extra epic because of Burgess. We flew like an owl and had a dream course and squeaked up a puffy, and got some star allies. We blocked the ball and tilted and tumbled. We had a blow a blast and had fun in Dreamland. And Puppy turned 29. We fought too, we super clashed, and we superstar stacked. We forgore, we're amazing. We cursed and had an adventure. We tripled, we battled, we were epic. Yeah, we returned to Deluxe and we had a mass attack. Seriously, that sounds like a disease. We had a 3rd Dreamland and we got a crystal shard. And finally, we played the best game ever made, Kirby Superstar Ultra. And now, this is it. The final curtain call. Won't you join me, Klaire Fluffle, for one last ball? Hi, hey, hello, one and all. Klaire Fluffle here with the finale of the month-long insanity that is, or soon be was, the Kirby soundtrack rankings. And it's a YouTube premiere. Say we lovey cute puppy now if you're in chat. Anyways, I'm exhausted, but you know what? For once, I finally did it. The final episode is August 31st and not September 1st. Believe it or not, I've never actually fit these videos in a single month before. Go puppy! If you want to congratulate me, or you just like what I do, please like and subscribe. That helps me out an absolute ton. Maybe check out my Patreon for nifty perks, including 2-day early access to all of my videos. The soundtrack rankings may be over, but I actually normally make speedrunning videos, not music-related videos, a topic I'm not really all that familiar on. And you know speedrunning is super cool, especially when the person speaking is super familiar with it, like Puppy. You also get to be called a Puptrin back on my Patreon. And of course, the biggest of thanks and love in the whole wide world to my head-patting Fluffle fan Puptrins, Biohazard, Fioriole, Tyke, Jane, and remember, Miss K says, I love you guys. All right, it's top 6 time. Yes, this absolutely was supposed to be a top 5 video, but some puppy had to go and not upload for a few days. But pointing fingers isn't gonna get us anywhere. Don't point fingers, please. So let's get started. How the heck are we gonna do this? We're covering 6 heckin' soundtracks today, all in the span of a single video. I ask, again, for you guys, how are we gonna do this? Well, what better way than to just cover every game individually like we've been doing? Give them their own time to shine, all that fun stuff. Sounds good to me anyway. Oh, but 2 things before we do start. 1, I'll just say it here, no complaints. Don't expect me to even joke about it. These are serious videos for serious people. Ball! Second, the key... Sorry, I was distracted by the ball. Second, to keep the suspense high, I'll be going in chronological order for these games before ranking them at the very end. You never know what you're gonna get from this puppy. Third, given how long this video is, there's no way I'm gonna be on screen for all of it. The puppy needs a race too, you know. Gonna curl up in a corner, get all cozy, take a little nap, let the video finish, then I'll be back on. So, if you'll excuse me, Alrighty, so to start out, let's talk about... Wow, you know, what even is there to be said about Kirby Superstar? The Kirby Superstar is a Super Nintendo video game released in 1996 for the Super. The tricky thing about talking KSS is that it left so much of an impression, not only on people, but the series itself, so early on. It wasn't like this game came out and nobody cared, then years later it suddenly caught on. Au contraire, it's the only Kirby game people ever talked about until it was remade. Obviously, the series grew from there, but until it returned to Dreamland, arguably even Triple Deluxe, some form of this game was the quintessential Kirby. And you obviously know the soundtrack played a big part of that. Why? Oh, come on! Just listen to it! You can hear it in the background. We're not going to be playing samples today. Trust me, this video's long enough. Literally yesterday, I gushed about how good the DS versions of all of these tracks were, but Super Nintendo music is truly on another plane of existence. I oftentimes use the word strong to describe the music in Superstar, and hey, don't get me wrong, I completely stand by that. All I really mean by strong is that certain notes or instruments stand out when compared to others. I want to say they sound louder, but I'm not fully sure if that's why. All I could say is that they're strong because that's how it feels to me. I really should have learned, I don't know, anything about music and music theory before starting this series. You know, that would have made sense. Either way, this is simply Super Nintendo music at its best. I've always thought this since the very first time I played Superstar, and well, actively knew what a Super Nintendo was. I was a very tiny puppy when I played it for the first time, okay? But when I think Super Nintendo music, I think Superstar. And while that could just boil down to me loving the game so much, I think it's more than that. The music here, while still having good variety to it, feels a lot more focused than the rest of the series. I think I have the easiest time recognizing this as a coherent soundtrack compared to almost every other game in Kirby. And unlike other Super Nintendo games, this is Kirby music. So automatically it gets bonus points in favor of being the best on the console. Similar to other games on the Super Nintendo, though, I feel this was the first time Kirby music really felt fully realized. I love some of these earlier soundtracks, especially Dreamland and Adventure, but despite how little I know about 8-bit hardware and how it makes sounds at all, you can tell how limiting it is just by listening to it. Someone way more knowledgeable than me can go over specifics. I'm just really here to look cute. Except I'm not here to look cute because I'm off screen. But Super Nintendo music felt so much more bombastic. And what fits Kirby better than that? All of these tracks sound exactly how I imagine they would sound if you'd play them with regular instruments. just with that Super Nintendo flair to help them stand out even more. 8-bit beeps and boops and bops all have their charm for sure, but I'll take those insanely rad Super Nintendo trumpets over practically anything. Superstar really loves those trumpets too, which is good for me. You hear them in practically every game mode. And hey, there's another thing that not only makes Superstar insanely unique, but also its soundtrack. All of the different game modes tend to go for their own style, and this is one key area where I think this game succeeds over the rest. The Spring Breeze goes for the same style that Dreamland went for, but much bigger and grander. Dynablade feels more lax. Great Cave has a sense of adventure. Gourmet Races, I don't even need to explain that one. ROMK is more intense, etc. And sure, these generalizations aren't 100% on the nose, but that's why variety exists, and the soundtrack is better off for it. Part of why Hilltop Chase is so good is because it complements 1-2 Oatmeal so well, you know? I think what's craziest of all about the jams in Superstar is not only how good they all are, but specifically how iconic they are. There are tracks like Peanut Plains and the not Grammy-winning version of Revenge of Mennonite that, despite not being literally everywhere, are still influential tracks that have left a big impact on Kirby as a series. Your remixes like Green Greens are at some of their most recognizable here. Then you've got your heavy hitters. Revenge of Mennonite, but it's actually the one that won a Grammy this time. Day to Day's theme, but now it has the extension that made the theme without it feel incomplete. Versus Mark's Kirby's Triumphant Return. Come on! This has return in the name. You know it's gotta be good. Hint, hint. Association is so strong with this one, with the added bonus of knowing how big these tracks are, both in and out of context with the game. Versus Marks is a fantastic track on its own, but there's so much extra nuance to it when you factor in just how much of a big deal this track is for so many people, and vice versa too. It's fantastic. But Gourmet Race specifically is just something else. I've got no idea how the pieces fit together so perfectly for this one, for it to just be the best possible version of it that it could be, but some kind of planetary alignment combined with the phases of the moon and the lunar patterns, and some insanely good work from the ever-skilled composer of this game, Jun Ishikawa, all came into place here. This is my favorite track in the game, bar none, and while I certainly love Hilltop Chase, I do think there's a reason 1-2 Oatmeal is the one that caught on. It's just way too energetic and fun to not be the symbol of the series, you know? Well, for a time anyway. Green Greens kinda beat it out as of recent, and I'm more than okay with that, but for a good decade and a half or so, this was the theme that you would associate with Kirby. It's so good. In my book, one of the most impressive things that Superstar's music does is be better than Ultra's. I gotta talk about Ultra, you know this. A lot of people speak kind of badly of the DS compression and the general style that Ultra went for, but it didn't bother me at all. If anything, I actually kind of prefer the compression being a thing. I stand by what I said in that video. Ultra's music is fantastic and beats out most other games in the series. But if you were to compare it to the original, yes, I think the music is better. The game isn't better. No game is better than Superstar Ultra. It's the best game ever. I love it so much. Everything just feels so right. We're never getting a parasol that feels as good and flows as perfectly and actually has real physics instead of the slower physics from the modern games that, unlike the classics, you can actually control it easier and do things with it. And even ignoring parasol, the game just looks so good and is a joy to handle. And there's just too strong of an argument that Superstar has got the best music in the business. Too much of it is iconic, too much of it is perfectly associated with Kirby, not only as a brand, but as a character. The console it's on as one of the best video game styles of music. I could just say sound fun, but I could be wrong. On the market, the variety is insane, and yet it all fits together so coherently. At least a third of this soundtrack is iconic to Kirby as a series. Enough of the soundtrack as a whole is iconic to the gaming landscape as a whole. Oh god, I could go on. I won't even mention the other game again so that this video doesn't go on forever, but it being better in terms of music than that one speaks even more volumes to how impressive of a soundtrack this is. And just as equally as I admire it, I love it. So, people watching at home, based on how I talked about this, let me know where you think I would rank it in the top 6. It's the only one I've talked about so far, so if you don't say anything yet, I could totally understand. But I'm just preparing this to be a running thing throughout the video, keep you guys engaged. So let's talk about another game that isn't Kirby Superstar Ultra. So, the console right after the Nintendo 64, which had Kirby 64, the only Kirby game for the Nintendo 64, haha, was the GameCube. I love the GameCube dearly, but how many Kirby games did it have? Also, only one. Kind of a weird streak while Kirby was having their own handheld adventures, but similar to Kirby 64, this is a pseudo blessing in disguise. Similar to Kirby 64, Air Ride has a one-of-a-kind soundtrack that no other game has been able to replicate since. And while, yes, it does directly carry unremixed tracks from other games, the fact that they're just fun alternative tracks while the new ones steal the show, that's kind of an ideal for me. And those newer ranges of the old tracks, they are incredible, which we'll talk about. But the entirely new tracks, wow. I've been pontificating to myself, yes, I know, big word, that basically just means I'm being annoying, about just how I could describe the music for Kirby Air Ride. It's so hard because there truly isn't anything like it. If I had to describe it, imagine you're playing a racing game, but the role the music is fulfilling is what it would do in a game like Kirby 64, Canvas Curse, or Epic Yarn. It genuinely draws you in and helps suck you into the world of Kirby Air Ride, as completely bizarre as that sounds, and lets it feel more alive, lived in. And sure, comparing it to those three may not make it seem all that unique, but remember, this is a racing game, and the music has to fit that racing game feel. Fast-paced and pumping you up. Not all of Air Ride's tracks are fast, stuff like Sky Sands is much slower, and I love it for that, but bizarrely enough, it all just works. What makes it even stranger is that this game has four, count 'em, 4 composers: Jun Ishikawa, Hirokazu Ando, Shoga Sakai, and Tadashi Ikegami. If I was actually a music channel, I would make an entire video about Ikegami. I seriously did not know how important he was until doing research for these videos. He's the unsung hero of Kirby. But at the end of the day, that's still 4 different composers, with Super Nintendo music being carried over from Superstar and anime music being carried over. That's a lot, but maybe it's because of these different styles that the soundtrack sings so well. None of it feels like it doesn't belong, and a lot of the music, well, all of it aside from the Super Nintendo stuff and some occasional gamey stuff here and there, being entirely orchestrated is not only impressive, but an absolute delight to the ears. This may sound really hypocritical, coming from me, the puppy who's praised old gaming soundtracks for having video game sounding music that isn't just music you can find anywhere else, but Air Ride is the first Kirby game with a quote-unquote real sounding soundtrack. The 64 was very close, but this orchestra, to this very day, blows me away with how incredible it is from the word go. For their first try with music that can't be masked by hardware, this is unbelievably good. Certainly a better first try than any of these other soundtracks. Occasionally, you do hear a more video gamey sounding track, like I mentioned before, but this is hardly a bad thing. If it's using real instruments and still sounding this rad, oh, you know I'm here for it. Contrast this to the other big racing first-party games on the GameCube, which also have excellent soundtracks, by the way, Mario Kart Double Dash and F-Zero GX. Although I've never ever played the latter, so I can't comment much on it. I know F-Zero kind of goes all out on the hard rock style, letting you know its soundtrack is cool. Except it actually is cool. I'm not saying that derogatorily. It's nice. Double Dash goes for a more energetic and fun style, with lots of ambiance and whistling tied with those finger snaps, do-do-do-do-do-do, to give it a really groovy feeling. I'm a big fan of both soundtracks, but they never make the game feel quite so lived in as Air Ride does. I guess this is just something that top tier Kirby is masterful at. Even ignoring the top tier soundtracks, every one I've ranked since, I don't know, at least Forgotten Land has done this to great effect. But to hear this in a racing game is not something that you really ever get. You certainly don't get it in Kirby's other racing game, but we'll talk about that one later. This should come as no surprise to anybody, but I've been intentionally not mentioning the music for City Trial because I feel like it best describes what I'm talking about. Simply starting City Trial and hearing that opening jingle, do 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 do, is enough to make me want to put this one on top. But the whole thing in general is just so efficient at making you feel immersed. It isn't too loud or too quiet. Honestly, it's pretty calming. This is great for the standard flow of City Trial, which does absolutely get aggressive. That said, it does not start that way. And when things do get aggressive, the music almost serves as a way to help remind you not to panic and that you're still playing City Trial. Now, when events happen and everything actually changes, the music does too. And while most of these are directly carried from the anime, they're still really good. They weren't carried from another game, technically, so there is more value in directly borrowing old tracks, but this is a case of they were able to get the soundtrack actually finished, period, so I'll take it. That being said, just because City Trial is legendary doesn't mean I want to see any of you selling these other mode shirts. Airite in particular does such a good job of helping each level feel lived in, and for me at least, I'd argue the power of association, I finally said it, of music to game is even stronger here than it is in City Trial. The Frozen Hillside, Checker Nights, Nebula Belt, Magma Flows, come on! And then the new remixes add even more to this, with stuff like the ROMK theme from Superstar, talking about that a lot, the remix of Rainbow Resort from Adventure, it all fits perfectly, and gets me in that mood to play some Kirby Air Ride. Also, as a huge fan of Top Ride, I won't sell that mode short either, although the music definitely feels at its most gamey there. And you know what? It better sound like that. Top Ride is very arcade-like, and without music like this, it just wouldn't sell itself nearly as well. Grass is my favorite of the Top Ride themes, although the KSS remix for Metal and the original track for Light are close runner-ups. Light specifically is the only instance of the feeling lived in style that Top Ride has, and it rules! Because of how cool and varied and larger than life Airite's music is, my favorite track fluctuates a lot. Superstar, easy, gourmet race, moving on. Airite though, my favorite's gone from Rockstar to Sky Sands to Beat Up Tack to Foggy Weather to Grass to the menu music of all things to Fountain of Dreams remix to Checker Nights. There are so many amazing tracks here that picking a favorite is way too hard. My current favorite is Legendary Airide Machine for being one of the few tracks in the game I can associate to an actual moment. Those are pretty far and few between due to Airide's status as a racing game. When you collect those three pieces, you watch that cutscene, and this unforgettable track plays. Eternal bliss, and there's nothing like it. I just mentioned Airide not having much in terms of association, and while I definitely stand by that, I think that makes it all the more impressive that it's able to rank so high. This is entirely carried on how solid the music sounds from multiple different composers borrowing from multiple different places. It should have been a disorganized mess. A good mess, but still a mess. Instead, this is one of the cleanest, most presentable Kirby soundtracks of them all. There is truly nothing like it, and it's more than deserving of that #1 spot. Of course, now that we're here, we gotta do the checkpoint question again. Hi everybody. Whether you're watching the premiere live or leaving a comment afterwards, tell me, based on what I had to say, do you think this is going above or below Kirby Superstar? I'm very curious. Excited too. Although if we're talking about excitement, oh boy! Yes! Oh, I love Return to Dreamland. The Superstar Ultra may be my favorite game ever made, but it's not in the top 6 list now, is it? With Return to Dreamland being my second favorite, it stands to reason that it's my favorite game on this list. There's so many things to talk about, but to try and keep it relevant, the music is amazing. I've said this twice already, and I'm gonna say it again, get used to this, but there really is nothing quite like the music in Return to Dreamland. There are so many things that only this game does that future games got rid of for a less video gamey sounding soundtrack, And considering we're talking about Kirby here, I'm a little bitter. Anyways, this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone who's familiar with my content, be it videos, streams, really anything, but this is very easily the best game of the 6, in my opinion. I know I said that already, I'm just reveling in the fact I get to talk about the music and Return Dreamland. I'm so excited! I've been doing ability solos on and off for a while, and I love them so, but effectively having to ignore the music in those just kills me. You wouldn't know this by watching me speedrun, but one of my favorite tracks in this game is that opening cutscene music, where you meet Magolor for the first time. I know when I word it like that, it sounds like I'm lying, but I gotta skip it every time I do an any percent run, or 100% run, or like any kind of speedrun, and it makes me sad. Return to Dreamland is definitely the 2010s equivalent to Kirby Superstar in terms of what it went for with the music. Lots of variety, sounding action-packed and energetic to fit the action-adventure platformer that you're playing, not being afraid to change tone when necessary. That last part specifically is something Return definitely does better than, well, most games, frankly. You can go from something exciting to something far more somber between levels, but it never feels jarring. I'd say this is because Return has a very coherent sounding soundtrack, which is also funny given how drastically different the tracks can sound from each other. I feel like it'd be very easy to disrupt this balance, like adding music over a decade later and theming it around Magolor going to the underworld or something, and it would damage the soundtrack in a pretty rough way. That's just my imagination talking, though. Sure. It's funny, though, on the note of that fine balance, the crazy variety and fun energy these tracks have to complement that lower energy stuff that'll always stick. It's beloved now, but when the game came out, the music was the one thing defenders of the game often acknowledged was weak. A lot of people kind of thought the music was weak. It's really funny how times change, and I'm not saying 100% of the human population suddenly loves this game's soundtrack. I'm saying they should, not that they do. Anyway, this is mostly funny to me because, at least in 2023, I'd argue this is a more iconic soundtrack than even Superstar. I'd go as far as to say this is the most iconic soundtrack in the series, actually. You can't have that Cookie Country motif throughout and tell me otherwise, not to mention stuff like Galactonite's remix in this game being the base for all future remixes, not Ultras, and what is easily the most beloved set of boss tracks by fans. I love the base boss track, it is absolutely my favorite in the series, but the final boss ones are where the fandom really goes crazy. I won't spoil what they are because I'm weird, but I will agree they're easily the best. So how does Return manage to pull the whole variety thing off? How can you have the Raisin Ruins map theme be that perfect and upbeat, then have the Nutty Noon theme also be perfect despite being as far removed from anything other than soothing as possible? I always go to this one instrument here that you hear throughout all of Return to Dreamland soundtrack. I've never been able to explain what it is, but being so present in this game and almost no other games in the history of history is a big part of it for me. It's so distinctly Return to Dreamland. What also helps is that all of these tracks share the same core goal of hyping you up to play an old school game on a new school console for its time, okay? By setting the atmosphere separate from setting the hype. It really works. In general, I think this game was an excellent return to form for Kirby. This video's not even close to being over. End me! Mass Attack and Epic Yarn were still very recent by this point, and games like Superstar Ultra, Canvas Curse, and Amazing Mirror weren't too far off either. Still, a specific Kirby oomph was missing from those games that Return had. I'm still going with that oomph being the excitement and energy we'd see in games like Superstar, being far more present here than in any other game, barring Superstar Ultra, since... No, don't talk about Ultra. You're just gonna make the video even longer. Calm down. As a whole, it's just a really good heckin' soundtrack with a lot to love. Welcome Your New Overlord, Phase 1 for the final boss, would have to be my favorite pick for my favorite track in the game, but there are so many options. I feel like there are less contenders for not the best in the whole game than there are for best in the whole game, which speaks to its quality. You can really pick anything in Raisin Ruins, Nutty Noon, and Egg Engines, and I'd at least agree that it deserves to be mentioned among the best. especially Nutty Noon 2, which is another super iconic track from this game, becoming one of the most prominent in the whole series. Again, proving my point. Thank you, thank you. But we all knew this, or at the very least, longtime viewers knew this. I've talked about this soundtrack so highly in the past that it's absolutely the favorite coming into being number 1. We'll have to wait and see if we can actually get an upset, but since we're at another checkpoint, it's time to ask. Whether you're in chat, hi, or watching after the premiere, hi, let me know which of the 3 games you think I would rank at number 1 based on how I've talked about them. Rank 2nd and 3rd too while you're at it, it's fun. Speaking of fun, we love weird takes around here, and it's time to talk about the weirdest one. Unless you've heard its music already, then you get it.
Hi!
Yeah, this one's a bit weird, isn't it? Kirby and the Rainbow Curse is not what I'd call a common pick for a soundtrack to rank among the best. Still, if you've gone through this soundtrack on your own, you probably have an idea of why I think so highly of it. I'd compare this one to Battle Royale and Mass Attack in terms of how overlooked it is, which, yes, I know who composed this game. I know. I like those games more than Rainbow Curse overall, but evidently, I don't feel the same way about the music. So then, the question needs to be asked, why Rainbow Curse? The answer is kind of a funny one in a morbid way. For all of the explaining that I've been doing for these soundtracks, and Rainbow Curse too, I can't really think of a short way to describe why this soundtrack is so special. Its style is unique, the compositions are fantastic, remixes either sound incredibly unique compared to the originals or are equally as much of a bop, the music works in tandem with the excellent visuals, it hits all different ends of the emotional spectrum, but how these points all come together isn't something I can think of a way to describe quickly. A part of why this soundtrack stands out so much, absolutely, is due to the composers. Ando and Ishikawa had no involvement in this one, leaving Shogo Sakai and Megami Ohara in charge. The two of them are absolute legends, and while anyone who knows anything about Mother 3 knows that about Sakai, Ohara isn't as much of a household name yet. Doesn't change anything about how good she is at making music, just saying. These two bring such an identifiable flair to this game's music that sets it apart from every other game. Even Battle Royale, a game that they both did the music for. Both the original tracks and new remixes are outstanding, but let's talk about the originals first. Rainbow Curse has so many of these for a 2010s Kirby game, which is such a breath of fresh air. I do not mind the style of music that 2010s had for Kirby, but when they all sound similar, you inherently kinda want something new. And Rainbow Curse offers that something the series hasn't seen since. And there isn't even an insane amount of instruments that get used here. I don't know, there's the synth rock, the piano, some woodwinds. Of course, you need your video gamey sounding stuff here and there. Less is more, as they say, but despite less, it still sounds distinctly Rainbow Curse. I would also, however, go as far as to say that Rainbow Curse has, overall, the best remixes in the series. The main theme itself borrows so much from Dreamland 1's credit theme, which is really interesting. The first level music here is the credits theme there, really fun stuff. The remixes for tracks like Yogurt Yard, Moonlight Capital, Iceberg Ocean, Top Ride, Candy Constellation, there's just so much variety here. I've said variety probably like a million times in this video alone, but it's a huge strength of Kirby that every game achieves in its own unique way, and I want to celebrate that. That being said though, if I have a bone to pick with Rainbow Curse, 100%, it's that I am supposed to be the #1 Mass Attack defender here, not you, Rainbow Curse. Tragically, Rainbow Curse steals that title from me due to how many heckin' remixes of Mass Attack are featured in this game. There's more Mass Attack here than any other game that got remixed, potentially all of them combined, barring Rainbow Curse itself. Fortunately, I can forgive Rainbow Curse for its sins against Poppy, because the Mass Attack remixes are all top-notch. If I had to pick a favorite, well, that's a problem that I'll delve into later, but just know that for now, these tracks are all really good. Also, I'll be okay. I still love Mass Attack in my own special, unique way, just like what makes all of these soundtracks unique. Yay! I should also note that Rainbow Curse has a fair few remixes that don't appear outside of the sound test. Because of this, it's easy to assume that good old power of association, burgers, it might be the last time you hear this, so no, is nowhere to be seen with these. And if I were most people, yeah, probably I'd be saying that, but inevitably, I'm gonna eventually reach a point where I would just shout my own opinions and not factor in anything else. But which opinion is that gonna be? There's so many to pick from. How's this? I associate hard with all of these because I typically spend hours in sound tests for games. I absolutely remember unlocking these tracks in the various levels, excitedly rushing to the sound test to hear which fantastic remix my ears would be blessed with next. It made me actively more excited to get the collectibles, on top of other things like those cute diary entries, the fantastic visuals, being able to explore more of the game, reading the hilarious figurine flavor text, and of course, the music. Oh, that's not much of an opinion, it's more of a general statement, huh? Well, here's an opinion. Rainbow Curse's visuals need good music in order to look as good as they do. Visually, yeah, the game is a masterpiece, but it wouldn't be much except nice to look at if the rest of what makes up aesthetic didn't compare. All of the hard work put into the visuals, thankfully, was not for naught. Because the music sounds as good as it does. From calm and atmospheric to fast and exciting, Rainbow Curse has it all. To drive that point home more than anything else, this is the one soundtrack that I can't pick a favorite for. There's too much good here that is consistently excellent and equal in quality. No surprise, given how much this soundtrack loves Mass Attack, but there's a point where you gotta say, alright, we like Puppy and all, but let's slow down so that she can pick a favorite. And they didn't do that, which I'd say is very mean of them, but they gave us more fantastic music, so it was actually very nice of them. I will admit that the Yogurt Yard remix was my favorite back in the day, but ever since the 2018 ballpark, I just haven't been able to decide. Rainbow Curse's music is... it's so good. This one in particular was more gushy and excitable than me actually giving examples of which tracks I really like, so I'm sorry if that let you guys down. More Dig and Dash sounds like Higurashi music for the first 5 seconds, and I love Higurashi, so there's that. I'm assuming none of you actually know what Higurashi is. Sad. So let's just move on to the checkpoint. Yahoo! You know what time it is. What do you think the rankings are looking like? What do you think my current favorite is? As you all ponder that, let's move on to... Kirby Planet Robobot. Woohoo! I've been wanting to talk about this one. Far and away the most celebrated game in the series, until Forgotten Land, this one has such a high reputation for a reason. It's a legendary game that cemented its status as one of the best ever made nearly immediately. And while it didn't sell super well, given how late it came out into the 3DS's life, very Kirby move right there, plenty of non-fans played it and nearly instantly fell in love. It made hearing the random critiques of Kirby being stale since the universe was created when Star Allies' demo came out all the more strange. But anyway, for all I'm hyping Robobot up, I really don't have to explain much, do I? It's a Robobot. I still feel like this is the absolute fan favorite of the whole series, and explaining it is just kind of redundant. But have no fear, I'll explain away. Planet Robobot is a soundtrack largely revolving around techno and electric compositions, rather than more traditional instruments. They're there, but like they're being taken over by the more mechanical and electrical sounding sounds. Almost like that's what the villains of the game are doing. What? Many other Kirby games do a fantastic job of using their music to help tell a story, but that's all it's ever done. Robobot is the first and still only game to have its music be a part of that story. Dreamland becoming mechanized is reflected by the soundtrack becoming mechanized. The main theme of the game is also the Haltman Works Company theme, sung by Susie because it's oh so catchy. Remixes of older tracks now sound electro because, well, they're no longer made with natural instruments, just as the environment is no longer natural. The key difference is that you want to save the environment. The music, that sounds amazing, doesn't need to be saved. Save the environment, keep the music, I say. This isn't something that's told to you in a cutscene, by the way. Susie doesn't just walk up to you and go, "Oh, by the way, I stole Mr. Ishikawa's natural instruments and give him a computer to make music on instead." As in character as that would be. The composers, not just Ishikawa, don't worry, I know, consciously made the music with this mentality in mind and let it be naturally exposed to the player. Well, not naturally in terms of the instruments themselves, you know what I mean? This is showcased best in the first level right off the bat. It starts off sounding like your average Kirby music before having the beat boo boo bop slowly introduced. You're still early in the game, so it's mostly harmless and the music can still have fun, but you can tell it won't be long before things get bad, so you need to act fast. No other Kirby game sounds anything like this, and Robobot is the only winner from that fact. Obviously, other Kirby games have used this kind of instrumentation, but never before has it been so crucial to the identity of a Kirby soundtrack. They even get creative with how you would define electro. The casino level, Gorgeous Go-Around, doesn't have much in terms of unnatural instruments. They're kinda there, but not really prevalent. And that's because a casino is naturally a place that isn't natural to the environment. It's being taken over and replaced, in this case with a casino, by, what else? The mechanical invaders. The only instances where the electro doesn't really apply, in the main story anyway, is when Kirby takes control, like with the Robobot armor. These are pleasant diversions in tone, but they also remind me of yet another great thing about Robobot. A game like Superstar has had plenty of time to become iconic. 1996 was a long time ago. Return to Dreamland by this point, while not nearly as old, is getting to the point where it can be considered a retro classic. Robobot is just over 5 years old, and already its music has been widely considered a modern classic for years. Being a modern classic is about the hardest thing that you can do, and Robobot managed to pull that off almost immediately. Leading into what my favorite track of the game is, that would be City of Sound, the track that plays in the first level of World 5. Another rare example of there being very little electro, but man do those guitar notes manage to sound electro. That's insanely clever, even by Robobot standards. Of course, this plays in a larger-than-life city filled with neon lights, fancy cars, race cars, and even more casinos, yeah! Everything here is larger than life, and yet the music plays it awfully suave, like you're some kind of cool little dude coming to town to have a good time. Oh, hey, Kirby's cool, yeah, and you're having a good time. It all fits together. Oh, and this track is an absolute bop, easily my favorite, still ignoring everything else that I had to say about it. It's so good. I would love to get into the final boss tracks. Those are probably my votes for the best final boss tracks in the series. Trackers, multiple, as is to say, combining them all together, but I do want to steer clear of spoilers. So instead, let me explain how the 100% reward works. And no, not the cutscene, nifty, and oh my god, I'm sad now, as that is. No, I'm talking about the menu music. The first level of the game, except the techno instruments, are gone. Now, it sounds like regular Kirby music, maybe even something that you'd find in Return to Dreamland or a Triple Deluxe. You get this as a 100% reward, as is to say, you've done literally everything to drive the invaders away, and Dreamland is back to normal. This is what Dreamland sounds like, this is what you fought for, this is what you've earned. It's fantastic. Robobot is fantastic. It's all fantastic. Again, everybody knows this game is good, but talking about why, it's always a blast. More fun, at least right now, is me saying, hi everyone, we've reached one of our last checkpoints. Actually, I think this is our last checkpoint, so it's time to check on your, point? That didn't work as well as Planet Robobot works as an entire package. Anyway, what do you think my favorite is? What are the rankings looking like to you right now? Don't get too excited because the celebrations are far from over. Get it? Celebrations because we're talking about Dream Buffet next? Man, I'm clever. And finally, a game that's barely over a year old. Thanks, GameXplain. Don't support GameXplain. Kirby's Dream Buffet. Oh, and if you want to support GameXplain, go support Good Vibes Gaming instead. Much better idea. Anyway, Dream Buffet is really funny in how it was randomly announced, randomly released, and then exists. I'm not going to say it's a dead game, but it absolutely has the aura of a game that just exists. I like it a lot, and I enjoy playing it, but given the circumstances, it's fair to ask, why Dream Buffet? Well, to understand that, we need some context. This game came out in 2022, the year that the Kirby series turned 30. It's pretty old. In this year of 2022, we got Kirby and the Forgotten Land, a landmark game in the series. I need this video to be over, everyone! That set a lot of ground for the series going forward. In the very same year, Dream Buffet was released, a game about having fun and enjoying the simplistic charm of a video game, good old Kirby style. That simplistic fun is why I love Dream Buffet's music. Unlike the other games on this list, which all push for variety in terms of style, Dream Buffet goes all in on cute, fast, and fun. There's an occasional calmer track here and there, maybe something with a slight less focus on being cute, but the vibes of this game are let's have fun. I don't think any Kirby game has gone this deep with specifically trying to push that. Sure, others are cuter, and others still have more energy. Epic Yarn for the former, Dreamland 3 for the latter. But none of these other soundtracks are more fun, which in my opinion is the best thing that a Kirby soundtrack can be. It's also the best thing for a racing game to be, and yeah, this is a racing game. It's so different from Air Ride that you wouldn't think that offhand, but Dream Buffet has perfect music to fit that high energy of racing. And despite the locales all being based off of sugary sweets, the variety of instruments here is nothing to sneeze at either. I'd actually say it's better in that regard than Air Ride, oddly enough. Also similar to Air Ride, this game isn't just racing. You also do battle at the end of every play session, and these have their own fantastic remixes that go along with them. This game has a good selection of originals and remixes, a healthy balance, I would say. Unlike the game itself, nothing but desserts is not healthy, although it sounds rather delicious. While the battle themes are still as fun as the races, they're a lot more competitive sounding, fitting for a battle. You have fun with friends, now you have fun with rivals. It's cute and works really well. The icing on the cake, thank you, I know I'm funny, please let the video end already, is how celebratory the game feels. This applies to more than just the music. Birthday cake theming, other characters and costumes and colors, the plentiful remixes, of course, help too. This is a celebration of all things fun, of all things cheery, and of all things Kirby. Remix or not, the music has that vibe in spades and is definitely better for it. My favorite track in the game, oddly enough, goes against a lot of what the rest of the game is doing. And maybe I'm just a sucker for those calmer tracks in a sea of excitement, but the track that plays while you're selecting your costume and colors, aptly named costume and colors, is just such a groovy groove. I've spent more time goofing around with different combinations than I'd like to admit, and while a part of that is seeing gooey on a gooey colored Kirby giving me the utmost essence of joy, most of it comes from simply listening to the music. Also, they remixed the 100% menu theme from Superstar Ultra! Yahoo! And that's Dream Buffet. No fancy closing statement, I just want to hear, whether you're here for the premiere or not, what you think the top 6 ranking is! I've talked about every soundtrack, now it is time for the final verdict and to finally end this crazy month once and for all. Wow, that was, a lot. At least I'm back. Hi. And we're still not done, though. All I did was gush. Now I have to actually rank these? I sure do make things hard for myself, huh? Well, before actually ranking them, let's get my thoughts together on each and actually compare these suckers. Obviously, I love them all dearly, but as unique as they all are, they're still Kirby soundtracks. They're bound to have some similarities. For example, Dream Buffet's music is certainly the bounciest of the bunch, but that's only because games like Superstar set that template. I also love how different the music and the feelings it gives off are for Air Ride compared to Dream Buffet, both racing games. Air Ride is way more atmospheric and helps the environment seem more lived in as you race. Sakurai games and soundtracks were just so excellent at doing that. Dream Buffet, meanwhile, it's just fun. Every track is so jovial and full of life that you just can't help but be happy. It may immerse you less, but it actively brings joy to your life, so how can you complain? It's also worth mentioning that all of these games came out in different years, and some of them in different time periods. Despite how much I adore the older games and will always praise them, 4 of these top 6 came out after 2010. And if we look at the top 7, Ultra was one of the pioneers for this modern style that we've seen since, and was 2008. That's super close. I won't lie and say I didn't feel the 2010s for Kirby fatigue, but the 3 from that time period specifically that I chose for this list all have plenty of things to differentiate themselves. I wouldn't even believe you if you told me Rainbow Curse was from that time period, given how unique it sounds compared to every other Kirby game. It reminds me more of what Air Ride did, just in a less orchestrated manner, opting for more variety like what Kirby would normally do. Return and Robobot certainly have the most in common out of all of these soundtracks, but because of how old-school oriented Return to Dreamland was, plus that best instrument ever, one so good I don't know what it's called, and how tech and electro-focused that Robobot was to better deliver its message, they hardly sound alike. For the record, Triple Deluxe stands out less to me compared to those two, but it makes up for it with how pleasant it sounds. Star Allies, that game has a man who makes pig noises. But regardless of their time period, all of these soundtracks are crucial for the series. Dream Buffet might sound weird to include there because it's so recent, but it's right up there with the Dream Collection of it being a celebration of the series. I like how many original and not remix tracks it has in comparison to the Dream Collection. This isn't just a celebration of Kirby, it's a celebration of Kirby's style and the joy that style brings. A game like Robobot goes for the total opposite, something more somber and serious, which is not only very unique for the series, but presents itself in a way no other game has, working in tandem with the story, visuals, and gameplay like we've never seen before or after. Rainbow Curse, meanwhile, strikes a great balance, but more than anything, it uses the compositions and instruments to create atmosphere, something all of these games do well, but this game's music has the visuals to back it up. Even without them, there's insane variety and truly showcased how much more Kirby games could sound during a time where things were starting to feel just a little stagnant. Air Ride is on the less super upbeat end, but this is the first Kirby game to not only be orchestrated, but not have a quote-unquote gaming sound file. Real instruments not needing to be compressed because of hardware limitations, it just went wild. I certainly think that Return to Dreamland goes overall the most wild. This soundtrack just goes to so many different places and every single thing you hear is good. But what's even more impressive is how much of this soundtrack stuck. It's widely celebrated to this day, despite it not being all that celebrated when the game first came out. And Superstar, come on. I literally don't even need to say anything about this one, so I'm not going to because this video is already, like, super long. At the end of the day, I just really love Kirby music, and this top 6 really drives that point home, at least for me. I know how obvious that sounds, but okay, it is. Fine, you win. Do you see how long this video is? Shush. But really think about where we started. For this series with A Nightmare in Dreamland and how negative I was, or where the series started with Dreamland 1 and how simple it was. How far we have come to top 6 of the line masterclass soundtracks that all have so much to offer. Superstar with its amazing vision and sound, Air Ride with its beautifully orchestrated tunes, Return to Dreamland as a return to form, and no, I'm not going to stop saying that, Rainbow Curse with its mesmerizing melodies and remixes, and finally, Dream Buffet with its celebratory, unrelenting joy. Alright, for some reason I forgot to write Robobot in here in the script. I'm too busy and cutting it short to edit it back in, so I'm just gonna add in, after the fact, Robobot and how perfectly it fits its story and theming, and we're gonna move on. Picking a favorite of these is just gonna be way, way too hard. So let's talk about Superstar Ultra some more! Yay! Oh, I love this game so much. I didn't even think to bring this up during the episode, but this game's Mark's fight music, Ooh, it's so good. An example of Superstar Ultra going that rare echo reverb route and coming out with something amazing. The battle takes place in space after all, and while it's obviously a frantic fight track, befitting of Marks and all, the echo adds that spacey feeling to it that gives the track so much more. Space is huge, wide open, and, well, space. Thank you, I won't be here all week, but I am going crazy. And when I hear echo in music, oftentimes I think of space. Yeah, I can't really get away with this anymore, huh? Fine, let's just rank these already. Except not really, because I have guests! One for every game, in fact. And they're gonna talk about each game while I go back to my corner and hide. Take it away, guests!
Hey guys, it's Silvery. Kirby Superstar is the most iconic Kirby soundtrack to me. There are so many songs that have gone on to become staples both in and out of the Kirby series. I know plenty of people who've never played a Kirby game recognize and jam to Gourmet Race, and Meta Knight's Revenge is so great it won a Grammy 26 years later. What I appreciate most about this soundtrack is that since the game is split into different subgames, each with different settings and tones, each subgame basically gets its own score. From the familiar remixes of Spring Breeze, to the upbeat, bouncy tracks that accompany Kirby's trek to Dynablade's Nest, to the frantic, fast-paced racing tunes of Gourmet Race, that really fill you with this sense of urgency. The Great Cave Offensive's music is so adventurous and wondrous, befitting the mystery and spectacle in exploring this new and varied location. Milky Way Wishes reuses a lot of tracks, which in a way makes it feel like the culmination of everything the game has to offer, and the original tracks are so light and ethereal as you explore the cosmos, before ramping up the intensity with the Heart of Nova and Mark's themes, marking the climax of this story so well. But easily the most standout score and my personal favorite is from Revenge of Meta Knight. It's unlike anything we've heard from the Kirby series at this point, featuring heavy mechanical noise and sharp brass. It perfectly sells the tone shift this subgame provides and sets Meta Knight apart as kind of an outsider for Dreamland. Kirby Superstar's soundtrack is one that's reflective of its gameplay. Like the subgames, each score is completely distinct and unique in its own way, yet they're tied together with unifying motifs and similar instruments. Just like the game itself, this soundtrack really is more than the sum of its parts. Thanks so much for having me, Claire, and happy Kirby Month, everyone!
Hello everyone, and thanks for having me here talking about the music of one of Kirby's most memorable spin-offs. Unlike with many other titles in this series, Air Ride goes for a more grandiose style, matching the fast pace of the genre and emphasizing most tracks with whimsical melodies to underline the gliding aspect of the gameplay. Even though the soundtrack was mainly recycled from the Japanese version of the animation show, there are more than enough new tracks to give the game its own identity. The best small trick implemented, and I'm not even sure if I'm just imagining things, is the lineup between music and racing. The effectiveness depends on the racing track, but most pieces align extremely well with the layout of the respective track, especially apparent in Checker Knights if you ask me. In many cases they also loop almost perfectly with every upcoming lap, and you can clearly tell there went a lot of attention to the construction of a music piece. All of this applies to the racing part of the game, however, and how could someone forget the iconic melody of the most iconic mode, City Trial, depending on what event is happening during a round, be it Dynablade appearing or items becoming bouncy. The music has this cartoonish style that fits each situation perfectly. Makes sense since many tracks are directly from an animation show, but still commendable how well the game was adjusted. Ultimately, I extremely enjoy the orchestral style of Air Ride, making it still my favorite collection of melodies in a game I do not really enjoy.
The soundtrack of Kirby Dreamland is, just like in many other aspects, a weird but special in-between of modern and classic Kirby. Thanks to this being the first mainline game with almost no restriction in sound quality, the main composers, Jun Ishikawa and Hirokazu Ando, really went all out. Their special style of catchy melodies with walking instruments is in full effect here. It makes the OST of this game feel like its own unique character. Some might call it dinky, but I love how unique it is. But that's not saying the music cannot get a little more crazy. It's not afraid to get a little calmer and emotional while still keeping its uniqueness with tracks like Nuri Noon or On the Path of Frosty Roadblocks. But it also doesn't shy away from the more grandiose and cinematic side, with songs like the main boss theme, the super ability theme, and of course, Crown. That last one is the perfect example as to why Return to Dreamland would always have one of my favorite soundtracks ever. So many weird instruments, so intimidating, so unique, so exciting. Couple that with some incredible use of leitmotifs, and you have a song that is not only a banger, but one that manages to tell its own story, Mauler's story. And speaking of stories, the cutscene music are just as good as the rest of the soundtrack, managing to perfectly convey what's on screen with just a few notes and even going a step further to include the sound effects in the music itself. Overall, Return to Dreamland's soundtrack is incredible in so many levels. It's kinda sad that from this point on, the OSTs of Kirby games became more normal. But I'll never forget these songs that stand on their own, not only in Kirby, but gaming in general.
Greetings people, Philly here talking about the music of Rainbow Curse or Rainbow Paintbrush for those who are in Europe. So the first thing I want to talk about is how creative and original the music is. Shoko Sakai and Megumi Ohara absolutely slayed with this one. If you played the main game before, you will mostly greeted with music that you might have not heard or feel something similar before. Also, I say mostly because half of them are basically remixed or rearranged from the older Kirby music. Jeez, I think they cannot resist using music from the past. I wonder when we will ever get something new and original in the future. Anyway, I think this soundtrack as a whole is an underrated work of art, and it is a shame not many people heard, let alone tried the game. Why? Because critics says it is bad. I myself already played it and it was really fun if you are skilled enough. Though since the purpose of this topic is to talk about video game music, I think I have to stop here and moving on. My favorite track out of them all is definitely Rainbow Across the Skies. Rainbow Across the Skies is very wonderful. Like you can feel like you're ascending to the clouds and rainbow or something like that. Very heavenly tune. So yeah, I think I have to end it here because I want to make this short and simple. I might have missed something, so I sincerely apologize. Maybe after this you should listen to the whole music and who knows, you might find your new favorite.
Hi everyone. There's a lot about this OST that I really want to talk about, but to get to the core of one of the main reasons I really love the soundtrack, I want to talk about two themes in particular. Venturing into the Mechanized World and Versus the Wicked Company. Both tracks take that same Haltman motif, but use them in completely different ways. Venturing into the Mechanized World is the theme you hear in the first level, and since it takes place pretty much right after the hostile takeover, you'd think it might be a little more somber, mourning what was lost. But no, it's your typical upbeat and jolly adventurous first level theme, which might feel a little tone deaf considering, the whole hostile takeover thing. But honestly, I would say that this is pretty fitting considering we're playing as Kirby, someone who is asleep throughout the whole thing, so he looks at this world through mostly unbiased and innocent eyes. And when looking at the world like that, it isn't inherently evil. Sure, a giant sphere lodged into the middle of the planet usually isn't a good sign, but when looking at the other areas of Popstar that have been transformed on their own, the machines don't always lead to something that's necessarily bad, like the populated cities or the ice cream factory. Venturing into the Mechanized World being this upbeat and adventurous theme feels like it's encouraging both Kirby and the player to go out and discover these new and fun things that wouldn't have been possible without these machines. And I feel this is what makes such a great parallel to Versus the Wicked Company, where venturing into the Mechanized World is this happy and welcoming, upbeat theme, versus the Wicked Company is so stiff and rigid, and that makes it feel corporate, which on one hand is just perfect for embodying what they are, a corrupt, manipulative, evil company. And on the other hand, that complete shift between the whimsicality of venturing into the Mechanized World and the corporate nature of Versus the Wicked Company make it feel tone deaf to the legitimately good potential the machines could have on this world. And this is where the real problem with these machines lie. This isn't just another version of the Haltman theme, it is the Haltman theme. Every other version of the theme, both uplifting, tragic, and intimidating, they all come from this version. And no matter where you go, what corner of Popstar you turn to, you're always going to come back to this version of the theme when you fight the elite management of the company at the end of each world. and it feels like it's saying that all the good things, everything positive about this world that you've experienced on the way here, it doesn't matter because this is what the company is at its roots. And so, the player and Kirby have to respond to it in kind. Sure, we can admit there are things about this world that are good, but the evil stemming out of it from the root of it all is so callous and manipulative and evil. We need to get rid of this company and get the world back to the way it was. And this is one of the main things that I just adore about this soundtrack. These aren't just another first level and boss themes. They aren't just well-written pieces of music. It's so ingrained into the story of the game and its world that for me, the soundtrack is really in its own league. Last thing I want to say is thanks for inviting me on this video, Klaire. Any opportunity to talk about Robobot is one I'll happily jump to.
Rolling in on both cinnamon and piano rolls, the Dream Buffet soundtrack is an upbeat, jazzy, big band collection of new and returning tunes. Taking notes from the quite fitting Kirby Cafe soundtrack, this buffet really gives you something to sink your teeth into. Kirby is known for its upbeat nature, but this takes it to another level. Every note so softly played and just as sweet. It's only fitting for the best Kirby spin-off to pay tribute to its siblings in arms, as the soundtrack places a special emphasis on remixing and rearranging songs from the likes of Dream Course, Pinball Land, Air Ride, Block Ball, and Star Stacker. I can appreciate these tributary legacy orders remaining on the menu, as one could say. Never has a Kirby soundtrack fit so consistently well for its context. Sure, most every soundtrack fits Kirby in the way that lovely music fits lovely games, but Dream Course, to its very theme, stays bound to the big band feel. It's joyous and energetic, a perfect fit for a party game that fits just that description. Every moment you spend rolling through treats and sweets, you have the comfort of your very own private big band, just out of sight, but serendipitously plenty within ear. I certainly wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, now I can't buy any more time, huh? Well, despite all of the build-up that I've been doing, I'm gonna be honest with all of you guys. I know I said this already, this video actually was supposed to be a top 5. I missed a few days and I had to make this a top 6. In reality, I've had the top 5 very easily decided for months. I actually kind of flip-flopped between the game that I put at number 6 and Superstar Ultra. Looking back, I'm not super sure I made the right choice. I haven't been sure about me making the right choice for, like, weeks now. But let's just get this over with so that I can put it here and then disagree with myself later. Number 6 is Kirby's Dream Buffet. I love this soundtrack and all, but if we're very specifically comparing it to the others, it's sorely lacking in one key component you may have noticed I didn't even mention: association. The remixes are fantastic, the original tracks are fantastic, but now outside of Magler Cookies, because I have trust issues thanks to that jerk, who also happens to be one of my favorite characters in the series, I can't associate these tracks with anything in Dream Buffet. The costume and menu tracks, maybe, but that's like 2 or 3 out of a lot. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind that because the soundtrack is just so good. I can immediately tie every track in some of these games to their respective title in seconds. And Dream Buffet does have a Superstar Ultra remix in it though, so, you know, good work there. Now for the actual hard part. I wasn't able to start deciding these suckers until the start of the month. This was really hard, but after listening to these soundtracks multiple times, one of them kinda stood out to be number 5. Not in any way regarding the soundtrack, but I thought, yeah, I think I like this one the least. Technically, these are all wonderful for many different reasons, but selecting this one was, compared to picking the top 4, relatively painless. Compared to the rest of the month, I've lost years of my life, but what can you do? Content creator grind and all that good stuff? But what could that number 5 game be? Why, look, it's Kirby Air Ride. I think the big deciding factor for Air Ride was that, while I can tie these tracks to the game no problem, including the modes and such, I don't have any particular moments to associate them with. Yeah, it's fantastic music, but that's, quote-unquote, all it is. The next 4 games not only have virtually perfect music, but that perfect music can tie into moments of each game effortlessly. The events in City Trial definitely help Air Ride's case, and like I said earlier, the legendary Air Ride machine, I still remember hearing that for the first time as a kid and getting so excited about some great thing that I did that I probably didn't even know what it was. I didn't need a tutorial to tell me I did something great, the music told me by itself. But as a whole, no, Air Ride is a great game, fun racing game, not a game with individual moments that stick in your mind forever. Fantastic music though. Until Rainbow Curse came out and I reevaluated my thoughts on Kirby soundtracks, I thought, yeah, this was my favorite one for a long time. So this is the part where I hype up the top 4, inevitably leading into a, well, actually, this one is pretty easy. And, no, that's very, very wrong. Picking number 4 and number 3 actually took a full week of me going back and forth. And I was legitimately hurrying videos out the door while not even knowing the final order of my top 4. Crazy to think about, huh? I'd like to think the videos still turned out well, despite this inner turmoil that I was suffering through the whole time. That said, this one was still coming, in a sense. I did know which ones were going to be in the top 2. It was picking between number 3 and number 4 that was driving me insane, full well knowing I had no idea which of the top 2 would come out on, well, top. Don't worry, we're nearing the end of the video. I'll be okay soon. My sanity somehow is somewhat intact. Anyway, it was a close call, and it ultimately came down to this. Which I preferred between the instruments and composition versus story implementation and how unique it was compared to the rest of the series. You can probably tell which 2 games I was turmoiling over, but at the end of the day, number 4 goes to Kirby Planet Robobot. Oh wow, I seriously did not expect it to place this low coming into things. I know that number 4 being low sounds ridiculous, but first of all, come on, look at what game we're talking about here, but more importantly, I've gone on record in the past saying that if this wasn't my second favorite soundtrack in the series, it was going to be my number 1. And yet here it is at number 4. The only thing that I can even think of is that 3DS Kirby music was kind of getting to me more than I thought, I guess. I don't even think that's true if I'm being honest, but this far in, the possibility of something that minuscule is gonna get you killed. Robobot's music is fantastic, some of the best I've ever heard, but it's out at number 4. And I won't keep you in suspense for number 3, it's Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. Even compared to the top 2, I really can't think of a soundtrack that's made me feel as many emotions as Rainbow Curse has. Every positive and negative feeling on the emotional spectrum, I feel like I felt at some point during the soundtrack as a whole, and I think that's just made me appreciate it even more. The variety is simply unmatched, and the quality of the music itself is also maybe the best that the series has ever had. I listen to this one on the regular, and the only reason it didn't place any higher is because the next games in question have left much more of an impact on both me and the series overall. Like Canvas Curse, this could be a very easily this would wind up as my potential favorite if we remove X amount of factors. Sakai and Ohara are both legends. Now then, the top 2. In a way, fittingly, this is Kirby Superstar versus Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Return to Dreamland is not new to this setting, actually. When I ranked all of the Kirby games back 3 years ago, holy moly, Return placed second, and it's still hanging in there for the soundtracks. Superstar, on the other hand, was here in spirit, since its remake, Superstar Ultra, placed first. These soundtracks have some of the best music that I've ever heard in my life, and I genuinely don't even know where I'd be without them. Not physically, of course, but look, I promise, I'm almost done. My opinion may change, meaning I'm not ending it here and now, but for the sake of Kirby Month number 5, my second favorite Kirby soundtrack, between Superstar and Return to Dreamland, not Ultra, despite what my heart is telling me, but between the other two, with the 2 soundtracks, of which I should specify in case you weren't paying attention and you need a reminder. Drum roll, please. I don't have a drum roll redeemed, so you're gonna have to do it yourself. It's Kirby Superstar and Return to Dreamland. Okay, I've been building up for so long. Here's a reminder of what I'm building up to a second time, even though I just did this. It's the battle for soundtracks, specifically, between Superstar and Return. My second favorite Kirby soundtrack is... Oh, wait a minute, shoot. You know what? I just remembered I never talked about Kirby Slide for this. It's not a soundtrack. It's 1 track. You need more than 1 track to be a soundtrack. Doesn't count. Anyway, where was I? These 2, right. I'm typing the script on August 28th. Yes, that late. To be honest, I still don't know which of these I prefer. I've literally said in the past that Return to Dreamland has my favorite soundtrack in the series, but the more that I think about Superstar, the more it creeps in and I'm realizing, shoot, that may or may not be true. Let me know your predictions in the chat if you're watching this live, and if not, comment down below. I am very desperate for engagement. As for me, I still don't know, and that scares me. But you know what doesn't scare me? Superstar Ultra, baby! I gushed over Kirby on the Draws music, but man, do I love Snack Tracks' theme too. It has factory inspection literally in the name, and it is actually a very unorthodox remix of factory inspection, and it sounds so unique in comparison. And considering it's just a minigame music, that's kind of insane. Ultra is so insane. I love that soundtrack so much. That's going at number 1, right? Yeah. Superstar Ultra. That's my favorite soundtrack. Thanks for watching, No. I'm not doing that. Don't worry, as much as I want to. Kirby Superstar and Kirby's Return to Dreamland. 1 game gets to win, and 1 goes home a loser. Relatively speaking, placing second in this demonic bracket of soundtracks is impressive enough in my book. I've technically been thinking about this wrapping up the game rankings thing for almost 3 years. Meaning, yes, 3 years, and I still can't make up my mind. So I'm quote-unquote ending it. Again, not really, because my opinion's probably gonna flip-flop. But my second favorite Kirby soundtrack is, and I'm not gonna do that build-up again, and I'm not gonna talk about Ultra again as much as I want to, number 2 of all the Kirby soundtracks is Kirby's Return to Dreamland. This was so insanely hard. There's literally no downsides for me at all in either of these soundtracks, which is what made it so hard. Both are iconic, crucial soundtracks to the success of Kirby as a media franchise. Both have remakes that have inferior soundtracks, and I'd argue the gap between the Return games is much larger than the Superstar ones. I really thought Return had it in the bag. This was supposed to be the easy part, you know? But man, that thought about Superstar has seriously been lingering in my mind this whole time. You just can't beat Superstar's music. You just can't. With Superstar specifically, there are just too many versions of tracks, whether they're new to KSS or remixes from earlier games, that still haven't been beaten. Return has my favorite variation of a lot of tracks, sure, but outside of Green Greens, which borrows from Superstar, I could see them being topped. Superstar has too much that I can never see myself preferring a different range of, barring some kind of miracle. The one that I feel strongest towards in this regard is the one that's left the biggest impact, Gourmet Race, and for a track that's been remixed that many times, says enough. Except no, not really, that still wasn't enough. I still felt in my gut that I should go with Return to Dreamland. My heart of hearts was screaming, Return to Dreamland! Return to Dreamland! I think the deciding factor is genuinely that Return to Dreamland reused the music from another game. Like, God, any other game that wasn't Superstar, I probably wouldn't bother me because it would be a direct comparison to Superstar. But when you're borrowing from the competition, like, sure, I don't even think that's accurate, but I don't know. It sounds right in my head right now, so I'm just gonna go with it. Again, this has probably changed multiple times since writing this, God, like 2 or 3 days ago. But for the sake of this video, and for Kirby Month number 5, Kirby's Return to Dreamland is my second favorite Kirby soundtrack, only toppled by my number 1, Kirby Superstar. Whew. Oh my god, we are actually over. We're done. I had a thing planned where I'd recap the rankings, but no. I'm exhausted. I'm so tired. We're done. I'm gonna go relax for the first time in a month. And by that, I mean get a quick video ready for the next couple days, prepare for Saturday, and then relax. Oh, it's gonna feel so good. But with that, I have been Klaire. Thank you so much for sticking around throughout the entire month. You genuinely have no idea. I genuinely have no idea how you did it. But be sure to say Klaire is a puppy, and I will give her head pats so people will see in chat once the video is published. If the premiere is still active, which hopefully it is, just gonna buy you some more time to let YouTube processing and your, reaction times kick in. Doing this for you guys. If you leave it in the comments, that's not gonna be a problem either. But if you can leave it in premiere, you will be immortalized forever. Yahoo! With that, another Kirby month, the 5th Kirby month, is over. Have a great one, guys. Check out my Patreon. Give me money. Bye!